A little matter of genocide. Holocaust and denial in the Americas 1492 to the present. By Ward Churchill. Although none of them is responsible for any errors or biases appearing in my work, a number of people have been particularly constructive in shaping my thinking on the matter of genocide. Aside from those whose writings have been most influential, Rafa Lemkin, Jean-Paul Sartre, Leo Kuper, and Richard Drennan, they include in a more direct and conversational sense Milner Ball, David Barsamian, Jimmy Durham, Richard A. Falk, T. Moana Jackson, Glenn T. Morris, David E. Stannard, George Tinker, Hanan E. K. Trask, and Sharon H. Venn. By way of negative inspiration, I suppose Yehuda Bauer, Stephen T. Katz, and their colleagues are also deserving of special recognition in this regard. Several others have been quite helpful in terms of preparing various portions of the manuscripts. These include Heather Davis, who chased down more than a few sites, and Leah Kelly, who undertook the daunting task of compiling both the bibliography and the index. Elaine Katzenberger of City Lights not only provided consistently superb editing of a project which mutated steadily, as most of mine do, into something more than it started out to be, she provided continuous encouragement during periods when it had begun to seem endless. I would also like to thank Pam Colorado for the poem used as a foreword, David Stannard for his preface, and Rex Ray for the fine cover. A debt of gratitude is also owed to those who provided me with much needed personal support during a time when my mind was too deeply mired in the ugliest subject matter imaginable. At the head of the list is of course my wife, Leah, and my wider family, both Allens and Kellys. Sustenance was also gained from interactions with my people, the United Kituwa Band of Cherokees, with the members of the American Indian Movement of Colorado, the Dark Knight Collective, and my colleagues and students, most especially Rick Butler, M. the Department of Ethnic Studies at the University of Colorado/Boulder. 2 essays deconstructing the Columbus myth and genocide in the Americas are borrowed from my 1995 Since Predator Came. Appreciation is due to Agee's Publications for permission to reprint. Thanks also to the various journals, especially Z Magazine and Peace Review, in which earlier versions of some of these materials first appeared. For Raphael Lemkin, 1901-1959. And for genocide's many millions of victims down through the ages. All my life, I've had to listen to rhetoric about the United States being a model of freedom and democracy, the most uniquely enlightened and humanitarian country in history, a nation of laws which, unlike others, has never pursued policies of conquest and aggression. I'm sure you've heard it before. It's official truth in the United States, it's what is taught to school children, and it's the line peddled to the general public. Well, I've got a hot news flash for everybody here. It's a lie. The whole thing's a lie, and it always has been. Leaving aside the obvious points which could be raised to disprove it by blacks and Chicanos and Asian immigrants right here in North America, not to mention the Mexicans, the Nicaraguans, the Guatemalans, the Puerto Ricans, the Hawaiians, the Filipinos, the Samoans, the Tamaros of Guam, the Marshall Islanders, the Koreans, the Vietnamese, the Cubans, the Dominicans, the Grenadans, the Libyans, the Panamanians, the Iraqis, and a few dozen other peoples out there who've suffered American invasions and occupations firsthand. There's a little matter of genocide that's got to be taken into account right here at home. I'm talking about the genocide which has been perpetrated against American Indians, a genocide that began the instant the first of Europe's boat people washed up on the beach of Turtle Island, a genocide that's continuing right now, at this moment. Against Indians, there's not a law the United States hasn't broken, not a crime against humanity it hasn't committed, and it's still going on. Russell Means, American Indian Movement, October 12, 1992. Contents: What every Indian knows. Introduction by Ward Churchill. 1. Encountering the American Holocaust. The Politics of Affirmation and Denial. Assaults on Truth and Memory. 19. Holocaust Denial in Context. Life or Lie. 63. Linkages between Holocaust deniers and proponents of the Uniqueness of the Jewish experience in World War XI. Deconstructing the Columbus myth. 81. Was the great discoverer Italian or Spanish, Nazi or Jew? Genocide in the Americas. 97. Landmarks from North and South America, 1492 to 1992. Nates make lice. 129. The extermination of North American Indians, 1607 to 1996. Cold War impacts on Native North America. 289. The political economy of radioactive colonization. The United States and the Genocide Convention. 363. The Saga of an Outlaw State. 1948-1988. Defining the Unthinkable. 399. Towards a Viable Understanding of Genocide. Bibliography. 445. INDGX 507. What Every Indian Knows by Pam Colorado. Asterisk. Auschwitz ovens burn bright in America. 24 million perished in the flame. Nazi not a people but a way of life. Trail of Tears. Humans ends in Oklahoma. An Indian name for red earth. Redder still soaked in blood of 200 removed tribes. The ovens burn bright in America. Ancestral ashes sweep the nation carried in prevailing winds. Survivors know the oven door stands wide and some like mouse cat crazed and frenzied turn and run into the jaws. At night the cat calls softly to the resting us. Preface. 4. Ward Churchill is a man looking for trouble. Of course, anyone familiar with his voluminous writings during the past 2 decades on subjects such as racism in American film and literature, New Age spiritual hucksterism and counterfeit Indians, U.S. government death squads, the damage done to indigenous peoples by the forces of capitalism and Marxism, and a great deal more know that Churchill quite audaciously has been courting, and finding, trouble for some time now. But with a little matter of genocide he is certain to bring on the enmity of an entirely new and particularly vitriolic collection of critics. And this is a shame because the sentiments of his new book are extraordinarily compassionate and humanitarian, while its overall argument is eminently fair, deliberative, and reasonable. But debates on the subject of genocide are rarely hospitable to fair, deliberative, or reasoned discourse. And I am not speaking here only of writings by the well-known neo-fascist crackpots and cranks who attempt to deny the reality or the magnitude of the Holocaust. Beyond them, there are those who apply the word genocide so indiscriminately, claiming, for example, that legalized abortion in the United States has resulted in fetal genocide that the term begins to lose any meaning at all. On the other hand, there are those who attempt to seize the word as their own private property and narrow its meaning to a single case in asserting, for instance, that the only true genocide in the history of the world was that perpetrated by the Nazis against Jews, thus trivializing the sufferings of many other terribly damaged groups of people in both the present and the past. In both of these cases the arguments almost invariably are advanced with a noisy ferocity that attempts to drown out opposing voices or to shame them into silence. Thus, those who disagree with the contention that abortion is genocide are labeled as murderers, or at least accomplices in murder. Similarly, those, including some of the most eminent scholars in the world today, who contend that the Nazi attempt to exterminate the Jews was not a unique event in world history are dismissed as anti-Semites or Holocaust deniers. It should not be surprising to discover that in both of these cases the driving force behind them is what religion scholar Richard L. Rubinstein calls religio-mythic traditions. But if it is the zealotry of spiritual dogma that gives them internal power, both of these arguments also benefit from close linkages with secular political ideologies. I will not dwell on, or further pursue here, the obvious connections between the religious and political agendas of those who claim to see a fetal holocaust as a consequence of women being granted the right to terminate unwanted pregnancies. But the political and religious linkage that is at the heart of what has become conventional public wisdom on the uniqueness of Jewish suffering during the Holocaust does deserve a few words more, in part because that linkage is less well known, in part because of the great damage that it does to victimized people everywhere, and in part because this is certain to be the key source of criticism that will be leveled at a little matter of genocide. Ethnocentrism is one of the most common characteristics of human groups and, as often as not, it is fairly harmless. It simply makes sense that individual groups would consider their ideas, their cultures, their religions, or aesthetic standards, and so on, to be either superior to others, or at least in certain ways to be preferential or noteworthy in comparison with other groups. Group histories are no different. Both the accomplishments and the sufferings of one's own people, as distinct from others, are the standard fare of historical chronicles the world over. That these accounts are often at least in part fictitious should come as no surprise, and in fact the ubiquitousness of the so-called invention of tradition in many cultures has become a topic of intense scholarly interest of late. Seen in this light, the fiction that Jewish suffering under the Nazis is wholly incomparable with the suffering of any other people at any other time is quite understandable. After all, the horrors endured by Jews at the hands of the Nazis were indeed monumental, and neither Ward Churchill nor I would suggest that the mass murder of Jews that occurred under Hitler was one whit less than what has been known and described for years by the greatest Jewish historians of the Holocaust. But it is essential that we recognize that Jews as a people, and Israel as a nation, are no less given to ethnocentric historical accounts than is any other human group. More than a decade before mobilization for the Holocaust began in Germany, a Ukrainian Jewish immigrant to Palestine named Yitzhak Lamdan published a poem entitled Masada, recounting the heroic resolve of the 14 Jewish defenders of the mountain fortress Masada against assault by Roman forces in 73 AD. In a recent study, The Recovery of Masada, Barry Schwartz, Yael Zerubbabel, and Bernice Barnett have shown that, although the story of Masada was one of the least significant and least successful events in ancient Jewish history, unknown to most Jews prior to the 1920s and not even mentioned in the Talmud or the Midrash or in any other sacred text, following the publication of Lamdan's poem in 1927, the story of Masada became one of constant retelling and emotional commemoration by Jews in the Zionist movement. Indeed, in the 1950s and 1960s, as Israeli journalist Tom Segev has noted, Masada, the symbol of Hebrew rebellion and pride, was the object of pilgrimage for Israeli youngsters. Soldiers scaled its sharp cliffs to swear fealty to the army and to receive their first rifles. The resurrection of the story of Masada clearly functioned to energize a people in struggle at first, in the 1920s, with the effort to launch the Zionist movement, and continuing through the 1960s, as Israel perceived itself to be fighting for nothing less than survival. As George Steiner has written, in words chosen by Schwartz, Zerubbabel, and Barnett to serve as an epigraph for their essay, a society requires antecedents. Where these are not naturally at hand, where a community is new or reassembled after a long interval of dispersal or subjection, a necessary past tense to the grammar of being is created by intellectual and emotional fiat. But, important as the story of Masada and Lamdan's poem once were to Israel and its supporters, that poem, once a prominent part of the curriculum, is in fact no longer routinely used in Israeli school textbooks. It is no longer necessary. Times have changed. But remembering the Holocaust does remain necessary, as it should. So, apparently, do claims for the historically unrivaled magnitude of Jewish suffering during the Holocaust which should not. Indeed, so insistent is Israel on retaining its official story of the Holocaust that for decades now some of the most outstanding works of scholarship on Jewish history and politics, including volumes by Hannah Arendt and even Raoul Hilberg's monumental study, The Destruction of the European Jews, have not been translated into Hebrew. The reason? They critically discuss the behavior of certain Jews in Europe during the years of Nazi rule, and such criticism cannot be tolerated in the Israeli theocracy. As Segev notes, in Israel today the Holocaust, by one measure at least, has an even higher status than Rephision, since the maximum legal penalty for denying the existence of God is 1 year in prison, while the punishment for denying the existence of the Holocaust is up to 5 years imprisonment. 15. Nor can the existence of other genocides be acknowledged by Israeli officialdom. Thus, the government of Israel has banned from Israeli television a documentary film on the early 20th century Turkish genocide against the Armenians, and it has prohibited the Israeli Education Ministry from introducing the story of the Armenian genocide into high school curricula. Moreover, in the United States, Israeli officials of the Foreign Office have joined hands with the government of Turkey in blocking congressional efforts to acknowledge the Armenian genocide with an official Armenian Day of Remembrance. Thus, what began as an understandable and admirable effort to never forget has evolved into official Israeli policy to undermine the efforts of others to have their own historical victimhood acknowledged. Yet, in the world of scholarship, there exists a strange paradox. While some of the most prominent opponents of this state-sponsored exclusivist agenda are Israeli scholars such as Israel Charny, the head of Jerusalem's Institute on the Holocaust and Genocide, the majority of the most prominent proponents of Holocaust exclusivism are Jewish American writers. The chauvinistic motivations of this latter group are too transparent and psychologically self-evident to bother discussing here, but they have long been on display regarding extremist positions on other Israeli issues, while the burden has often fallen on Israeli scholars themselves to offer the necessary correctives registered. And just as the Turkish government now openly, and self-servingly, supports the claim that only Jews have suffered true genocide, while the Israeli government accommodatingly denies the existence of the Turkish genocide against the Armenians, so too does a similar propagandistic quid pro quo operate in the United States. As Ward Churchill and others have overwhelmingly documented, the European conquest of the New World, including the U.S. government's destruction of its own indigenous peoples, was the most massive interrelated sequence of genocides in the history of the world. Over the course of 4 centuries, from Columbus's first landing on Hispaniola in the fall of 1492 to the U.S. Army's massacre of innocent Indian men, women, and children at Wounded Knee in the winter of 1891, tens of millions of the Western Hemisphere's native people were consumed in a holocaust of mass violence that, in locale after locale, typically destroyed 95% and more of the indigenous inhabitants. Historians and politicians once liked to boast of the slaughter of Indians that characterized the European and Euro-American conquest of North America. Thus, the most celebrated American historian of his time, Francis 16. Parkman, described the Indian as neon, wolf, and devil all in one, and as deserving of the extermination that was proceeding apace, as he wrote. And President Theodore Roosevelt happily called the U.S. military's grisly mass murder and ritual dismemberment of hundreds of Indian women and children at Sand Creek in Colorado as righteous and beneficial a deed as ever took place on the frontier. In the post-Nazi era, however, gloating over genocide has fallen out of vogue. In its place are discussions of the sad inevitability of the native people's destruction, of the unintentionally unleashed European diseases that are said to have done all the damage, and of the kind efforts of the European invaders to find a middle ground of accommodation and understanding between themselves and the Indians' generosities fated to fail, alas, because of the Indian leaders' alleged inability to control their warriors. It has been quite an intellectual pirouette to behold. From proudly taking credit for mass murder to blaming the victim, from open celebration of genocide to genocide denial in just a few short generations. In this climate, with American scholars and politicians now adamantly denying that there is any blood on their forebears' visibly dripping hands, the claim of certain Jewish scholars and their acolytes that the Nazi killing of Jews was unprecedented and unique falls on welcoming ears. As Edward Herman and Noam Chomsky observe in their book Manufacturing Consent, a propaganda system will consistently portray people abused in enemy states as worthy victims, whereas those treated with equal or greater severity by its 512 own government or clients will be unworthy. Herman and Chomsky illustrate this observation by comparing the lavish attention heaped by the U.S. mass media on the murder of a priest by Polish police in 1984, a worthy victim killed by the agents of an enemy state, with the almost non-existent coverage afforded the murders of priests in U.S. client states in Latin America, unworthy victims killed by the agents of American allies. Later in that same volume they similarly compare the American response to genocide in Cambodia, horror since the Cambodian government was our enemy, thereby making its victims worthy, with the U.S. reaction to the simultaneous genocide in East Timor, silence since Indonesia, the perpetrator of the genocide, is our friend, thereby making its victims unworthy. This, of course, is precisely the same dynamic involved in the treatment by American scholars, politicians, and journalists regarding Jewish victimhood in the Holocaust and the European and Euro-American genocide. 17. Against the indigenous peoples of the Americas. The Jews were killed by the government that today epitomizes the very idea of evil, Nazi Germany, thereby making Jews today the ultimate worthy victims, although not sufficiently worthy at the time to prevent the United States and Britain from ignoring and suppressing efforts that would have rescued countless Jews from the gas chambers. On the other hand, the native peoples of the Americas were killed by our very own forebears, those of us who are white, at least, thus making them the ultimate unworthy victims. It should hardly be surprising, then, to learn of the U.S. government's major support for the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, whose former executive director attempted to exclude from the museum's exhibits any mention of Nazi victims other than Jews, while the very seat of the American government is located in a part of the country where the indigenous peoples were once openly hunted and slaughtered into extinction. Of course, there is no talk of a Holocaust Memorial Museum for them. Like the unholy alliance between Israel and Turkey, in the United States an equally unholy alliance prevails. Here, the partners are the governmental and intellectual protectors of the American image, and the homegrown purveyors of the idea that Jewish suffering under Nazi rule was incomparable with that of any other people at any other time or place. As with Israel and Turkey, it is a brutal alliance of benefit to both parties. Only the victims of other genocides suffer. Genocides long past and officially denied, whose few survivors huddle in poverty and broken health, far and away the worst poverty and the worst health of any group of people in the United States, on reservations and in ghettos in the forgotten backwaters of American life. And genocides ongoing also officially denied, where American client states liquidate inconvenient indigenous people with impunity, so long as such states remain within the U.S. protective orbit. So it is a good thing that Churchill, with this book, A Little Matter of Genocide, has decided once again to go looking for trouble. He will get plenty of it. But it is only because of troublemakers like him that the deadened conscience of this nation might someday begin to stir. May his kind multiply. David E. Stannard. Honolulu, May 1997. Introduction. 4. Encountering the American Holocaust. The politics of a imitation on denial. The bigger the lie, the greater the likelihood that it will be believed. Adolf Hitler. During the 4 centuries spanning the time between 1492, when Christopher Columbus first set foot on the New World of a Caribbean beach, and 1892, when the U.S. Census Bureau concluded that there were fewer than 250,000 indigenous people surviving within the country's claimed boundaries, a hemispheric population estimated to have been as great as 125 million was reduced by something over 90%. The people had died in their millions of being hacked apart with axes and swords, burned alive and trampled under horses, hunted as game and fed to dogs, shot, beaten, stabbed, scalped for bounty, hanged on meat hooks and thrown over the sides of ships at sea, worked to death as slave laborers, intentionally starved and frozen to death during a multitude of forced marches and internments, and, in an unknown number of instances, deliberately infected with epidemic diseases carried today. Every one of these practices is continued, when deemed expedient by the settler population, which have restocked the native land base with themselves, in various locales throughout the Americas. In areas where the indigenous population remains so small or has become so assimilated that it no longer poses a threat to the new order which has usurped and subsumed it, it is kept that way through carefully calibrated policies of impoverishment and dispersal, indoctrination, and compulsory sterilization. Insofar as native peoples retain lands in these latter regions, it is used as a convenient dumping ground for the toxic industrial waste byproducts of the dominant society. The situation is now so acute, and so apparently irreversible, that several major scientific organizations have recommended the terrain be declared sacrifices to the interests of national comfort and prosperity. That these places are inhabited by what thus become sacrificial peoples is left politely unstated. So, too, are most of the costs borne by the victims which are of benefit to their victimizers. It was not always that way. Through most of the history of what has happened, the perpetrators, from aristocrats like Jeffrey Amherst to the lowliest private in his army, from the highest elected officials to the humblest of farmers, openly described America's indigenous peoples as vermin, launched literally hundreds of campaigns to effect their extermination, and then reveled in the carnage which resulted. Martial glory was attained by more than a few officers who proudly boasted in later years of having instructed their troops, when attacking essentially defenseless native communities, to kill and scalp all, little and big, because nits make lice. The body parts taken by soldiers in such slaughters remain prized possessions, discreetly handed down as trophies through the generations of all too many American families. Thus occurred what even dishonest commentators have acknowledged as being very probably the greatest demographic disaster in history. Today we discover, while perusing the texts of orthodox scholarship, that much of this never happened, or, to the extent that some things must be at least partially admitted, was tragic, unavoidable, and unintended. The decimated natives were peculiarly responsible for their own demise, having never bothered to develop immunities to the host of pathogens unleashed among them by the ever-increasing numbers of Old World settlers swarming to their shores. In North America, where the practice of denial is most accomplished, successive waves of historians and anthropologists harnessed themselves to the common task of advancing the pretense that the aboriginal population of the continent was but a small fraction of its real number. Thus, the deaths of people who never existed need not be explained, nor can there be serious questions as to the original ownership of territory which was uninhabited until the settlers came. The formal term is territorium resnalius, land vacant and therefore open to whomever might wish to claim it. Carried. In the relatively rare instances where even this complex of denial and evasion is insufficient, the 1864 Sand Creek Massacre and its 1,890 counterpart at Wounded Knee, for example, are too well known to be simply disappeared. Orthodoxy frames its discourse in terms of madman and anomaly. Overall, the nomenclature and emphasis employed is designed to turn the tables entirely. We hear only of Indian wars, never of settlers' wars. It is as if the natives, always warlike and aggressive, had invaded and laid waste to London or Castile rather than engaging in desperate and always futile efforts to repel the hordes of pioneers and peaceful settlers overrunning their homelands often quite illegally, even in their own terms from sea to shining sea. It is the kind of historiography one might have expected of Nazi academics a century after a German victory in World War II, when the Poles, led by sullen Jewish chiefs, savagely attacked our innocent troops west of Warsaw in 1939, murdering thousands. We were forced to respond by all citizens of the United States, and, to a somewhat lesser extent, Canada, are subjected to indoctrination to this perspective through the elementary and secondary school systems. The outlook they obtain there is substantially reinforced on television, in the news media, both print and electronic, in popular literature, and in the well over 2,000 films Hollywood and its Canadian counterparts have produced on such themes during the past 70 years. For those with both means and inclination, higher education builds upon this groundwork, not only through a fleshing out of those nuanced inventories of theory and pseudofact by which experts are defined, but psychologically and emotionally as well. Such is the manner in which those interconnecting webs of mythic interpretation and social value known as hegemony are always woven. Reproduction, evolution, and perfection of any hegemonic structure is inevitable, left to its own devices. Ultimately, what emerges is a sense of triumphalism among the dominant population which is so seamless, pervasive, and pronounced that previously inadmissible facts can begin to be reintegrated with the record, reconciled to and incorporated into the prevailing mythology. Certain aspects of what was done to the first peoples of the Americas, it is now conceded not just aberrations like Sand Creek, but even a few policies may have been excessive, as in, too much of a good thing. They went too far and were therefore errors, as in, we didn't really mean it. To that extent, but no more, they were unfortunate, even dismal, but never criminally reprehensible, The falsity of such limited expressions of regret, as in, oops, and accompanying pretenses of socio-cultural humility, as in, we all make mistakes, are, moreover, invariably belied by the assertions that immediately follow such admissions. While there are many variations, they all go in substance to the premise, presented as a foregone conclusion. However unfortunate and regrettable the past, it has all worked out for the best for victim and victimizer alike, given the superlative nature of the civilization we now mutually inhabit. This new and supposedly vastly superior mode of existence was created, so the story goes, solely on the basis of obliterating the squalid, brutish inhumanity of the old. In this way denial of past realities is used as the crux for imposing an equally firm denial of the present. The voices of our hypothetical post-victory Nazi pundits ring through, loud and clear. Denying the American Holocaust. The American Holocaust was and remains unparalleled, both in terms of its magnitude and the degree to which its goals were met, and in terms of the extent to which its ferocity was sustained over time by not one but several participating groups. The ideological matrix of its denial is also among the most well-developed of any genocide or, more accurately, series of genocides for which a significant amount of information is readily available, i.e., copious official and unofficial primary records of the processes, explicit statements of intent by perpetrators, published philosophical justifications of the results, and so on. In other words, denial is manifested in more or less equal parts at all points on the ideological compass of the dominant society. Am I exaggerating? Being hyperbolic, strident, or shrill, to borrow the most common terms employed by deniers to dismiss such points without responding to them. It would be useful to assess recently stated positions on the matter at each stop along the orthodox political spectrum. Here, we may begin on the right, where we might presume ourselves most likely to encounter reaction and denial. Disappointed in our expectations, we find then Director of the National Endowment for the Humanities Lynn Cheney, in collaboration with the United States Senate, preparing for the 1992 Columbus Quincentenary by refusing to fund any film production which proposed to use the word genocide, even in passing, to explain the subsequent liquidation of America's indigenous population. They were joined by then Secretary of Education William Bennett, who thundered in a manner worthy of Oswald Spengler that popularization of such distortions of history would signify an undermining of the Western cultural tradition which has made this great nation what it is today. Such sentiments, which have been ascendant in the United States, and Canada, since 1980, have of course been amply represented in the media. For example, Charles Crothammer, one of Time magazine's regular political columnists, used an entire column on May 27, 1991 to lambaste as politically correct opportunists anyone who dared express regret over the killing of millions of innocent people and the destruction of entire ancient cultures the Americas. What happened in the wake of the European invasion was only what has always characterized human history, Crothammer claimed, citing the Norman conquest of Britain as an apt, though actually absurd, comparison. The real question is, he noted, what eventually grew on this bloodied soil. For, regardless of the level of destruction and mass murder that was visited upon the indigenous peoples of the Western Hemisphere, it was, in retrospect, entirely justified because in the process it wiped out such alleged barbarisms as the communally based Inca society, which really was only a beehive, Crothammer said, and gave the world a culture of liberty that endowed the individual human being with dignity and sovereignty. From here, one could anticipate a follow-up column which would explain why, irrespective of the estimated 50 million lives consumed by Nazism, its existence should be celebrated rather than condemned. After all, the Nazis were responsible for introducing our civilization to, among many other things, the wonders of expressways, jet aircraft, missile technologies, synfuels, methamphetamines, the Volkswagen, and the basis for today's genetic engineering. In the process, moreover, Nazism managed to permanently eradicate the insect-like Jewish culture of Poland and perhaps most miraculous of all forced an unprecedented degree of collaboration among Western democracies, the formation of the United Nations, and thus the eventual New World Order proclaimed by George Bush, with all the obvious benefits to human dignity, liberty, and sovereignty this has to offer. Moving leftward, to liberalism, we might expect things to improve at least marginally. What we encounter instead is the denunciation by historian J.H. Eliot in the New York Review of Books of what he describes as the indiscriminate use of the term genocide in depicting the fate of America's indigenous peoples because it carries such powerful contemporary freight as to impede rather than assist genuine understanding of what happened. 5. He does not bother to explain further. This wisdom couples readily to that of noted ethno-historian James Axtell, who assures us that it is time we stop flogging ourselves over largely imaginary questions of genocide, a word he habitually situates in quotes wherever American Indians are concerned. Axtell's view, in turn, fits in neatly with that of Arthur Schlesinger, Jr., who, using the pages of The Atlantic for the purpose, not only repeats 13. Crothammer's argument but surpasses it. Schlesinger was not content to build his case on the purported shortcomings of the ancient societies of the Americas. No, he gazed into his crystal ball and asserted that without the European conquests and slaughter at least some New World societies today would be sufficiently unpleasant places to live so as to make acceptable the centuries of genocide that were carried out against the native people of the entire Western Hemisphere. Asterisk. As for left radicals, consider the long-standing postulations of the Revolutionary Communist Party USA, published nearly a decade before the quincentenary, that the pre-Columbian population of North America was about half that admitted at the time by even the thoroughly reactionary Smithsonian Institution, that the people were so primitive that they were forced to regularly consume their own fecal matter in order to survive, and that only European conquest and colonization had lifted them from their state of perpetual degradation to the level of rudimentary humanity. Nor do socialists deviate appreciably from such Nazi-esque diatribes, a matter evidenced by columnist Christopher Hitchens, writing in a purportedly dissident weekly, The Nation, on October 19, 1992. To Hitchens, anyone refusing to join him in celebrating with great vim and gusto the annihilation of the native peoples of the Americas was, in his words, self-hating, ridiculous, ignorant, and sinister. People who regard critically the genocide that was carried out in America's past, Hitchens continued, are simply reactionary, since such grossly inhuman atrocities happen to be the way history is made. And thus to complain about them is as empty as complaint about climactic, geological, or tectonic shift. Moreover, he added, such violence is worth glorifying since it more often than not has been for the long-term betterment of mankind as in the United States today, where the extermination of American Indians has brought about a nearly boundless epoch of opportunity and innovation. The same holds true of Euro-America's supposedly most radical strain, anarchism or anti-authoritarianism, as it more often fancies itself these days. Witness self-professed anarchist Bob Black, author of 2 books, and frequent contributor to such titles as Anarchy, addressing native activists as Tontu and Shitting Bull, telling them to stop whining about a genocide they never experienced, and asserting that he has as much right to this land as any of you, maybe more. Not to be outdone, the more prominent John Zerzan makes the utterly bizarre insinuation that, whatever happened to them, native people have no complaint since they themselves were guilty of having colonized plant life in their pre-Columbian fields. Sieg Heil. Distinctions in perspective between right, center, left, and extreme left in the United States are quite literally non-existent on the question of the genocide of indigenous peoples. From all 4 vantage points, the historical reality is simultaneously denied, justified, and in most cases celebrated. But preposterous as some of the argumentation has become, of it is outstripped by a substantial component of Zionism which contends not only that the American Holocaust never happened, but that no true genocide has ever occurred, other than the Holocaust suffered by the Jews at the hands of the Nazis during the first half of the 1940s. In their frenzy to validate the uniqueness of their own people's experience, the exclusivism asserted by adherents to this outlook, and they have proven extraordinarily potent in their promotion of it, extends even to the Gypsies, who were subjected to the very same Nazi extermination program as they. In kind with the sort of vulgar name-calling practiced by Black, Hitchens, and the RCP, proponents of Jewish exclusivism consistently label anyone referring to a genocide other than their own as an antisemite, affirming the American Holocaust. There have, to be sure, been exceptions to this apparently homogeneous sensibility. Beginning in 1968, the American Indian Movement, for example, following the definition attending Rapha H. Lemkin's coinage of the term in 1944, and the legal description of the crime which was adopted by the United Nations in 1948, began to apply the concept of genocide with some precision to American history. AIM was quickly joined in its usage of the term by allied groups within the Black and Chicano liberation movements, the Puerto Rican independence movement, portions of the anti-war movement, and at least some elements of the non-Marxist New Left. By the early 1970s, liberation movements abroad, both in Europe and throughout the Third World, adopted the term with specific reference to the historical devastation of indigenous American societies. 7. In terms of scholarship, there have also been those who have broken decisively with orthodoxy. Among them have been Carlo Sauer, Woodrow W. Borah, Sherburne F. Cook, Leslie B. Simpson, Henry F. Dobbins, Noble David Cook, Russell Thornton, Carrot N.D., all of whom laboriously excavated the data necessary to reveal the true size of the native population of 1,492, both hemispherically and regionally, and entered into the process of honestly describing the means by which it was reduced to almost nothing. Others, notably Richard Drennan, Francis Jennings, David Stannard, Rupert and Jeanette Henry Costo, Robert F. Heiser, Tsvetan Todorov, Eduardo Galeano, Robert Davis, Mark Zanis, Kirkpatrick Sale, John Greer Varner and Jeanette Johnson Varner, and F. Romanovsky, Linwood Karanko, Essel Beard and David Svaldi have undertaken the effort to document, refine, and amplify these themes in admirable fashion. Because of their work, upon which I rely quite heavily, the veil behind which the American Holocaust has been masked for so long has started to slip away. A Little Matter of Genocide. A Little Matter of Genocide, an admittedly sarcastic title provoked by the sort of insistent trivialization described earlier, is intended to contribute to this unmasking. This is not to say that it purports to offer some new body of factual information about the genocide of America's indigenous peoples. Instead, it attempts to present a comprehensive overview of what is already known, bringing several data streams together between two covers for the first time to provide what F. Hope represents something of the big picture. More important than this synthesizing effort, the book seeks to contextualize the American Holocaust through direct comparison to other genocides, most especially the Nazi Holocaust, to an extent not previously undertaken on such a scale. From there, it is possible to advance a definitional typology of genocide which should prove useful in facilitating the analytical apprehension of all Holocausts, not only as they've occurred in the past, but as they are unfolding in the present and will likely come about in the future. From there as well, it is possible to offer a concrete illustration, subject to all manner of replication and variation, of how such a conceptualization of genocide can be applied in the real world as an integral component of direct action strategies designed to stop, or at least blunt, genocidal processes. In other words, a primary underlying objective A Little Matter of Genocide is to assist in the forging of a viable counter-genocidal praxis. Structurally, the body of the book follows a certain progression, leading from definitional considerations through informational array and back again. A pair of overlapping essays, Assaults on Truth and Memory and Life or Lie, are used to open. This is mainly for purposes of framing the matter of Holocaust denial, first by examining its best-known element, revisionist denial of the Nazi Holocaust, and then by comparing the techniques used by proponents of Jewish exclusivism in presenting their doctrine of uniqueness to those of the neo-Nazi revisionists. In the second essay, emphasis is placed on the manner in which exclusivism has subverted the very definition of genocide to its own ends, while exploring the hegemonic functions of doing so. In the process of these investigations, every effort is made to restore non-Jewish victims of the Holocaust to their rightful place within it, so that the Nazi genocide can be appreciated for what it really was. With the true scope of what happened in Eastern Europe under Nazism revealed, and thus available for use as a reference point, we take up the historical realities of the American Holocaust. This is approached with 3 essays deconstructing the Columbus myth, Genocide in the Americas, and Nits Make Lice arranged chronologically, according to the historical juncture at which the genocidal process in the geographic area under consideration commenced. Hence, the first essay is devoted to the Caribbean Basin, the second to Ibero-America, and the third to North America. The last 2 of the 3 essays trace the pattern of genocide within their respective regions up to the present moment. The first, however, breaks off in roughly 1540, since by that point the extermination of the indigenous population of the Caribbean was virtually complete. We turn next, in Cold War impacts on native North America, to the examination of a specifically contemporary phenomenon, the lethal contamination by transient industry of the land base to which native people are constricted in North America and the consequent declaration of their residual territories as national sacrifice areas. In this interrogation of the linkage between targeted ecocide and collateral genocide, we follow AIM leader Russell Means' 1980 prognosis that declaring Indian reservations to be sacrifice areas equates to sacrificing the indigenous residents themselves. The essay also explores to some extent the question of spillover of the byproducts of certain industrial processes, intended for containment within reservation boundaries, into the habitat of the non-indigenous population. 9. By this point, all the essential information has been deployed which seems necessary to allow a fruitful examination of the formal relationship of the United States to the United Nations legal prohibition against genocide. The United States and the Genocide Convention explores why America, alone among the member states of the United Nations, took 40 years to offer even a pretense of ratifying this most fundamental element of international human rights law, and how the exemptions from compliance it sought to provide itself in the instrument of ratification invalidated the Convention's original intent. In effect, the United States in perfectly Hitlerian fashion remains to this day outside the law, claiming to transcend mere international legity on its own authority, still refusing to accept the idea that refraining from genocidal activity is not an abridgment of its sovereignty. The last essay, defining the unthinkable, again follows from everything which has come before. As its title implies, the piece attempts to provide a complete and workable delineation of the terms mean me, and to provide illustrations, many of them already discussed in some detail by this juncture, of its various gradients and nuances. Throughout the exposition, we will remain consistent with the definitional criteria worked out by Raphael Lemkin when he established the concept of genocide and drafted the International Convention outlawing it under the presumption that there is no valid basis for conforming it to the preferences or convenience of one or another set of perpetrators, example the US and former Soviet governments, or special interest groups, example Jewish exclusivists. The result should prove to be something of a precision tool for application to both legal and more purely analytical contexts. Throughout the book, I have gone out of my way to provide what Noam Chomsky has called rich footnotes. Happy face, the reasons for this are several, and devolve not merely upon the usual scholarly fetish with indicating familiarity with the literature. I do believe that when making many of the points I've sought to make, and with the bluntness which typically marks my work, one is well advised to be thorough in revealing the basis upon which they rest. I also believe it is a matter not just of courtesy, but of ethics, to make proper attribution to those upon whose ideas and research one relies. Most importantly, I want those who read this book to be able to interrogate what I've said, to challenge it and consequently to build on it. The most expedient means to this end is the provision of copious annotation, citing sources both pro and con. 10. Finally, the obvious should be stated, this is a collection of essays. Hence, unlike most book chapters, each piece was constructed to stand on its own. An inevitable result is that there is a certain amount of repetition from essay to essay, greater here, lesser there, as each strives to establish the context in which its particular point or points will be made. It is, of course, possible to classify this as sheer redundancy, a problem inherent to such collections, and more than a few book-length treatments as well. In this case, however, I will perhaps be forgiven for suggesting that repetition might be viewed in a more positive light, as what exponents of Freirean pedagogy have termed recursiveness. In any event, I am of the opinion that, since much of what follows has been said so little, it is worth saying some of it more than once. Questions of motive. All of this leaves open the question of my motives in undertaking yet another book centering in the genocide of American Indians, or what it is that I hope motivates people to read it. Let me say that, although I readily admit to bearing an abstract allegiance to them, I am not prompted by primarily academic concerns, as in the quest for truth. Nor, frankly, do I anticipate that a little matter of genocide will be favorably received by most academic specialists in its subject area or related disciplines. The positions it advances are far too uncomfortably contrary to theirs for it to find much acceptance in that quarter. To put it plainly, my goals are unequivocally political. Ironically, it is Deborah Lipstadt, a firm denier of the American Holocaust, who, in the process of decrying neo-Nazism's denial of her own people's Holocaust, has most aptly summed up my own reasoning. The general public tends to accord victims of genocide a certain moral authority. If you devictimize a people, you strip them of their moral authority. Happy Face, as an American Indian, as a 20-year member of the American Indian movement, and simply as a human being imbued with the conscience and consciousness of such, I believe that American Indians, demonstrably one of the most victimized groups in the history of humanity, are entitled to every ounce of moral authority we can get. My first purpose is, and always has been, to meet my responsibilities of helping deliver that to which my people is due. At another level, the agenda is rather broader. As Roger Smith, Eric Marcuzan, and Robert J. Lifton have pointed out, the denial of any genocide contributes to a false consciousness which can have the most dire reverberations, underpinning a deadly psycho-historical dynamic in which unopposed genocide begets new genocides. The recent and/or ongoing slaughters in places like Rwanda, Bosnia, and East Timor should be proof enough of that. Assuming that VCE do not actively embrace such carnage, or believe we can slough it off with banalities about human nature, we are obligated to find ways and means of stopping it. Here, an insight offered by Frank Chalk and Kurt Jonassohn seems quite germane. The major reason for doing comparative research on genocides is the hope of preventing them in the future. Such prevention will present difficult applied problems, but first it must be based on an understanding of the social situations and the social structures and the processes that are likely to lead to genocides. Only by acquiring such knowledge can we begin to predict the likely occurrence of genocides and direct our efforts toward prevention. Or, to use Isidore W. A. Oemans and Michael N. Dobkowski's formulation, any worthwhile activism with regard to genocide will have to be radically different from other human rights efforts. In order to be of help to the potential victims, it will have to focus solely on prevention. To prevent such lethal crimes, we would have to be able to predict their occurrence, something that our present state of knowledge does not yet permit. Thus, any efforts at preventing future genocides will have to start with research capable of yielding predictive indicators that would then allow concerted efforts at prevention. Registered with this, I doubt there can be much disagreement, even among those who would deny the Nazi Holocaust or claim that it was unique. Since there can be no serious question that a little matter of genocide goes very much in the direction indicated, it should be of interest to anyone opposed to the notions of genocide being sometimes a good thing, at least in certain instances, or that it is somehow a normative human condition. It is, I think, an absolutely essential book for anyone sharing my own commitment, not just to opposing genocide but to ending it. Assaults on Truth and Etmery. Holocaust denial in context. Where scholars deny genocide, in the face of decisive evidence that it has occurred, they contribute to a false consciousness that can have the most dire reverberations. Their message in effect is, genocide requires no confrontation, no reflection, but should be ignored, glossed over. In this way scholars lend their considerable authority to the acceptance of this ultimate human crime. More than that, they encourage, indeed invite, a repetition of that crime from virtually any source in the immediate or distant future. By closing their minds to the truth, that is, scholars contribute to the deadly psycho-historical dynamic in which unopposed genocide begets new genocides. Roger W. Smith, Eric Marcuson, and Robert J. Lifton, Professional Ethics and Denial of the Armenian Genocide. Of all the intellectual monstrosities arising during the course of the late 20th century, one of the most vicious and factually indefensible has been that school of historical revisionism known as Holocaust denial. Its proponents purport to have proven that the systematic Nazi extermination of somewhere between 5 and 6 million Jews did not occur. Such genocidal dimensions were never really part of the Nazi character, they argue. Rather, the whole idea of a Holocaust perpetrated by the Third Reich is instead a colossal and sustained propaganda myth contrived for purposes of gaining moral advantage by Germany's politico-military adversaries, in combination with an amorphous international Jewish conspiracy, during and after the Second World War. Probably the first purveyor of such tripe was Paul Racine, a former French Communist Party member turned virulent anti-communist cum Nazi apologist, who published his seminal work on the topic, Le Passage de la Ligne, Crossing the Line, in 1948. His position can be reduced to a simple duality: first, that much of that for which the Nazis are accused accrues from the natural tendency of its victims to exaggerate; second, that to the extent atrocities happened at all in the Nazi death camps, they were more the responsibility of the victims themselves who, Racine claimed, had been placed in charge by their SS keepers than of the SS or Nazism more generally. Racine's themes were quickly picked up by pro-Nazi/anti-Semitic figures in the United States, men such as the evangelical Christian publicist W.D. Hairstrom, Bible News Flashes, white supremacist publisher James Madole, National Renaissance Bulletin, open National Socialists like George Lincoln Rockwell and Gerald L.K. Smith, The Cross and the Flag, and eminent Smith College historian Harry Elmer Barnes. The latter, with the release of his The Struggle Against Historical Blackout in 1947, can be said to have set down the ideological/theoretical framework within which Racine, Smith, Hairstrom, and their DK could pretend to at least marginal scholarly credibility. By the late 1950s, the emerging field of Holocaust denial in the United States had produced its first genuine academic specialist, Austin J. App, a professor of English literature at the University of Scranton and, later, at LaSalle College. App's tactic was to place Racine's form of logical denial on a tentatively scientific footing, developing an obfuscatory statistical profile of pre- and post-war European demography through which conventional estimates of 6 million Jewish victims of Nazi exterminators might be challenged as grossly inflated. This, in turn, was linked to a polemic against German indemnification of surviving Jews, in which Germany was presented as the real victim of the myth of the final solution. During the second half of the 1960s, and throughout the 70s, App's sort of scholarship began to take hold on North America's extreme right, and, increasingly, to cross-pollinate with European strains of itself in the United States. 1969 saw the anonymous release of The Myth of the 6 Million, a book actually written by a Harvard-trained history professor named David Leslie Hagen, published by Willis Carto, founder of the neo-Nazi Liberty Lobby and owner of the openly fascist Noontide Press, and introduced by E.L. Anderson, a contributing editor for what was then Carto's main periodical publication, American Mercury * in England, Richard Verral, aka Richard Harwood, leader of the British National Front and publisher of a neo-Nazi tabloid. Spearhead, followed suit with the of 1974 publication of a booklet entitled Did 6 Million Really Die? A couple of years later in the United States, an MIT/University of Minnesota graduate named Arthur R. Butts, employed at the time as a professor of electrical engineering at Northwestern University, moved things forward by publishing The Hoax of the 20th Century, the case against the presumed extermination of European Fury. In this book, it is argued on a supposedly technical basis that the mass gassings and cremations of Jews and others documented during the Nuremberg trial as having taken place at locations like Auschwitz, Oswiecim, and Treblinka simply could not have occurred, given the rather obvious technological limitations of the equipment used. At this point, it is fair to say that all the cornerstones for a comprehensive rebuttal of the Holocaust as a historical fact had been laid. Note: Barnes was considered a first-rank historian during the interwar period, becoming a full professor at Smith by the age of 30 and serving a stint in the 30G as editor of Foreign Affairs. His self-published tome attempting to exculpate Hitler and Nazism for starting World War XI was reprinted 9 times between 1947 and 1952. During the 1960s, others of his works, for example, The Genesis of the World War, An Introduction to the Problem of War Guilt, New York, 1929, reprinted under the title Who Started World War I, by the Institute for Historical Review in 1983, STU served as required history texts at such elite institutions as Harvard and Columbia. Ample testimony to the significance of Barnes' thinking for U.S. Holocaust deniers may be found in the introduction by Louis Brandon, one of the many aliases used by William David McCalden, founding director of the Institute for Historical Review, to a single-volume compilation. The Barnes Trilogy, 3 revisionist booklets by Harry L. May Barnes, historian, sociologist, criminologist, economist, Torrance CA, Institute for Historical, 1979. That he never truly lost his appeal in more mainstream academic quarters is evidenced in Justice D. Dowanek, Harry Elmer Barnes, Prophet of a Usable Past, history teacher, February 1975. Endnote. 20. Advent of the Institute for Historical Review in 1978, the various international strands of Holocaust denial began to be consolidated under the rubric of a Los Angeles-based entity called the Institute for Historical Review, IHR, funded by Willis Carto and headed by a former British National Front officer named William David McCalden. In addition to unrestricted access to what had become Carto's own primary periodical publication, The Spotlight, and to the Noontide Press, his book publishing concern, the IHR quickly established its own academic organ, the Journal of Historical Review, and a book publishing operation under its own imprimatur. Moreover, in 1979, it initiated a series of scholarly conferences known as International Revisionist Conventions to bring together and coordinate the activities of deniers the world over. **** One of the IHR's first moves was to utilize the mass media to place Holocaust denial squarely before the public by issuing an open challenge to peddlers of the Holocaust hoax. A $50,000 reward was offered to anyone able to prove, through the offering of tangible evidence, that a single Jew was ever gassed by the government of the Third Reich. Although it was later established that the challenge constituted fraud, it having been demonstrated to a court's satisfaction that the IHR never seriously intended to pay the proffered award, it had accomplished its objective, seemingly serious. Questions concerning the historical fact of Nazi genocide had been raised in the public consciousness. These were concretized to a considerable extent during the 1980s via the case of Ernst Zundel, a German immigrant to Canada and ardent Nazi, who was charged by Crown Counsel with instigating social and racial intolerance through his publishing house, Samizdat Press. During his first trial, in which the IHR arranged for him to be represented by attorney Douglas Christie and otherwise assisted by an expert witness, French Holocaust denier Robert Frisson, Zundel was convicted and sentenced to serve 15 months in prison. He was then able to win an appeal on procedural grounds and was retried in 1988. Registered during the second trial, Christie and Frisson brought in yet another expert, prominent British denier David Irving ***. Between the three, a strategy was hatched, presumably under a variation of the theory that it could be established that the truth is the best defense, wherein the thesis advanced by Arthur Butts would be scientifically corroborated. For this purpose, they retained the services BF Fred A. Lukather, reputedly an engineer, skilled in the functioning of gas chambers, who, as a consultant to prison administrations across the United States, specialized in constructing and installing execution apparatus. Shortly, having been dispatched to Auschwitz/Birkenau and Majdanek on site visits, Lukather submitted a detailed report holding that it was chemically and physically impossible for the Germans to have conducted gassings in those camps. Although it was quickly established in court that Lukather lacked even the most rudimentary engineering credentials, his sole degree turned out to be a BA in history from Boston University. His findings had already caused something of an international media sensation. Although these were debunked almost as rapidly as their author, with the result that Zundel was convicted and sentenced to serve 9 months in jail. The IHR immediately launched an intensive campaign to capitalize on the popular first impression it had achieved. For this, the Institute relied primarily on the talents of a California-hazed publicist named Bradley Smith, who packaged and promoted Lukather's discredited material as if it were the very essence of scientific research, or at least a tenable point of view, intrinsically worthy of inclusion in the academic agenda, while concentrating his energy on obtaining ad space trumpeting this notion in campus newspapers across the country. Hence, by 1992, it was observable that the IHR had managed to shift the sordid fabrications comprising Holocaust denial from the outermost lunatic fringe of social discourse into the vastly more legitimate arenas of First Amendment debate and scholarly dialogue. Although there is a marked tendency in mainstream circles to scoff at the potential public impact of the progress made by the IHR and its cohorts since 1978 in their increasingly sophisticated marketing of bad history, numerous indicators suggest the effect has already been substantial. A 1991 Gallup poll, for example, indicated that nearly 40% of adult Austrians expressed doubts as to whether a European Holocaust of the magnitude depicted in standard histories occurred during World War II. A substantial portion questioned whether anything truly definable as genocide happened at all. This, among a population which, in 1950, evidenced nearly universal acceptance of the historical realities involved. In Italy, a similar poll conducted during 1992 revealed that close to 10% of the adult population had become convinced that the Holocaust is a myth. Another quarter thought the matter was overstated. Similar circumstances seem to prevail in England, France, Germany, and Canada. In most cases, the extent and degree of societal skepticism expressed regarding the Holocaust can be correlated fairly well to a marked resurgence of Nazi-style extreme right-wing racism over the past 15 years, all of it acted out with mounting fervor in the real world. A firm rebuttal. In 1993, Deborah Lipstadt, Dorot Chair in Modern Jewish and Holocaust Studies at Emory University, produced what is probably the first 21. comprehensive public effort at rejoining the rising tide of Holocaust denial. Her book, Denying the Holocaust, The Growing Assault on Truth and Memory, is thus a milestone of sorts, trying as it does not only to rebut the deniers' arguments point by point, but to place their activities in the broader socio-political panorama which gives them potency. Of necessity, the weight of Lipstadt's presentation rests on providing the information that thoroughly debunks the sort of intentional disinformation by which deniers have adorned themselves with a veneer of superficial plausibility. For example, with regard to Paul Rassinier's contention, subsequently developed by Barnes and App, that the number of Jewish victims of Nazi genocide was deliberately inflated by Zionists in order to swindle an insupportably big level of reparations from the post-war West German government. She goes directly to the T95/source documents in which Israeli officials press their claims. The government of Israel is not in a position to obtain and present a complete statement of all Jewish property taken or looted by the Germans, and said to total more than $6,000 million. It can only compute its claim on the basis of total expenditures already made and the expenditure still needed for the integration of Jewish immigrants from Nazi-dominated countries. The number of these immigrants is estimated at some 500,000, which means a total expenditure of $1,500 million. The author then proceeds to state the obvious: It hardly seems necessary to point out that the money the state received was based on the cost of resettling survivors. Had Israel wanted to increase the amount of reparations it obtained from Germany, it would have been in its interest to argue that fewer than 6 million had been killed and that more had managed to flee to Israel. Happy face, she then exposes the assorted pontifications of Barnes as the uninterrupted string of lies and obfuscations they actually are. Turning next to App, she demolishes the tautological and statistical sleights of hand by which he purportedly demonstrated that genocide was never part of the Nazi agenda. With these mainly polemical opponents out of the way, Lipstadt moves on to the more recent pseudo-scientific postulations of others, such as Butz, Frisson, and Lukather. Here, largely because of the sheer extent and solidity of the technical literature available, she is devastating. By the time she is finished, the author has utterly dismembered every known variation of such shop-worn revisionist themes as Zyklon B being a chemical appropriate only for delo-using rather than extermination of human beings, the gas chambers at Auschwitz and elsewhere being ill-designed to serve the purpose ascribed to them, and the crematoria at such facilities being inadequate to handle the volume of corpses allegedly run through them. In framing her responses, Lipstadt does a further great service by setting out a sort of typology of Holocaust revisionism. Not everyone involved, she maintains, is as crude as the outright deniers. Others might be better understood as minimizers, that is, those who engage in a range of sophistries designed to make the magnitude of the Holocaust appear less than it was. From there, by carefully mixing known facts with their fictions, the latter group advances false sets of moral comparisons. Example: the Nazi extermination center at Auschwitz was really no different than the concentration camps at Dachau. False, and Dachau wasn't all that different from the camp at Manzanar in which Japanese Americans were interned by the US government during the war. True. Degree therefore the Nazi treatment of Untermenschen was no worse than that accorded by the United States to its Jap minority. False, which the author rightly describes as being immoral equivalencies. Happy face, the trick to a proper understanding of Holocaust revisionism, Lipstadt points out, is in seeing how these somewhat different elements interact in a mutually supportive fashion. This leads her to examine not only the main flow of Holocaust denial and minimization, but its antecedents and certain of its contemporary counterparts. The former brings about an exploration of post-World War I Germanophilic revisionism, not only on the part of the young Harry Elmer Barnes but also a number of other academic luminaries like Sidney B. Fay and Charles A. Beard. These are treated in combination with such anti-Semitic/pro-Nazi champions of interwar isolationism as North Dakota Republican Senator Gerald P. Nye, Washington's Democratic Senator Homer T. Bone, California Republican Senator Hiram W. Johnson, Mississippi's Democratic Congressman John E. Rankin, aviation hero Charles A. Lindbergh, and industrialist Henry Ford. Barnes's work in particular won a broad popular audience in the United States and abroad. He used his World War I revisionism to propound the isolationist cause. Even before World War II had ended, he was challenging the official version of its history. He was part of a small group of isolationists who tried to resurrect the movement's reputation and to sui Roosevelt's. They were funded by pre-war isolationists, including Charles Lindbergh and Henry Ord. This context was as indispensable to the birth and eventual maturation of Holocaust minimization and denial as the more recent actions and pronouncements of established and highly visible political figures are to its increasing acceptability. Salient in this regard was U.S. President Ronald Reagan's 1986 official gesture of reconciliation with Germany's Nazi past, laying a commemorative wreath near the graves of SS troops in Bitburg. Reagan informed the press that he would be unwilling to make a similar gesture at the site of a death camp because Germans have a guilt feeling that's been imposed upon them and I just don't think it's necessary. Happy face, this, taken in combination with syndicated columns questioning orthodox Holocaust historiography by former Reagan press chief cum presidential candidate T.E. Patrick J. Buchanan, should remove any mystery as to how an unabashed white supremacist and outright denier HKE David Duke might have been deemed a reasonable addition to the state legislature by Louisiana voters in the late 1980s. The same sort of dynamic is evident in France, where President François Mitterrand ostentatiously conducted a wreath-laying ceremony at the grave of Marshal Philippe Pétain, head of the collaborationist World War II Vichy government, which, among many other offenses, he was convicted of treason by a French court in 1945, assisted the Nazis in rounding up Jews for deportation and extermination. Mitterrand's symbolic but official forgiveness of Pétain's criminality is reflected in an across-the-board refusal of French lower courts to accept indictments of former Vichy officials charged with complicity and or direct participation in all manner of wartime German atrocities. To date, despite an abundant record in this regard, no French citizen has ever been tried, much less convicted or punished, for perpetrating crimes against humanity. A similar phenomenon has been manifested in Germany, as is evidenced in the quasi-official renderings of such reactionary nationalist historians as Hiomet Dywald, Andreas Heilgruber, and Michael Sturmer. Dywald, in his 1978 Geschichte der Deutschen History of the Germans, attempted to establish a genuinely immoral equivalency when he argued that the displacement of Germans from Eastern Europe at the end of the Second World War constituted a crime on par with those perpetrated by the Nazis against the Jews, Poles, Slovenes, Ukrainians, and many others. Heilgruber foid. 28. Up in 1986 with Zweierliche Untergang, die Zerschlagung des Deutschen Reichs und das Ende des Eurodischen Judentums, two kinds of downfall, the shattering of the German Reich and the end of European Jewry, a narrower but more refined argument to much the same effect. Happy face, such interpretations underpinned open calls by Sturmer Chancellor Helmut Kohl's historical advisor at the time of Bitburg for a more general rewriting of history to alleviate Germany's obsessive guilt over the Holocaust, thereby facilitating a rebirth of German pride and patriotism. Happy face, it is to these much more diffuse, institutionalized, and ubiquitous symptomologies of denial, rather than the blatant crudities of Racine and Butz, that we must address ourselves, Lipstadt contends, if we are ever to rid ourselves of the hideous implications represented by the deniers themselves. If Holocaust denial has demonstrated anything, she observes, it is the fragility of memory, truth, reason, and history. The object, of course, is to affirm and reinforce each of these as natural societal barriers against repetition of that which is being denied and forgotten. When we witness assaults on truth, she says, our response must be strong, though neither polemical nor emotional. We must educate the broader public and academe about this threat and its historical and ideological roots. We must expose these people for what they are, most especially when they, like Reagan, Mitterrand, Kohl, and the intellectuals in their service, occupy positions of elite authority. Degeneration. Had denying the Holocaust ended there, or, more accurately, had it been constrained to encompass only the material summarized above, it would be an altogether good and useful book. Unfortunately, Lipstadt incorporates a subtext into her final chapter which undoes quite a lot of the good she might otherwise have accomplished. Moreover, she does so with a heavy overload of precisely the distortion, polemicism, and emotion-laden prose she herself condemns. The problem emerges most clearly when, in conjunction with her rebuttal of German conservative historians, she takes up the work of Ernst Nolte, a neoliberal known mainly for his masterly historical/philosophical analysis of fascism, published during the early 1960s. Happy face, at issue is the evolution of Nolte's handling of the Holocaust in and since the 1976 publication of his Deutschland und der Kalte Krieg, Germany and the Cold War. He has been increasingly prone to an historicization of Nazi genocide by contrasting and 29. Comparing it to other phenomena, including the Turkish extermination of Armenians in 1918, the Stalinist program against Ukrainians during the 1930s, the American performance in Vietnam during the 1960s and early 1970s, and the Khmer Rouge auto-genocide of the mid-Tios. Happy face. Although Nolte's motivations are highly problematic as well as his attribution of motivations to some of the historical figures he treats, e.g. Hitler, Stalin, and Pol Pot, this has been critiqued rather severely by the prominent left social philosopher Jürgen Habermas, in a series of essays which ushered in the so-called Historiker Straight Historians controversy of 1986 in Germany. Registered. It is telling that Lipstadt offers not so much as an oblique reference to Habermas or his arguments. This is because she is not especially concerned in Nolte's case with debunking a minimization or denial of the Holocaust at O. Indeed, she acknowledges that he not only affirms its occurrence, but that it occurred in its full dimension. What she has in mind instead is to use Nolte as a vehicle upon which to attack comparative methods, per se. This is accomplished via an uninterrupted transition from Lipstadt's solid denunciations of Die Wald's, Haie Gruber's, and Sturmer's spurious attempts to equate German suffering under the Soviets with that of the Jews under Nazism, to her purported rebuttal of Nolte's much broader sets of comparisons. As the first three men's comparisons are not only inaccurate but immoral, so too are Nolte's and, by extension, comparison by anyone of any phenomenon to the Holocaust. All efforts to contextualize the Holocaust relativizing it are by definition as reprehensible as denial itself in Lipstadt's scheme of things. These historians are not crypto-deniers, but the results of the work are the same, the blurring of boundaries between fact and fiction. Ultimately the relativists contribute to the fostering of what I call the yes, but syndrome. Yes, there was a Holocaust, but it was essentially no different than an array of other conflagrations in which innocents were massacred. The question that logically follows from this is: why, then, do we only hear about the Holocaust? For the deniers and many others who are not yet deniers, the answer to this final question is obvious, because of the power of the Jews. Yes, but is a response that falls into the gray area between outright denial and relativism. In certain respects it is more insidious than outright denial because it nurtures a form of pseudo-history whose motives are difficult to identify. It is the equivalent of David Duke without bisrobes, emphasis added. This, from a woman who claims to reject immoral equivalencies. The wild sweep of her brush not only smears Nolte with the same tar as Hill Gruber and Die Wald or Paul Racine and David Irving, for that mat. 30. But also such decisively anti-Nazi historians as Joachim Fest, who have defended Nolte's comparativist methods while disagreeing with many of his conclusions. By the same token, the splatters extend without nuance or distinction to a host of emphatically progressive scholars like David Stannard, Ian Hancock, and Vahak Dadrian, each of whom has argued the case that one or more other peoples has suffered a genocide comparable to that experienced by the Jews without attempting to diminish the gravity and significance of the Holocaust in the least. If anything, they endeavor to reinforce its importance as a historical benchmark. Even Jewish scholars like Israel Charny and Richard Rubinstein, and Nazi hunter Simon Wiesenthal, who acknowledge similarities between the Nazi genocide and those undergone by Armenians, Poles, Gypsies, American Indians, and others, are necessarily encompassed within Lipstadt's astonishing definition of neo-Nazi scholarship. What has happened is that, in her project's final pages, the author has subtly substituted one agenda for another. Without pause or notification, she shifts from the entirely worthy objective of systematically exposing, confronting, and repudiating those who deny the existence of the Holocaust to a far more dubious attempt to confirm the Nazi genocide of European Jewry as something absolutely singular, a process without parallel in all of human history. There is a tremendous difference between the two propositions, yet Lipstadt bends every effort to make them appear synonymous. In effect, any failure to concede the intrinsic phenomenological uniqueness of the Holocaust is to be guilty of denying it altogether. Ultimately, only the truth of the exclusivity of the Holocaust remains unscathed. The fundamental and deliberate distortiveness of Lipstadt's formulation speaks for itself. It is a lie, or complex of lies, consciously and maliciously uttered, lies of a type which readily conform in their magnitude and intent to those of the very deniers Lipstadt has devoted the bulk of her text to combating. In the end, denying the Holocaust is thereby reduced to an exercise in Holocaust denial. Uniqueness as denial. Nowhere is Lipstadt's allegiance to the kind of duplicitous argumentation employed by deniers more obvious than when, during her polemic against Ernst Nolte, she explains why the mass internment of Japanese Americans by the United States in 1942 is different in kind, not just from outright extermination programs but from Nazism's policy as a whole. 31. In an attempt at immoral equivalence, Nolte contends that just as the American internment of Japanese Americans was justified by the attack on Pearl Harbor, so too was the Nazi internment of European Jews. In making this comparison, Nolte ignores the fact that, however wrong, racist, and unconstitutional the U.S. internment of the Japanese, emphasis added, the Jews had not bomb-fed Nazi cities or attacked German forces in 1939. Even his use of the term internment to describe what the Germans did to the Jews whitewashes historical reality. Actually, what Nolte argues is that neither example is more justified than the other, a very different position from that of which he is accused. Secondly, Lipstadt's conversion of Japanese Americans into Japanese from one sentence to the next is illuminating. Plainly, the misrepresentation magically transforming a racially defined group of American citizens into subjects of a hostile foreign power is vital to her position. Equally plainly, an identical notion that the Jews comprised a foreign and racially hostile element within German society was a crux of Hitlerian ideology. The Nazis held, falsely, that Jews thus comprised an inherent fifth column within German-held territory, a myth duly adopted by David Irving and other deniers to justify Jewish internment, but not extermination, since they claim it did not occur. The United States, for exactly similar reasons, contended that Japanese Americans constituted a comparably subversive element, a glaring untruth Lipstadt seconds without hesitancy or equivocation. In any event, internment is a word which sanitizes the experiences of both the Japanese Americans and the Jews. Whatever Nolte's shortcomings, and they are many, it is Lipstadt who is ignoring facts here, forming a methodological symmetry with the deniers. The same may be said with respect to her cavalier dismissals of any possibility for legitimate comparison between the Jewish experience under the Nazis and that of other people slaughtered as a matter of state policy during the 20th century. Take the brutal Armenian tragedy of 1918, in which well upwards of 1 million people were killed and millions more subjected to a ruthless Turkish policy of expulsion and resettlement. This was horrendous, Lipstadt informs us, but it was not part of a process of total annihilation of an entire people, so it is not comparable to the Holocaust. This yes, but conclusion is immediately followed by others. The barbaric Khmer Rouge extermination campaign in Cambodia? It was conducted as part of a brutalizing war in which imagined collaborators, 1 million of them, were subdued and eliminated. Happy face, what the Nazis did to the Jews, unlike what the Khmer Rouge did to the Cambodians, was gratuitous. Besides, Cambodia is a backward kind of place, not a prosperous, advanced, industrial nation at the height of its power. Germany, so the fate of its population apparently doesn't count. Hence, it is obviously immoral to compare the Khmer Rouge genocide to that perpetrated by Nazism. The Soviet collectivization of the 1930s, in which millions of people were deliberately starved to death as a matter of developmental economic policy, is depicted as being arbitrary rather than targeted on a particular group. Happy face, this will undoubtedly come as a great surprise and comfort to the Ukrainians who see themselves as having been very much targeted by the Soviets, about 5 of the 7 million estimated deaths by starvation during the winter of 1931-32 alone having accrued from their ranks. It will likely prove even more startling to the Kazakhs, who were totally obliterated. And, since no citizen of the Soviet Union assumed that deportation and death were inevitable consequences of his or her ethnic origins, no legitimate comparison of Stalinist terror to the Holocaust is possible. Registered to suggest otherwise, much less to argue the point, is to become David Duke without his robes or, at best, guilty of an unconscious reflection of anti-Semitic attitudes. Happy face, such historical misrepresentations of other people's suffering aside, the essential claim to uniqueness for the Holocaust put forth by Lipstadt and those sharing her view, is lodged in a double fallacy. The first half of this duality is the assertion that, under the Nazis, every single one of millions of targeted Jews was to be murdered. Eradication was to be total, emphasis in the original, / this was true, according to senior Holocaust scholar Yehuda Bauer of the Hebrew University in Jerusalem, not just with respect to German or even European Jewry, but worldwide, because Nazism set out in a pseudo-religious and pseudo-messianic fashion to extirpate Jews on a global, universal, even cosmic scale, emphasis in the original, 7 as Cornell University professor Stephen T. Katz frames things, the Nazi racial imperative was that all Jews must die, and that they must die here and now and, Bauer concludes elsewhere, total physical annihilation. Is what happened to the Jews, emphasis added. These characterizations of Nazi intent and its impact upon its victims couples readily to the second part of the dualism, nothing meeting this description of the Holocaust has ever happened to anyone else, anywhere, at any time. To date, says Bauer, this has happened once, to the Jews under Nazism. Happy face, the fate of the Jews under National Socialism was therefore unique, historian Lucy Davidovich continues. This is because, as Michael Morris puts it in his book, The Holocaust in History, in cases like that of the Armenians, the killing was far from universal. Registered or, as Yehuda Bauer is wont to wrap things up, in every other recorded instance of wholesale and systematic population eradication, the destruction was not complete. Happy face, the problem is that neither half of this tidy whole is true. Rhetoric notwithstanding, there is no evidence at all that any Nazi leader, Hitler included, ever manifested a serious belief that it would actually be possible to liquidate every Jew on the planet. Indeed, there is ambiguity in the record as to whether the total physical annihilation of European Jewry itself was actually a fixed policy objective. What is revealed instead is a rather errating and contradictory hodgepodge of anti-Jewish policies which, as late as mid-1944, included an apparently genuine offer by the SS to trade 1 million Jews to the Western AUIs in exchange for 10,000 trucks to be used in Germany's war against the Soviets. Contrary to Bauer's irrational contention of a cosmic and unparalleled total extermination, approximately 2/3 of the global Jewish population survived the Holocaust, as did about 1/3 of the Jews of Europe. Registered. This in no way diminishes Nazi culpability or Jewish suffering. There can be no question that Nazism's program for creating a Judenreiner Lebensraum Jew-free living space for Aryans entailed a substantial reduction in the size of the European Jewish population, thoroughgoing dislocation/expulsion of survivors, and a virtually total elimination of Jewish cultural existence within the German sphere of influence. Nor can there be any serious question as to whether the Nazis were willing in the end to kill every Jew who came within their grasp, if that's what was required to achieve the goal. All of this, beyond doubt, qualifies as genocide. But it is not the uniquely obsessive drive to achieve a complete biological liquidation of Jewry attributed to the Holocaust by scholars like Yehuda Bauer, Stephen Katz, and Deborah Lipstadt. The experience of the Jewish people under Nazism is unique only in the sense that all such phenomena exhibit unique characteristics. Genocide, as the Nazis practiced it, was never something suffered exclusively by Jews. Nor were the Nazis singularly guilty of its practice. Registered. In attempting to make it appear otherwise and thus to claim the status of an unparalleled victimization, accumulating moral opodal, as exclusivist Edward Alexander has put it, proponents of uniqueness have engaged in Holocaust denial on the grand scale, not only with respect to the Armenians, Ukrainians, and Cambodians, but as regards scores of other instances of genocide, both historical and contemporary. By doing so, they have contributed to the invisibility of the victims of this hideous multiplicity of processes in exactly the same way the Jewish victims of Nazism have often been rendered invisible even by those whose work falls well short of outright Holocaust denial. To this extent, Lipstadt and her colleagues have greatly surpassed anything attempted by Racine and his ilk. Those who would deny the Holocaust, after all, focus their distortions upon one target. Those who deny all holocausts other than that of the Jews have the same effect upon many. Reclaiming the invisible victims. The costs of these systematic assaults on truth and memory have often been high for those whose suffering is correspondingly downgraded or shunted into historical oblivion. This concerns not only the victims of the many genocides occurring outside the framework of Nazism, but also the non-Jews targeted for elimination within the Holocaust itself. Consider, for example, the example of the Sinti and Roma peoples, Gypsies, also called Romani, whom Lipstadt doesn't deign to accord so much as mention in her book. Her omission is no doubt due to an across-the-board and steadfast refusal by the Jewish scholarly, social, and political establishments over the past 50 years to even admit the Gypsies were part of the Holocaust, a circumstance manifested most strikingly in their virtual exclusion from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum in Washington, D.C. In their zeal to prevent what they call a dilution or dejudaization of the Holocaust, Jewish exclusivists have habitually employed every device known to deniers to depict the Porod Shmos, as the Holocaust is known in the Romani language. The Hebrew equivalent is show, as having been something fundamentally different from the Holocaust itself. The first technique has been to consistently minimize Gypsy fatalities. Lucy Davidovich, for instance, when she mentions them at all, is prone to repeating the standard mythology that, of about 1 million Gypsies in the countries that fell under German control, nearly a quarter of them were murdered. The point being made is that, while Gypsy suffering was no doubt unendurable, it was proportionately far less than that of the Jews. Actually, as more accurate or honest demographic studies reveal, the Gypsy population of German-occupied Europe likely came to somewhere around 2 million in 1939. Of these, it was known at least 30 years ago that between 500,000 and 750,000 died in camps such as Buchenwald, Neuengamme, Bergen-Belsen, Belzec, Chelmno, Majdanek, Sobibor, and Auschwitz. More recent research shows that there were as many as 1 million more Gypsies exterminated when the tolls taken by the Einsatzgruppen, anti-partisan operations in Eastern Europe, and actions by Nazi satellite forces are factored in. One reason for this ambiguity in terms of how many Gypsies died at the hands of the Nazis, leaving aside the gross undercounting of their initial population, is that their executioners not infrequently tallied their dead in with the numbers of Jews killed, thus somewhat inflating estimations of the Jewish count v/Heil, diminishing that of the Sinti and Roma. In sum, it is plain that the proportional loss of the Gypsies during the Holocaust was at least as great as that of the Jews, and quite probably 87 greater. Be that as it may, exclusivists do contend that the Gypsies stand apart from the Holocaust because, unlike the Jews, they were not marked for complete annihilation. Registered according to Richard Breitman, the Nazis are not known to have spoken of the final solution of the Posher problem or the Gypsy problem. Registered or, as Yehuda Bauer put it in his 3-page entry on Gypsies in the Encyclopedia of the Holocaust, that's all the space the Sinti and Roma are accorded in this 2,000-page work. The fate of the Gypsies was in harmony with Nazi thought as a whole. Gypsies were not Jews, and therefore there was no need to kill them all. Degree keeping in mind the Yehud that there was always a less than perfect mesh between the rhetoric and realities of Nazi exterminationism in all cases, including that of the Jews, the distinctions drawn here bear scrutiny. As we shall see with respect to the Poles, such claims are of dubious validity. As concerns the Gypsies, they amount to a bold-faced lie. This is readily evidenced by Himmler's decree for basic regulations to resolve the Gypsy question as required by the Nature of Race of December 8, 1938, which initiated preparations for the complete extermination of the Sinti and Romani. Emphasis added. Shortly after this, in February 1939, a brief was circulated by Johannes Berendt of the Nazi Office of Racial Hygiene, in which it was stated that all Gypsies should be treated as hereditarily sick. The only solution is elimination. The aim should be the elimination without hesitation of this defective population. Hitler himself is reported to have verbally ordered the liquidation of Jews, Gypsies, and communist political functionaries in the entire Soviet Union as early as June 1940. A year later, Obergruppenführer Reinhard Heydrich, head of the Reich Main Security of East, followed up by instructing his Einsatzkommandos to kill Jews, Gypsies, and mental patients in the conquered areas of the East. Heydrich, who had been entrusted with the final solution of the Jewish question on July 31, 1941, shortly after the German invasion of the USSR, also included the Gypsies in his final solution. The senior SS officer and chief of police for the East, Dr. Landgraf, in Riga, informed Rosenberg's Reich Commissioner for the East, Losa, of the inclusion of the Gypsies in the final solution. Thereupon, Losa gave the order, on December 24, 1941, that the Gypsies should be given the same treatment as the Jews. At about the same time, Adolf Eichmann made the recommendation that the Gypsy question be solved simultaneously with the Jewish question. Himmler signed the order dispatching Germany's Sinti and Roma to Auschwitz on December 16, 1942. The final solution of the Gypsy question had begun at virtually the same moment it can be said to have really gotten underway for the Jews. Indeed, Gypsies were automatically subject to whatever policies applied to Jews during the entire period of the final solution, pursuant to a directive issued by Himmler on December 24, 1941, i.e., 4 months prior to the Wannsee Conference which set the full-fledged extermination program in motion. Hence, there is no defensible way the fate of the Gypsies can be distinguished from that of the Jews. Jewish exclusivists have nonetheless attempted to do so with the verbatim regurgitation of the Nazi fable that Gypsies were killed en masse, not on specifically racial grounds, but because as a group they were asocials. Criminals, and, as if this blatantly racist derogation weren't bad enough, the Rabbi Seymour Siegel, a former professor of ethics at the Jewish Theological Seminary and at the time executive director of the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Council, compounded the affront by using the pages of the Washington Post to publicly cast doubt as to whether Gypsies can even make a legitimate claim to comprising a distinct people. Predictably, Yehuda Bauer, no stranger to self-contradiction, presumes to have the last word not once, but twice. First, completely ignoring the 1935 Nuremberg laws, which defined Gypsies in precisely the same racial terms as Jews, he states that the Gypsies were not murdered for racial reasons, but as so-called asocials. Nor was their destruction complete. Then, barely 2 pages later, he reverses field entirely, arguing that the Sinti and Romani were privileged over Jews and were thus separate from the true Holocaust because a tiny category of racially safe Gypsies were temporarily exempted from death. Besides trying to have it both ways, it is as if this leading champion of exclusivism were unaware of the roughly 6,000 Karaite Jews who were permanently spared in accordance with Nazism's bizarre racial logic. To be fair, there are differences between the Jewish and Gypsy experiences under Nazism. The racial classification of Gypsies was much more stringent and rigidly adhered to than that pertaining to Jews. By 1938, if any 2 of an individual's 8 great-grandparents were proven to be Gypsy by blood, even in part, he or she was formally categorized as such. This is twice as strict as the criteria used by the Nazis to define Jewishness. Registered had the standards of racial identity applied to Jews been employed with regard to the Sinti and Roma, 9/10 of Germany's 1939 Gypsy population would have survived the Holocaust. All during the 1930s, while Gypsies as well as Jews were subjected to increasingly draconian racial oppression, first in Germany, then in Austria and Czechoslovakia, a certain amount of international outrage was expressed on behalf of the Jews. Foreign diplomatic and business pressure was exerted, resulting in an at least partial and transient alleviation in Jewish circumstances, and facilitating Jewish emigration to a small degree. 150,000 left by 1938, registered. From then until the collapse of the Third Reich, the Nazis displayed a periodic willingness to broker Jewish lives for a variety of reasons, and diplomats like Sweden's Count Folke Bernadotte made efforts to effect their rescue. None of this applies to The Sinti and Roma. The Western democracies have been harshly and properly criticized for their failure to intervene more forcefully to prevent the genocide of the Jews, not even to the extent of allowing greater numbers of Jewish refugees to find sanctuary within their borders. Registered. The fact is, however, that nothing at all was done to save the Gypsies from their identical fate, and in this connection international Jewish organizations have no better record than do the governments of the United States, Great Britain, and Canada. Registered as researcher Ian Hancock describes the results. It is an eerie and disheartening feeling to pick up reference books like Encyclopedia of the Third Reich and find the attempted genocide of one's people written completely out of the historical record. Perhaps worse, in the English language translation of at least one book, that by Luhan Dobrowski of the Chronicle of the Lodz Ghetto, the entire reference to the liquidation of the Gypsy camp there, entry number 22 for April 29 and 30, 1942, in the original work, has been deleted deliberately. I have been told, but have not yet verified, that translations of other works on the Holocaust have also had entries on the Roma and Sinti removed. Furthermore, I do not want to read references to the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum in the national press and learn only that it is a monument to the plight of European Jews, as the New York Times told its readers on December 23, 1993. Want to be able to watch epics such as Schindler's List 41. And learn that Gypsies were a central part of the Holocaust, too, or other films, such as Escape from Sobibor, a Polish camp where, according to Commandant Franz Stangl in his memoirs, thousands of Roma and Sitati were murdered, and not hear the word Gypsy except once, and then only as the name of somebody's dog. Or to take an even more poignant example. National Public Radio, NPR, in Washington, D.C. covered extensively the 50th anniversary of Auschwitz-Birkenau on January 26, 1995, but Gypsies were never once mentioned, despite being well represented at the commemoration. In its closing report on NPR's Weekend Edition on January 28, Michael Goldfarb described how candles were placed along the tracks that delivered Jews and Poles to their death. But it was little wonder the Gypsies weren't mentioned, they were not allowed to participate in the candle ceremony. An article on the Auschwitz commemoration that appeared in the British press, though not the US press, included a group of Roma staring mournfully through a wire fence, with a caption reading "Cold-shouldered, Gypsies, whose ancestors were among Auschwitz victims, are forced to watch the ceremony from outside the compound." In a speech given at that ceremony, Elie Wiesel said that the Jewish people were singled out for destruction during the Holocaust. Registered. The attitudes underlying such gestures are manifested, not merely in Jewish exclusivism sustained and concerted effort to expunge the Porojmos from history, but, more concretely, through its ongoing silence concerning the present resurgence of Nazi-like anti-Gypsy sentiments and activities in Europe. In 1992, the government of the newly unified German Republic negotiated a deal in which it paid more than 100 million Deutsche Marks to Romania, notoriously hostile to Gypsies, in exchange for that cash-poor country's acceptance of the bulk of Germany's Sinti/Roma population. A smaller side deal is being arranged with Poland to receive the rest. Summary: deportations began during the fall of 1993, with more than 20,000 people expelled to date, for no other reason than that they are Gypsies. Their reception upon arrival? A December 1993 news story sums it up very well. An orgy of mob lynching and house burning with police collaboration has turned into something more sinister for Romania's hated Gypsies, the beginnings of a nationwide campaign of terror launched by groups modeling themselves on the Ku Klux Klan. We are many, and very determined. We will skin the Gypsies soon. We will take their eyeballs out, smash their teeth, and cut off their noses. The first will be hanged. The German government had every reason to know this would be the case well before it began deportations. The depth and virulence of Romania's anti-Gypsy sentiment was hardly an historical mystery. Moreover, a leader of 42. The Romanian fascist movement, directly descended from the Arrow Cross formations which avidly embraced Nazi racial policies during World War II, had openly announced a jihad would happen nearly 6 months earlier. Our war against the Gypsies will start in the fall. Until then, preparations will be made to obtain arms. First we are going to acquire chemical sprays. We will not spare minors either. No accurate count of how many Gypsies have been killed, tortured, maimed, or otherwise physically abused in Romania is currently available. Unconfirmed reports run into the hundreds. What is known is that there has been a veritable news blackout on the topic, and that reaction from those elements of the Jewish establishment which profess to serve as the world's conscience on such matters has been tepid at best. No serious protest arose from that quarter, not even when Romani leaders, hoping to avoid what they knew was in store, took a large delegation of their people during the spring of 1993 to seek sanctuary in the Neuengamme concentration camp where their fathers and mothers were murdered a generation earlier. Certainly, no Jewish human rights activists came forth to stand with them as an act of solidarity. As usual, it was Yehuda Bauer who produced what was perhaps the best articulation of exclusivist sentiment on the matter. As early as 1990, he was publicly complaining that such desperate attempts by Gypsies to end the condition of invisibility he himself had been so instrumental in imposing upon them was coming into competition with the kind of undeviating focus on radical anti-Semitism he'd spent his life trying to engender. No better illustration of what the distinguished Princeton historian of the Holocaust Arno J. Meyer has described as the exaggerated self-centeredness of Jewish exclusivism and its egregious forgetting of the larger whole and all of the other victims can be imagined. Recovering the Holocaust. There should be no need to go into such detail in rejoining exclusivist denials of the genocides perpetrated against Slavic peoples within the overall framework of the Holocaust. However, a tracing of the general contours seems appropriate, beginning with the familiar assertion that they were treated differently from the Jews. None were marked out for total annihilation. As Lucy Davidovich puts it, T. Highspen said that the Germans planned to exterminate the Poles and Russians on racial grounds since, according to Hitler's racial doctrine, Slavs were believed to be subhumans untermenschen, but no evidence exists that a plan to murder the Slavs was ever contemplated or developed. There is both a grain of truth and a bucketful of falsity embedded in these statements. In other words, it is true that Slavs were not named in the Endlosen final solution sketched out for Gypsies and Jews during the 1942 Wannsee Conference. This clearly suggests that the last two groups were given a certain priority in terms of the completion of their special handling, but it is not at all to say that Slavs weren't marked out to suffer essentially the same fate in the end. Presumably, the final phases of the Nazis' anti-Slavic campaigns would have gotten underway once those directed against the much smaller Jewish and Gypsy populations had been wrapped up. In any event, the idea that no plan for Slavic extermination was ever contemplated or developed is quite simply false. As is abundantly documented, the Hitlerian vision of Lebensraumpolitik. 44. The conquest of vast expanses of Slavic territory in Eastern Europe for resettlement by a tremendously enlarged Germanic population entailed a carefully calculated policy of eliminating resident Slavs. In the USSR alone, this planned depopulation was expressly designed to reduce those within the intended area of German colonization from about 75 million to no more than 30 million. This sizable residue was to be maintained for an unspecified period to serve as an expendable slave labor pool to build the infrastructure required to support what the Nazis deemed Aryan living standards. The 45 million human beings constituting the difference between the existing population and its projected diminishment were to be dispensed with through a combination of massive expulsion drive them eastward and a variety of killing programs. Plans for more westerly Slavic peoples like the Poles, Slovenes, and Serbs were even worse, or at any rate set on a faster track. As early as Mein Kampf, Hitler unambiguously announced that they, like the Jews, were to be entirely exterminated. For the Poles at least, this was to be accomplished in a series of stages, which seems likely to have been intended as a model for similarly phased eradication of the Ukrainians and other peoples to the east. Immediately upon conquest, the Poles would be decapitated, i.e., their social, political, and intellectual leadership would be annihilated, and toto, second, the mass of the population would be physically relocated in whatever configuration best served the interests of the German economy, third, the Poles would be placed on starvation rations and worked to death. Whether or not there would have been a fourth and final phase a la Auschwitz, the results, both practical and intended, are identical. Unlike the Gypsies and Jews, the Slavs were mostly organized in a way lending itself to military resistance. Consequently, planning for their decimation necessarily factored in attrition through meadery confrontation. Insofar as German methods in the task, in sharp contrast to those employed against non-Slavic Western opponents, always devolved upon the concept of a war of annihilation, the extraordinarily high death rates suffered by Soviet prisoners of war are not really separable from the extermination plan as a whole. Similarly, according to SS Gruppenführer Erich von dem Bach-Zelewski, who commanded anti-partisan operations in Eastern Europe, the manner in which such warfare was waged was consciously aimed not just at suppressing guerrilla activities, but to help achieve Himmler's goal of reducing the Slavic population to 30 million. Available evidence suggests that the principal victims in the partisan Nazi confrontations were the civilian population. Thus, for example, when 9,902 partisans were killed or executed between August and November 1942, at the same time the Germans executed 14,257 civilians whom they suspected of aiding the partisans. A Poitiers scholar, Ryszard Torzecki, views the mass extermination of civilian population as the greatest drama of the Ukraine during World War II. According to him, there were 250 sites of mass extermination of Ukrainian people together with detention camps in which thousands of people perished. In a great many cases, mass murder was related to partisan warfare. H. Kuhnrich estimated that as a result of the anti-partisan war 5,909,225 people were killed. Since the Ukraine was the center of partisan activity, it was there that the greatest losses occurred. According to Kuhnrich, some 4.5 million people, both fighters and civilians, lost their lives in the Ukraine, as did 1,409,225 in Belarusia. Certainly, these slaughtered civilians should be included in the total of those taken by Nazi extermination policies, not labeled as war deaths. And, if the standard practice of including the deaths of Jewish partisan fighters in the total of 6 million Jews claimed by the Holocaust were applied equally to Slavs, then plainly the body count of partisans should be as well. And again, since the Jews killed by Bach-Zelewski's SS men during the 1943 Warsaw Ghetto Uprising are rightly included among the Jewish victims of the Holocaust, so too should the masses of civilian Slavs liquidated during the German seizures of cities like Kiev, Kharkov, Sebastopol, and Minsk be tallied. When the totals of those deliberately worked to death, who died of exposure during the process of being driven eastward under any and all conditions, who were intentionally starved to death, and who perished in epidemics which spread like wildfire because of a calculated Nazi policy of denying vaccines. The true dimensions of the genocide of the Slavs begins to emerge. Between 1939 and 1945, Poland, the first Slavic nation to fall to the Germans, suffered 6,028,000 non-military deaths, about a 22% population reduction. 3 million of the Polish dead were Jews, and another 200,000 or so Gypsies, so the Slavic reduction would come to about 14%. Virtually every member of the Polish intelligentsia was murdered. In Yugoslavia, some 1.2 million civilians, or 9% of the population, were killed between 1941 and 1945, this is aside from approximately 300,000 military casualties suffered by the Yugoslavs. Impacts in other non-Soviet areas of Eastern Europe, example Slovakia and the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia, were less substantial, although nonetheless severe. The USSR suffered by far the highest number of fatalities. By May 10, 1943, the Germans had taken 5,405,616 Soviet military prisoners, Of these, around 3.5 million were starved, frozen, shot, gassed, hanged, killed by unchecked epidemic, or simply worked to death. Another 5 million people were deported to Germany as slave laborers. 2.2 million from the Ukraine alone, where an estimated 3 million died as a result of the intentionally abysmal conditions to which they were subjected. By the time the Germans were finally driven completely out of the Ukraine in 1944, its pre-war population of almost 42 million had been reduced to 27.4 million, a difference of 14.5 million. Of these, at least 7 million were dead. Overall, the Soviet Union lost, at a minimum, 11 million civilians to Nazi extermination measures. The real total may run as high as 15 million, to which must be added the 3.5 million exterminated prisoners of war, and perhaps as many as 1 million troops who were simply executed by Wehrmacht and Waffen-SS units rather than being taken prisoner in the first place. A gross estimate of the results of Nazi genocide against the Slavs thus comes to somewhere between 15.5 and 19.5 million in the USSR, between 19.7 and 23.9 million when the Poles, Slovenes, Serbs, and others are added in. As Simon Wiesenthal, himself a survivor of Auschwitz, long ago observed, the Holocaust was not only a matter of the killing of 6 million Jews. It involved the killing of 11 million people, 6 million of whom were Jews. Wiesenthal spoke on the basis of what was then the best available evidence. Today, some 50 years later, the only correction to be made to his statement lies in the fact that we now know his estimate of 11 million was far too low. The true human costs of Nazi genocide came to 26 million or more, 6 million of whom were Jews, 1 million or more of whom were Gypsies, and the rest mostly Slavs. Only with these facts clearly in mind can we say that we have apprehended the full scope of the Holocaust, and have thereby positioned ourselves to begin to appreciate its real implications. Uncovering the Hidden Holocausts. University of Hawaii historian David Stannard has summed up the means by which exclusivists attempt to avert such understanding. Uniqueness advocates begin by defining genocide, or the Holocaust or the show, in terms of what they already believe to be experiences undergone only by Jews. After much laborious research, it is then discovered mirabile dictuti the Jewish experience was unique. If, however, critics point out after a time that those experiences are not in fact unique, other allegedly unique experiences are invented and proclaimed. If not numbers killed, how about percentage of population destroyed? If not efficiency or method of killing, how about perpetrator intentionality, emphasis in original? It is as Stephen Jay Gould has said of another group of intellectual charlatans, they began with conclusions, peered through their facts, and came back in a circle to the same conclusions. As Stannard has concluded, this is not scholarship, it is sophistry. To put it another way, as Gould does, it is advocacy masquerading as objectivity. The connection being made is important insofar as Gould is describing the academic edifice of 19th-century scientific racism which provided the foundation for the very Nazi racial theories under which the Jews of the Holocaust suffered and died. Given that Deborah Lipstadt, Yehuda Bauer, Stephen Katz, Lucy Davidovich, and other exclusivists are of a people which has recently experienced genocide, the natural inclination is to align with them against those like Paul Racine, Austin App, Robert Frisson, and Arthur Butts who would absolve the perpetrators. Yet, one cannot. One cannot, because it is no better for Lipstadt to neglect to mention that the Gypsies were subjected to the same mode of extermination as the 49 Jews, or for Davidovich and Bauer to contrive arguments that they weren't than it is for Racine or to deliberately minimize the number of Jewish victims of Nazism, or for Karaduts to deny the Holocaust altogether. One cannot, because there is nothing more redeeming about Katz's smug dismissal of the applicability of the term genocide to any group other than his own than there is about Robert Frisson's contention that no Jews were ever gassed. One cannot, because Yehuda Bauer's The Holocaust in Historical Perspective, Stephen Katz's Tlick Holocaust in Historical Context, and Lucy Dawidowicz's The Holocaust and the Historians are really only variations of Arthur Butts's The Hoax of the 20th Century written in reverse. All of them, equally, are conscious exercises in the destruction of truth and memory. Deniers of the Holocaust must, of course, be confronted, exposed for what they are, and driven into the permanent oblivion they so richly deserve. But so too must those who choose to deny Holocausts more generally, and who shape their work accordingly. Deborah Lipstadt rightly expresses outrage and concern that Holocaust deniers like Bradley Smith have begun to make inroads on college campuses during the 1990s. She remains absolutely silent, however, about the implications of the fact that she and scores of other Holocaust deniers have held professorial positions for decades, increasingly branding anyone challenging their manipulations of logic and evidence an antisemite or a neo-Nazi, and frequently positioning themselves to determine who is hired and tenured in the bargain. The situation is little different in principle than if, in the converse, members of the Institute for Historical Review were similarly ensconced, which they are not, and, with the exceptions of App and Harry Elmer Barnes early on, never have been, registered. Viewed on balance, then, the Holocaust deniers of Jewish exclusivism represent a proportionately greater and more insidious threat to understanding than do the Holocaust deniers of the IHR variety. This is all the more true insofar as the mythology peddled by exclusivists dovetails perfectly with the institutionalized denials of genocides and their own histories put forth by the governments of the United States, Great Britain, France, Turkey, Indonesia, and many others. Indeed, Lucy Dawidowicz has sweepingly accused those suggesting that the U.S. transatlantic slave trade was genocidal or, by extension, that U.S. extermination campaigns against American Indians were the same not only of anti-Semitism but of a vicious anti-Americanism. She is equally straightforward in her efforts to contain the genocidal mentality within the framework of uniquely German characteristics. Stephen Katz and JSMES Axtell, the reigning dean of American historical apologism, have taken to virtually regurgitating one another's distortive polemics without attribution. Plainly, if we are to recover the meaning of the Holocaust in all its dimensions, according it the respect to which it is surely due and finding within it the explanatory power it can surely yield, it is vital that we confront, expose, and dismiss these dogmatists who seek to reify and sacralize it, converting it into a shallow and sanctimonious parody of its own significance. Only in this way can we hope arrive at the universality called for by Michael Birnbaum, executive director of the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum, when he suggested that the Holocaust can become a symbolic orienting event in human history that can prevent recurrence. Undoubtedly, this was what the executive director of the Institute on the Holocaust and Genocide in Jerusalem, Israel Charny, had in mind when he denounced the leaders and high priests of different cultures who insist on the uniqueness, primacy, superiority, or greater significance of the specific genocide of their people, else /Yahir, adding that, I object very strongly to the efforts to name the genocide of any one people as the single, ultimate event, or as the most important event against which all other tragedies of genocidal mass death are to be tested and found wanting. For me, the passion to exclude this or that mass killing from the universe of genocide, as well as the intense competition to establish the exclusive superiority or unique form of any one genocide, ends up creating a fetishistic atmosphere in which the masses of bodies that are not to be qualified for the definition of genocide are dumped into a conceptual black hole, where they are forgotten. In restoring the Gypsies and Slavic peoples to the Holocaust itself, where they've always belonged, we not only exhume them from the black hole into which they've been dumped in their millions by Jewish exclusivism and neo-Nazism alike, we establish ourselves both methodologically and psychologically to remember other things as well. Not only was the Armenian Holocaust a true genocide, the marked lack of response to it by the Western democracies was used by Adolf Hitler to reassure his cabinet that there would be no undue consequences if Germany were to perpetrate its own genocide. Not only were Stalin's policies in the Ukraine a genuine Holocaust, the methods by which it was carried out were surely incorporated into Germany's general plan just a few years later. Not only was the Spanish policy of conscripting entire native populations into forced labor throughout the Caribbean, as well as much of South and Central America, holocaustal, it served as a prototype for Nazi policies in Eastern Europe. Not only were U.S. clearing operations directed against the indigenous peoples of North America genocidal in every sense, they unquestionably served as a conceptual/practical mooring to which the whole Hitlerian rendering of Lebensraumpolitik was tied. In every instance, the particularities of these prior genocides, each of them unique unto themselves, serve to inform our understanding of the Holocaust. Reciprocally, the actualities of the Holocaust serve to illuminate the nature of these earlier Holocausts. No less does the procedure apply to the manner in which we approach genocides occurring since 1945, those in Katanga, Biafra, Bangladesh, Indochina, Paraguay, Guatemala, Indonesia, Rwanda, Bosnia, and on. Our task must be to fit all the various pieces together in such a way as to obtain at last a comprehension of the whole. There is no other means available to us. We must truly think of the unthinkable, seriously and without proprietary interest, if ever we are to put an end to the human cancer which has spread increasingly throughout our collective organism over the past 5 centuries. To this end, denial in any form is anathema. 4. Lie for lie. Linkages between Holocaust deniers and proponents of the uniqueness of the Jewish experience in World War H. To claim that the Holocaust was unique can only imply that attempts to annihilate other national or cultural groups are not to be considered genocide, thus diminishing the gravity and moral implications of any genocide anywhere, anytime. It also implies that the Jews have a monopoly on genocide, that no matter what misfortune befalls another people, it cannot be as serious or even in the same category as the Holocaust. Pierre Papazzi and a uniqueness. Any of the more unsavory phenomena marking the post-war intellectual environment has been the rise of a pseudo-scholarly historical revisionism in which the Nazi genocide of Europe's Jews is minimized or denied altogether. The main practitioners of this ugly craft have been united not only by their virulent antisemitism but by a patent willingness to distort or falsify the factual record upon which they supposedly base their conclusions. As a consequence, they have been quite properly excluded from legitimate academic discourse, their adherents sometimes jailed in countries like Germany, Austria, France, and Canada. All of this is reasonably well known. Far less recognized is the fact that the ugly enterprise of Holocaust denial has a flip side indeed, a mirror image which is equally objectionable but which has been anything but marginalized by the academy, popular media, or the public at large. This is the view advanced by a much larger group of writers that the Nazi genocide not only happened, but that it is the only such occurrence in all of human history, and 2, that it somehow happened uniquely and exclusively to its Jewish victims. In other words, no previous attempt to obliterate an entire people, not Cortez's butchery of an estimated 20,000 Mexicas, Aztecs, per day, ultimately putting to the sword more than 300,000 as he set his men to. 63. Systematically reducing all evidence of their civilization to rubble, not the Spanish system of forced labor, encomiendo, under which entire American Indian populations were worked to death, not the transatlantic slave trade which cost millions of African lives, depopulating vast expanses of the Dark Continent. Not the Virginia colony's extermination of the Powhatans during the 1620s, nor the Puritans' campaign to utterly eradicate the Pequots in Massachusetts a decade later, not Lord Jeffrey Amherst's 1763 instruction that his subordinates use smallpox to extirpate the Ottawas, nor the U.S. Army's replication of the tactic against the Mandans in 1836, registered not the 1,864 orders of both civil and military authorities in Colorado for the total extermination of Cheyennes and Arapahoes, nor the actual extermination of entire Aboriginal populations in Tasmania and Newfoundland, not the 1918 Turkish slaughter of well over 1 million Armenians, registered not the charnel houses of Indonesia, Katanga, and Biafra in the 1960s, nor those of Bangladesh and Burundi in the 1970s, Not Cambodia under the Khmer Rouge nor even the more current horrors in East Timor, Bosnia, and Rwanda. Nothing qualifies as being truly genocidal except the Holocaust, or show, as it is. 13. Known in the Jewish tradition. Moreover, of those who suffered at the hands of the Nazis themselves, none but Jews experienced actual genocide. This remains true, argue proponents of the exclusivist position, whether reference is made to the Polish intelligentsia, a target group which was almost totally annihilated as part of the German program to cause the national entity of Poland to disappear forever, or the calculated reduction of the Slavic populations of the Western USSR by perhaps 15 million to make way for a Germanic resettlement of their territories. The Soviets suffered some 27 million fatalities overall. Registered it holds true even with respect to the fate of the Sinti and Romani, Gypsies, exterminated in the same proportion and in the same death camps as the Jews and as an equally integral aspect of Hitlerian racial hygiene. Happy face, the performance is truly astonishing, outstripping that of the neo-Nazis. Whereas the latter content themselves with denying the authenticity of a single genocidal process, exclusivists deny, categorically and out of hand, the validity of myriad genocides. Yet, unlike the neo-Nazis, those holding to the postulates of Jewish exclusivism are not only treated as being academically credible but are accorded a distinctly preferential treatment among the arbiters of scholarly integrity. 64. Embracing a lie. An excellent topical example of what is at issue is described in a recent article by Christopher Sloja in the Chronicle of Higher Education concerning the controversy attending preparation of a Westview Press collection, Is the Holocaust Unique? Perspectives in Comparative Genocide, a book which was supposed to be a free and open exchange between those holding to exclusivist principles and scholars expressing comparativist views. As Shea observes, the problem devolves upon the fact that volume editor Alan S. Rosenbaum provided advance copies of all submissions to one contributor and only one Cornell University professor, Stephen T. Katz, author of the massive 3-volume Holocaust in Historical Context and a leading advocate of exclusivism in its pure form. Registered upon reviewing what some comparativists had to say with respect to his own work, Katz whipped off a laundry list of changes and deletions he wanted to see made to their critiques. Rosenbaum in turn fronted these suggestions as if they were his own. Only when the editor accidentally faxed a memo intended for Katz to one of the more trenchant critics, historian David E. Stannard, was the subterfuge revealed. The missive outlined various contributors' compliance with Katz's secret manipulations. After a series of meetings with the publisher and its lawyers, most of the essays were returned to their original form. A matter Katz, apparently waxing indignant at having been caught, calls a disgraceful business, and the book was sent to press. One would think that such unethical behavior on the part of the book's major exclusivist contributor and its editor would tend to speak for themselves, offering statements which extend well beyond the immediate circumstance. Shea, however, turns completely away from these implications of the evidence, quoting Katz to the effect that the problem is lodged not in the documented sleaziness of his own actions but rather in Stannard's conduct, which he describes as lacking in honorable comportment, scholarly ethics and morality. Meanwhile, he is allowed to rail without comment from Shea against academic name-calling. On the basis of this glaringly gratuitous and self-contradictory set of assertions, the Chronicle writer blandly re-establishes a proverbial level playing field, dubbing the positions represented by the two men as merely competing claims. If anything, the article ends up subtly aligned with Katz. Ultimately, it is Stannard's analysis of exclusivism rather than Katz's own none too gentle assaults upon the work of literally hundreds of scholars as diverse as 65. Hannah Arendt, Ernst Nolte, and Stannard himself, which is saddled with the adjective scorching. Happy face, the word choice, superficially benign, actually resonates quite well with the kind of vernacular employed by such official gatekeepers of the status quo as Lynn Cheney and William Bennett during the run-up to the 1992 Columbian Quincentenniary. Shrill, exaggerated, hyperbolic, biased, irresponsible, and so on to denigrate and dismiss challengers to orthodox historiography of the Americas. Needless to say, the Chronicle would have handled things a bit differently had the bitter squabble been between David Stannard and a Holocaust denier like, say, Arthur Butts, author of The Hoax of the 20th Century, the case against the presumed extermination of European Jewry. In the unlikely event that Butts were even allowed to air his squalid propaganda in the paper's noble pages, it would inevitably be contextualized in such a way as to ensure that readers understood it constituted a matrix of essential untruth. Under no circumstances can it be envisioned that the Chronicle of Higher Education would accord an Arthur Butts a scholarly integrity equal to that of a David Stannard, or just about anyone else, for that matter. When it comes to a far more grandiose denier of genocide like Stephen Katz, however, all bets are off. Stannard's and Katz's positions are presented in carefully weighted fashion as being opposing opinions of equal validity and legitimacy. No suggestion is made that one thesis might be inherently truer or falser than the other. It is as if the Chroniche's editors had somehow forgotten or never learned one cardinal distinction: a lie is a lie, not an opinion, a perspective, an interpretation, an outlook, or a point of view. The principle is no less applicable to Stephen Katz than it is to Arthur Butts. Yet the treatment accorded the two is as different as is reasonable to imagine. The lie revealed. The question presents itself, to be sure, as to whether it is a fair and accurate characterization to contend that Holocaust exclusivists are cut of the same cloth as Holocaust deniers. Do the former, like the latter, really twist the record to fit preordained and ideologically defined conclusions? Do they deliberately misquote their sources, omit and often suppress contrary data, or orchestrate fabricated facts as a means of proving their case? And do they, as a matter of course, seek to defend not only their truth but the methodological improprieties underlying it with viciously ad hominem attacks upon who might challenge them? The answer to each query is an unequivocal yes. 66. Here, one encounters such an amazing welter of possible illustrations that they threaten instantly to become overwhelming. These accrue not just from Katz's voluminous work, but from that of virtually all of his colleagues. However, it should be well for the sake of both simplicity and consistency to stick with Stephen Katz, and to constrain analysis to a pair of basic propositions lodged in the Holocaust in historical context. His most definitive work. The first point for examination will be the manner in which Katz deals with the very concept of genocide, as it was first articulated by the Polish jurist Raphael Lemkin in 1944. From there, we may proceed to consider his subsequent handling of the definitional criteria of the crime as they are codified in the 1948 United Nations Convention on Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. The concept of genocide. In seeking to explain the origin of the term, Katz remarks rather casually that the neologism genocide was coined by Raphael Lemkin to describe what was happening to the Jews of Europe during World War I. No then existing term being, in his view, adequate. Happy face, this probably sounds plausible to anyone who has never read Lemkin's seminal Axis rule in occupied Europe, a category which would encompass almost everybody. The problem is that Katz's single-sentence summary bears not the remotest connection to what Lemkin actually said. To the contrary, something on the order of 90% of what is presented to explain the meaning of genocide in Axis rule concerns what was happening to groups other than Jews. The following passage, describing the Nazi practice of genocide in Luxembourg, is indicative. The Grand Duchy of Luxembourg has been for centuries bilingual, French and German. Nevertheless, the chief of the German civil administration on August 6, 1940, issued an order in which he stated that the language of Luxembourg is, and always has been, German. The German language shall be the exclusive official language, as well as the language of commercial life. All names of streets and localities were made German. Luxembourgers having non-German first names were required to assume in lieu thereof the corresponding German first name, or, if that were impossible, to select a German first name. Nationals of Luxembourg having a family name of German origin which later had been given a foreign or non-German form were required to resume the original German form. If the person involved did not apply for a change of name before February 15, 1941, the occupant himself conferred a German name upon him. An order was issued in Luxembourg concerning legitimation of illegitimate children, in which it is declared that an illegitimate child shall, in relation 67 to its mother or her relatives, have the legal status of a legitimate child. Although this provision does not expressly mention German fathers, one may infer by comparison with other genocide laws issued by the occupant that the order had as a goal the procreation of children by German fathers. **. This is what Lemkin had to say about I genocide in Luxembourg, and it's all he had to say. There is no indication whatever that he was motivated by a desire to describe what was happening to the Jews of Europe during World War II. Jews not only remain unmentioned, none of what is offered here as evidence of Nazi genocide pertained to them in any way. Indeed, the procreation of Jewish children by German fathers was flatly prohibited under Nazi law. Nor is the presentation on genocide in Luxembourg anomalous. Lemkin's remarks concerning other occupied countries, the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia, Norway, and the USSR, as examples yield very similar results. Registered in instances where the treatment of Jews is directly addressed, it is all but invariably done in combination with policies afflicting other peoples such as the Slovakians, Serbians, and Croatians. None of this is to say that Lemkin was unaware of or unconcerned with the fate of Europe's Jews. He was both aware and very concerned. But it is to say that he perceived what was happening to the Jews as part of a much broader genocidal whole in which entire national and ethnic cultures were being destroyed by various means as part of the Nazi master plan to impose the German national pattern on the whole of Europe. Genocide has two phases: one, destruction of the national pattern of the oppressed group; the other, the imposition of the national pattern of the oppressor. This imposition, in turn, may be made upon the oppressed population which is allowed to remain, or upon the territory alone, after removal of the population and colonization of the area by the oppressor's own nationals. In Chapter 9 of Axis Rule, which is devoted entirely to explication of the concept of genocide, there are sections devoted to each of the main means by which Lemkin saw it being accomplished by the Nazis: politically, socially, economically, biologically, physically, religiously, and morally. There is no section devoted specifically to what was happening to the Jews, nor does their fate define the content of any other section, including those focusing on biological and physical genocide. On the contrary, the author's emphasis throughout is on what was being done to the Slavic peoples, Czechs, Poles, and so on of Eastern Europe. Katz attempts to finesse this in two ways. First, in a footnote he tries to 68. Hedge his conscious and deliberate misrepresentation of the motives undergirding Axis Rule by suggesting that Lemkin was confused as to his own meaning. Lemkin appears to have held that Nazi behavior vis-a-vis a number of other groups approached, if not actually replicated, Nazi anti-Jewish activity and, therefore, should also be identified as genocide. Secondly, in another footnote, he pretends that Lemkin actually intended to arrive at a completely different definition of genocide than that which appears in Axis Rule, but that he lacks sufficient information to do so. I make bold to suggest that Raphael Lemkin may well have formulated a definition of genocide closer, if not exactly like, mine had he been writing after the end of World War II when it became clear what Hitler's genocidal intentions were. Working in 1942-43, Lemkin was still unable to see the entire uncompromising, totalistic assault for what it was. Happy face, both caveats are extremely and intentionally distortive. The truth is that Lemkin was quite aware of the nature of the assault upon the Jews. Quoting Mein Kampf, he observes that, some groups, example the Gypsies, like the Jews, are to be destroyed completely. Happy face, elsewhere, he goes into some detail. The rounding up of the Jews in all occupied countries and deporting them to Poland for physical extermination is also one of the main tasks of the Gestapo and SS units. The chief of the Gestapo in Poland, Kruger, who was killed by Polish patriots, organized the liquidation of the ghettos in Polish towns, with the physical annihilation of 500,000 inhabitants of the Warsaw Ghetto. He also built up the technical apparatus of mass murder, including death by gas in special chambers. Happy face, at another point, Lemkin cites an American Jewish Congress report indicating that 1,702,500 Jews had been exterminated as of mid-1943, and quotes from a United Nations joint declaration of the same year condemning this bestial policy of cold-blooded extermination. Happy face. From all the occupied countries, Jews are being transported in conditions of appalling horror and brutality to Eastern Europe. In Poland, which has been made the principal Nazi slaughterhouse, the ghettos established by the German invader are being systematically emptied of all Jews except a few highly skilled workers required for war industries. None of those taken away are ever heard from again. The able-bodied are slowly worked to death in labor camps. The infirm are left to die of exposure and starvation. 39. Or are deliberately massacred in mass executions. Axis rule contains a number of similar passages. To assert that Raphael Lemkin lacked the database necessary to define genocide in terms of the Jewish experience under the Nazis, despite his own inclinations, is thus at best 69. Absurd. The fact that he meant something altogether different is abundantly evidenced in the fact that, unlike Katzian exclusivists, he proceeds immediately from quoting Mein Kampf o' the Jews to a second quotation, this one to the effect that the Poles, too, were slated for eventual total extermination. Lemkin also places the Slovenes and Serbs in this category, based upon careful analysis. Registered even more to the point, Lemkin makes it absolutely clear from the outset that his concept of genocide was never meant to pertain exclusively to direct killing, this being but one means to the end of destroying the identity of targeted groups. Generally speaking, genocide does not necessarily mean the immediate destruction of a nation, except when accomplished by mass killings of all members of a nation. It is intended rather to signify a coordinated plan of different actions aiming at the destruction of essential foundations of the life of national groups, with the aim of annihilating the groups themselves even if all individuals within the dissolved group physically survive. The objectives of such a plan would be a disintegration of political and social institutions, of culture, language, national feelings, religion, and the economic existence of national groups, and the destruction of personal security, liberty, health, dignity, and even the lives of the individuals belonging to such groups. Genocide is directed at the national group as an entity, and the actions involved are directed at individuals, not in their individual capacity, but as members of the national group. This is Raphael Lemkin's definition of genocide. It is a far cry from, indeed, antithetical to the vulgarization popularized by Jewish exclusivists that genocide means to eradicate a gene pool. Nor is it closer to the more refined Katzian version of the same crude notion, that genocide is simply the actualization of the intent, however successfully carried out, to murder in its totality any national, ethnic, racial, religious, political, social, gender, or economic group, as these groups are defined by the perpetrator, by whatever means. Katz's bald appropriation of Lemkin's name as a means of creating the appearance of legitimacy for an idea diametrically opposed to what was advanced in Axis rule is thus an exercise in intellectual duplicity of the most fundamental kind, a performance worthy of the worst of the Holocaust deniers. The Genocide Convention. The second article of the United Nations 1948 Convention on Genocide specifies 5 different categories of action which constitute the crime when applied with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial or religious group, as such. Following Lemkin, the UN saw to it that only one of these criteria involved direct killing. The others concern the systematic infliction of physical or psychological harm on group members, creating other conditions leading to group destruction, compulsory sterilization of group members, and the systematic transfer of children from the targeted group to the targeting group. Happy face. Some of these clearly apply to what happened to the Jews at the hands of the Nazis. Equally obviously, others do not. Katz duly enumerates these various criteria, and then spends a page and a half, properly, exploring the question of intent. He next turns to other problematic issues and devotes a paragraph to pointing out, correctly, that the UN definition deviates from Lemkin's original formulation by omitting political and economic aggregates from the types of group which might be subjected to genocide. These are restored before he goes on to make his own contribution, adding the category of gender, also correctly. Then, with a couple of pages safely insulating readers from his verbatim regurgitation of the law, he takes up the question of the degree of destruction necessary for any given process to truly be considered a genocide. On its face, the question is both logical and appropriate. Under Katz's handling, however, attention is diverted entirely to concerns with the scale of killing and conditions under which it occurs. Somehow, little matters like using sterilization as a means to bring about group extinction never come up. Hence, by the time he finishes his discussion several pages later, the 5 categories of genocidal activity elaborated in law have been magically reduced to 1. From there, it is a relatively straightforward matter to create the misimpression that his own definition of genocide not only conforms to the spirit of the Genocide Convention, even strengthens its utility, when in fact it completely voids 80% of the instrument. And what of the resultant missing elements? Katz manages the question in an interesting fashion a bit later in his book. They belong under the heading of cultural rather than physical genocide, he opines, along with all the rest of Lemkin's original definition of the crime. How, exactly, sterilization becomes a cultural rather than physical phenomenon is left a bit mysterious. In practice, only the Katzian construction of physical genocide, direct killing accompanied by an express intent to murder every single individual within a targeted group, qualifies as genocide at all. Everything else is something else, for which appropriate statutory prohibitions should probably be enacted, while doing at least as much violence to the UN definition of genocide as he does to Lemkin's, all the while posturing himself as being consistent with the intent of both. Katz positions himself and his exclusivist cohorts to twist the whole of history to their own ends. The record of Jewish suffering is adjusted to conform uniquely to the Katzian formula, that of all others is deformed to the extent that they fall outside it. In its fui perfected form, exclusivism is thereby intended to become an hegemony, a seamless, self-validating and virtually unassailable mythic system in the Gramscian sense. To this end, exclusivism lays claim not just to holding an outright monopoly on scholarly correctitude while advancing its blatant distortions, it claims to do so by absolute moral right. Any comparison of the experience of another people to that of the Jews under Hitler represents, in the words of Deborah Lipstadt, both the most vile sort of antisemitism and the attempt to establish an immoral equivalency. Happy face, while there may be no qualitative distinction between the two, it seems fair to observe that the project of Holocaust deniers is far less ambitious and, to that extent at least, quantitatively less demonstrative of sheer sophistry than that of Holocaust exclusivists like Lipstadt and Stephen Katz. Exclusivist motivations. The factors motivating exclusivists to conduct themselves as they do have been analyzed elsewhere. They concern the agenda of establishing a truth which serves to compel permanent maintenance of the privileged political status of Israel, the Jewish state established on Arab land in 1947 as an act of international atonement for the Holocaust, to forge a secular reinforcement, based in the myth of unique suffering, of Judaism's theological belief in itself as comprising a special or chosen people, entitled to all the prerogatives of such, registered, and to construct a conceptual screen behind which to hide the realities of Israel's ongoing genocide against the Palestinian population whose rights and property we usurped in its very creation. What prompts the intellectual status quo of much of the rest of the world to buy into such a thoroughly dishonest enterprise is less immediately evident. Although the particulars of motivation undoubtedly vary somewhat from place to place, group to group, or even from individual to individual, it seems likely that, overall, there is a perverse confluence of interests involved. Insofar as the academic elites of other countries accept the claims of Holocaust exclusivism at face value, they are presented with an automatic exemption from having to come to grips with the implications that they are themselves bound up, not just in the legacy of multitudinous genocides past, but also in avoiding for the most part their obligations to confront and put a stop to their society's perpetration of genocides present. Instead, they can entitle themselves to continue conjuring the endless triumphalist fantasies themselves smacking of genocidal intent that have shaped the Western canon for centuries. As James Axtell, emergent dean of American ethno-historians, has rather crudely framed it, the problem with genocide as a description of, or even analogy to, the post-Columbian loss of Indian life is that the moral onus it tries to place on European colonists, equating them with the Nazi SS, is largely misdirected and inappropriate. We make a hash of our historical judgments because we continue to feel guilty about the real or imagined sins of our fathers and forefathers and people to whom we have no relation whatsoever, despite the result to universalizing labels such as imperialism and colonialism. Most of the battles of the 16th and 17th centuries are behind us. We can stop flogging ourselves with our imperialistic origins and tarring ourselves with the broad brush of genocide. As a huge nation of law and order and increasingly refined sensibility, we are not guilty of murdering Indian women and babies, of branding slaves on the forehead, or of claiming any real estate in the world we happen to fancy. We should recognize, Axtell sums up, that to condemn every aggressive military, religious or economic action in the past is to question some of the fundaments of Eastern society, past and present. One can readily imagine a German historian/apologist advancing an exactly similar argument a century or two after a World War II Nazi victory. Indeed, more than a few began making it less than 50 years after Germany's defeat. To this, the best response probably remains that penned by Raphael Lemkin at the end of World War II, the entire problem of genocide needs to be dealt with as a 74 whole. It is too important to be left for piecemeal discussion and solution in the future. Many hope there will be no more wars, but we dare not rely on mere hopes for protection against genocidal practices by ruthless conquerors. Moreover, we should not overlook the fact that genocide is a problem not only of war but of peace. That being the case, all countries must be concerned about such a problem, not only because of humanitarian, but also because of practical reasons affecting the interests of every country. Happy face, and, one might add, of all people. It should go without saying that to combat and eliminate any socio-political phenomenon, most especially one bearing the malignantly functional utility of genocide, it is first necessary to understand it for what is. Exclusivism does nothing to promote development of genuine and constructive insights in this regard. Instead, it virtually precludes them. What seems most vitally necessary as an alternative and antidote to exclusivism is, as genocide scholar Vahak Dadrian has so aptly put it, the kind of research and analysis that allows us to discern patterns in genocidal behavior. Ultimately, this is the only means by which we may finally be enabled to apprehend genocides before rather than as or after they transpire, positioning ourselves at last to prevent them from happening. To accomplish this, we clearly need far more, not fewer, serious comparative studies. 75. 4. Deconstructing the Columbus myth. Was the great discoverer Italian or Spanish, Nazi or Jew? Christopher Columbus was a genuine titan, a hero of history and of the human spirit. To denigrate Columbus is to denigrate what is worthy in human history and in us all. Jeffrey Hart, National Review. It is perhaps fair to say that our story opens at Alfred University where, during the fall of 1990, I served as Distinguished Scholar of American Indian Studies for a program funded by the National Endowment for the Humanities. Insofar as I was something of a curiosity in that primarily Euro-American staffed and attended institution, situated as it is within an area populated primarily by white folk, it followed naturally that I quickly became a magnet for local journalists seeking to inject a bit of color into their columns and commentaries. Given our temporal proximity to the much heralded quincentennial celebration of Christopher Columbus' discovery of a new world and its inhabitants, and that I am construed as being in some part a direct descendant of those inhabitants, they were wont to query me as to my sentiments concerning the accomplishments of the Admiral of the Ocean Sea. My response, at least in its short version, was, and remains, that celebration of Columbus and the European conquest of the Western Hemisphere he set off is greatly analogous to celebration of the glories of Nazism and Heinrich Himmler. Publication of this remark in local newspapers around Rochester, New York caused me to receive, among other things, a deluge of lengthy and vociferously framed letters of protest, 2 of which are worthy of remark. The first of these was sent by a colleague at the university, an exchange faculty member from Germany, who informed me that while the human 81 costs begot by Columbus' navigational experiment were tragic and quite regrettable, comparisons between him and the Reichsfuhrer SS were nonetheless unfounded. The distinction between Himmler and Columbus, his argument went, resided not only in differences in the magnitude of the genocidal events in which each was involved, but the ways in which they were involved. Himmler, he said, was enmeshed as a high-ranking and responsible official in the liquidation of entire human groups as a matter of formal state policy guided by an explicitly racialist ideology. Furthermore, the enterprise Himmler created as the instrument of his genocidal ambitions incorporated, deliberately and intentionally, considerable economic benefit to the state in whose service he acted. None of this pertained to Columbus, the good professor concluded, because the great discoverer was ultimately little more than a gifted seaman, an individual who unwittingly set in motion processes over which he had little or no control, in which he played no direct part, and which might well have been beyond his imagination. My juxtaposition of the 2 men, he contended, therefore tended to diminish understanding of the unique degree of evil which should be associated with Himmler and ultimately precluded proper historical understandings of the Nazi phenomenon. The second letter came from a member of the Jewish Defense League in Rochester. His argument ran that, unlike Columbus, whom he described as little more than a bit player, without genuine authority or even much of a role, in the actual process of European civilization in the New World which his discovery made possible, Himmler was a responsible official in a formal state policy of exterminating an entire human group for both racial and economic reasons, and on a scale unparalleled in all history. My analogy between the 2, he said, served to diminish public respect for the singular nature of the Jewish experience at the hands of the Nazis, as well as popular understanding of the unique historical significance of the Holocaust. Finally he added, undoubtedly as a crushing capstone to his position, it is a measure of your anti-Semitism that you compare Himmler to Columbus because Columbus was, of course, himself a Jew. I must confess the last assertion struck me first, and only partly because I'd never before heard claims that Christopher Columbus was of Jewish ethnicity. What possible difference could this make? I asked in my letter of reply. If Himmler himself were shown to have been of Jewish extraction, would it then suddenly become anti-Semitic to condemn him for the Genocide? 82. He perpetrated against Jews, Gypsies, Slavs, and others. Would his historical crimes then suddenly be unmentionable or even okay? To put it another way, one continued carrot, simply because Meyer Lansky, Dutch Schultz, Bugsy Siegel, and Lepke were all Jewish by blood, is it a gesture of anti-Semitism to refer to them as gangsters? Is it your contention that an individual's Jewish ethnicity somehow confers exemption from negative classification or criticism of his/her conduct? What are you saying? The question of Columbus' possible Jewishness nonetheless remained intriguing, not because I held it to be especially important in its own right, but because I was, and am still, mystified as to why any ethnic group, especially one which has suffered genocide, might be avid to lay claim either to the man or to his legacy. I promised myself to investigate the matter further. A mythic symbiosis. Meanwhile, I was captivated by certain commonalities of argument inherent to the positions advanced by my correspondents. Both men exhibited a near total ignorance of the actualities of Columbus' career, and neither one demonstrated any desire to correct the situation. Indeed, in their mutual need to separate the topic of their preoccupation from rational scrutiny, they appeared to have conceptually joined hands in a function composed more of faith than fact. It seems that the whole notion of the uniqueness of the Holocaust serves both psychic and political purposes for Jew and German alike. The two groups are bound to one another in a truly symbiotic relationship founded in the mythic exclusivity of their experience. One half of the equation simply completes the other in a perverse sort of collaboration, with the result that each enjoys a tangible benefit. For Jews, at least those who have adopted the Zionist perspective, a unique historical suffering under Nazism translates into fulfillment of a biblical prophecy that they are the chosen, entitled by virtue of their destiny of special persecution to assume a rarefied status among the remainder of humanity. To this end, Zionist scholars such as Yehuda Bauer and Elie Wiesel have labored long and mightily, defining genocide in terms exclusively related to the forms it assumed under Nazism. Conversely, they have coined terms such as ethnocide to encompass the fates inflicted upon other peoples throughout history. Such semantics have served, not as tools of understanding, but as an expedient means of arbitrarily differentiating the experience of their people both qualitatively and quantitatively from 83. That of any other. To approach things in any other fashion would, it must be admitted, tend to undercut ideas like the moral right of the Israeli settler state to impose itself directly atop the Palestinian Arab homeland. For Germans to embrace a corresponding unique historical guilt because of what was done to the Jews during the 1940s, is to permanently absolve themselves of guilt concerning what they may be doing now. No matter how ugly things may become in contemporary German society, or so the reasoning goes, it can always be, and is, argued that there has been a marked improvement over the singular evil which was Nazism. Anything other than outright Nazification is, by definition, different, better and therefore acceptable. Bad as they are, things could always be worse. Business as usual, which is to say assertions of racial supremacy, domination and exploitation of inferior groups, and most of the rest of the Nazi agenda is thereby free to continue in a manner essentially unhampered by serious stirrings of guilt among the German public so long as it does not adopt the literal trappings of Nazism. Participating for profit and with gusto in the deliberate starvation of much of the Third World is no particular problem if one is careful not to goose-step while one does it. By extension, insofar as Germany is often seen, and usually sees itself, as exemplifying the crowning achievements of Western civilization, the same principle covers all European and Euro-derived societies. No matter what they do, it is never really what it seems unless it was done in precisely the fashion the Nazis did it. Consequently, the Nazi master plan of displacing or reducing by extermination the population of the Western USSR and replacing it with settlers of biologically superior German breeding stock is roundly, and rightly, condemned as ghastly and inhuman. Meanwhile, people holding this view of Nazi ambitions tend overwhelmingly to see consolidation and maintenance of Euro-dominated settler states in places like Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, Argentina, the United States, and Canada as basically okay, or even as progress. The distinction allowing this psychological phenomenon is that each of these states went about the intentional displacement and extermination of native populations, and their replacement, in a manner that was different in its particulars from that employed by Nazis attempting to accomplish exactly the same thing. Such technical differentiation is then magnified and used as a sort of all-purpose veil behind which almost anything can be hidden, so long as it is not openly adorned with a swastika. 84. Given the psychological, socio-cultural, and political imperatives involved, neither correspondent, whether German or Jew, felt constrained to examine the factual basis of my analogy between Himmler and Columbus before denying the plausibility or appropriateness of the comparison. To the contrary, since the paradigm of their mutual understanding embodies the a priori presumption that there must be no such analogy, factual investigation is precluded from their posturing. It follows that any dissent on the methods involved in their arriving at their conclusions, never mind introduction of countervailing evidence, must be denied out of hand with accusations of overstatement, shoddy scholarship, stridency, and or anti-Semitism. To this litany have lately been added such new variations as white bashing, ethnic McCarthyism, purveyor of political correctitude, and any other epithet deemed helpful in keeping a canon of knowledge fraught with distortion, deception, and outright fraud from being diluted. Columbus as proto-Nazi. It is time to delve into the substance of my remark that Columbus and Himmler, Nazi Lebensraum Politik, and the settlement of the New World bear more than casual resemblance to one another. It is not, as my two correspondents wished to believe, because of his discovery. This does not mean that if this were all he had done he would be somehow innocent of what resulted from his find, no more than is the scientist who makes a career of accepting military funding to develop weapons in any way blameless when they are subsequently used against human targets. Columbus did not sally forth upon the Atlantic for reasons of neutral science or altruism. He went, as his own diaries, reports, and letters make clear, fully expecting to encounter wealth belonging to others. It was his stated purpose to seize this wealth, by whatever means necessary and available, in order to enrich both his sponsors and himself. Plainly, he prefigured, both in design and intent, what came next. To this extent, he not only symbolizes the process of conquest and genocide which eventually consumed the indigenous peoples of America, but bears the personal responsibility of having participated in it. Still, if this were all there was to it, I might be inclined to dismiss him as a mere thug rather than branding him a counterpart to Himmler. The 1492 voyage of discovery is, however, hardly all that is at issue. In 1493 Columbus returned with an invasion force of 17 ships, appointed at his own request by the Spanish crown to install himself as 85. Viceroy and Governor of the Caribbean islands and the mainland of America, a position he held until 1500. Setting up shop on the large island he called Española, today Haiti of the Dominican Republic, he promptly instituted policies of slavery encomiendo, and systematic extermination against the native Tamo population. Columbus' programs reduced Taino numbers from as many as 8 million at the outset of his regime to about 3 million in 1496. Only 100,000 were left by the time of the governor's departure in 1500. His policies, however, remained, with the result that by 1514 the Spanish census of the island showed barely 22,000 Indians still alive. In 1542, only 200 were recorded. Thereafter, they were considered extinct, as were Indians throughout the Caribbean basin, an aggregate population which totaled more than 15 million at the point the Columbian adventure began. This constitutes an attrition of population in real numbers every bit as great as the toll of 12 to 15 million, about half of them Jewish, most commonly attributed to Himmler's slaughter mills. Moreover, the proportion of the indigenous Caribbean population destroyed by the Spanish in a single generation is, no matter how the figures are twisted, far greater than the 75% of European Jews usually said to have been exterminated by the Nazis. Degree worst of all, these data apply only to the Caribbean basin. The process of genocide in the Americas was only just beginning at the point such statistics become operant, not ending, as it did upon the fall of the Third Reich. All told, it is probable that more than 100 million native people were eliminated in the course of Europe's ongoing civilization of the Western Hemisphere. It has long been asserted by responsible scholars that the decimation of American Indians which accompanied the European invasion resulted primarily from disease rather than direct killing or conscious policy. There is a certain truth to this, although starvation may have proven just as lethal in the end. It must be borne in mind when considering such facts that a considerable portion of those who perished in the Nazi death camps died, not as the victims of bullets and gas, but from starvation, as well as epidemics of typhus, dysentery, and the like. Their keepers, who could not be said to have killed these people directly, were nonetheless found to have been culpable in their deaths by deliberately imposing the conditions which led to the proliferation of starvation and disease among them. Certainly, the same can be said of Columbus' regime, under which the original residents were, as a first 86. Order of business, permanently dispossessed of their abundant cultivated fields while being converted into chattel, ultimately to be worked to death for the wealth and glory of sp. Nor should more direct means of extermination be relegated to incidental status. As the matter is framed by Kirkpatrick Sale in his book, The Conquest of Paradise. The tribute system, instituted by the governor sometime in 1495, was a simple and brutal way of fulfilling the Spanish lust for gold while acknowledging the Spanish distaste for labor. Every Taino over the age of 14 had to supply the rulers with a hawksbill of gold every 3 months, or, in gold-deficient areas, 25 pounds of spun cotton. Those who did were given a token to wear around their necks as proof that they had made their payment. Those who did not were, as Columbus' brother, Fernando says discreetly, punished by having their hands cut off, as the priest, Bartolomé de las Casas says less discreetly, and left to bleed to death. It is entirely likely that upwards of 10,000 Indians were killed in this fashion on Hispaniola alone, as a matter of policy, during Columbus' tenure as governor. Las Casas' brevísima relation, among other contemporaneous sources, is also replete with accounts of Spanish colonists, hidalgos, hanging Tainos en masse, roasting them on spits or burning them at the stake, often a dozen or more at a time, hacking their children into pieces to be used as dog food and so forth, all of it to instill in the natives a proper attitude of respect toward their Spanish superiors. The Spaniards made bets as to who would slit a man in two, or cut off his head at one blow, or they opened up his bowels. They tore the babes from their mother's breast by their feet and dashed their heads against the rocks. They spitted the bodies of other babes, together with their mothers and all who were before them, on their swords. Carried. No SS trooper could be expected to comport himself with a more unrelenting viciousness. And there is more. All of this was coupled to wholesale and persistent massacres. A Spaniard suddenly drew his sword. Then the whole 100 drew theirs and began to rip open the bellies, to cut and kill a group of Tainos assembled for this purpose, men, women, children, and old folk, all of whom were seated, off guard and frightened. And within 2 credos, not a man of them there remains alive. The Spaniards enter the large house nearby, for this was happening at its door, and in the same way, with cuts and stabs, began to kill as many as were found there, so that a stream of blood was running, as if a great number of cows had perished. Elsewhere, Las Casas went on to recount how 87. In this time, the greatest outrages and slaughterings of people were perpetrated, whole villages being depopulated. The Indians saw that without any offense on their part they were despoiled of their kingdoms, their lands and liberties, and of their halves, their wives, and homes. As they saw themselves each day carried perishing by the cruel and inhuman treatment of the Spaniards, crushed to earth by the horses, cut in pieces by swords, eaten and torn by dogs, many buried alive and suffering all kinds of exquisite tortures, many surrendered to their fate, while the survivors fled to the mountains to starve. Registered. The butchery continued until there were no Tainos left to butcher. One might well ask how a group of human beings, even those like the Spaniards of Columbus' day, maddened in a collective lust for wealth and prestige, might come to treat another with such unrestrained ferocity over a sustained period. The answer, or some substantial portion of it, must be in the fact that the Indians were considered by the Spanish to be undermention, subhumans. That this was the conventional view is borne out beyond a question in the recorded debates between Las Casas and the nobleman, Juan Ginés de Sepúlveda, who argued for the majority of Spaniards that American Indians, like African blacks and other lower animals, lack souls. The Spaniards, consequently, bore in Sepúlveda's estimation a holy obligation to enslave and destroy them wherever they might be encountered. The eugenics theories of Nazi philosopher Alfred Rosenberg, to which Heinrich Himmler more or less subscribed, elaborated the mission of the SS in very much the same terms. It was upon such profoundly racist ideas that Christopher Columbus grounded his policies as the first governor of the new Spanish Empire in America. In the end, all practical distinctions between Columbus and Himmler, at least those not accounted for by differences in available technology and extent of socio-military organization, evaporate upon close inspection. They are cut of the same cloth, fulfilling precisely the same function and for exactly the same reasons, each in his own time and place. If there is one differentiation which may be valid, it is that while the specific enterprise Himmler represented ultimately failed and is now universally condemned, that represented by Columbus did not and is not. Instead, as Sale has observed, the model for colonialism and concomitant genocide Columbus pioneered during his reign as governor of Hispaniola was to prove his most enduring legacy, carried on by the conquistadors in their invasions of Mexico, Peru, and La Florida. The Colombian process is ongoing, as is witnessed by the fact that, today, his legacy is celebrated far and wide. 88. The emblematic European. This leaves open the question as to whom, exactly, the horror which was Columbus rightly belongs. There are, as it turns out, no shortage of contenders for the mantle of the man and his accomplishments. It would be well to examine the nature of at least the major claims in order to appreciate the extent of the mad scramble which has been undertaken by various peoples to associate themselves with what was delineated in the preceding section. One cannot avoid the suspicion that the spectacle bespeaks much of the Eurocentric character. Ibis Columbus Italian? The popular wisdom has always maintained that Christopher Columbus was born in Genoa, a city-state in what is now called Italy. Were this simply a historical truth, it might be accepted as just one more uncomfortable fact of life for the Italian people, who are or should be still trying to live down what their country did to the Libyans and Ethiopians during the prelude to World War II. There is much evidence, however, militating against Columbus' supposed Genos origin. For instance, although such records were kept at the time, there is no record of his birth in that locale. Nor is there reference to his having been born or raised there in any of his own written work, including his personal correspondence. For that matter, there is no indication that he either wrote or spoke any dialect which might be associated with Genoa, or even the Tuscan language which forms the basis of modern Italian. His own writings, not excluding letters penned to Geno's friends and the Banco di San Gregorio, one of his financiers in that city, were uniformly articulated in Castilian, with a bit of Portuguese and Latin mixed in. Moreover, while several variations of his name were popularly applied to him during his lifetime, none of them was drawn from a dialect which might be considered Italian. He himself, in the only known instance in which he rendered his own full name, utilized the Greek spdual de col6n still, Genoa, Italy, and those of Italian descent elsewhere in the world, Italo-Americans, most loudly of all, have mounted an unceasing clamor during the 20th century, insisting he must be theirs. Genoa itself invested considerable resources into resolving the question during the 1920s, ultimately printing a 288-page book assembling an array of depositions and other documents, all of them authenticated, attesting that Columbus was indeed Genos. Published in 1931, the volume, entitled Christopher Columbus, Documents and Proofs of His Genos Origin, presents what is still the 5 best circumstantial case as to Columbus' ethnic identity. Spanish. ****. Counterclaims concerning Columbus' supposed Iberian origin are also long-standing and have at times been pressed rather vociferously. These center primarily in the established facts that he spent the bulk of his adult life in service to Spain, was fluent in both written and spoken Castilian, and that his mistress, Beatriz Enriquez de Arana, was Spanish. Registered during the 1920s, these elements of the case were bolstered by an assortment of archival documents allegedly proving conclusively that Columbus was a Spaniard from cradle to grave. In 1928, however, the Spanish Academy determined that these documents had been forged by parties overly eager to establish Spain's exclusive claim to the Colombian legacy. Since then, Spanish chauvinists have had to content themselves with arguments that the discoverer is theirs by virtue of employment and nationality, if not by birth. An excellent summary of the various Spanish contentions may be found in Enrique de Gandia's Historia de Cristobal Colon, Análisis Crítico, first published in 1942. Portuguese. Portuguese participation in the fray has been less pronounced, but follows basically the same course sans forged documents as that of the Spanish. Columbus, the argument goes, was plainly conversant in the language, and his wife, Felipa Moniz Peristrello, is known to have been Portuguese. Further, the first point at which his whereabouts can be accurately determined, was in service to Portugal, plying that country's slave trade along Africa's west coast for a period of 4 years. Reputedly, he was also co-proprietor of a book and map shop in Lisbon and/or Madeira for a time, and once sailed to Iceland on a voyage commissioned by the Portuguese crown. Portugal's desire to extend a serious claim to Spain's Admiral of the Ocean Sea seems to be gathering at least some momentum, as is witnessed in Manuel Luciano da Silva's 1989 book, Columbus Was 100% Portuguese. Fewish. The idea that Columbus might have been a Spanish Jew is perhaps best known for having appeared in Simon Wiesenthal's Sails of Hope in 1973. Therein, it is contended that the future governor of Española hid his ethnic 90 ity because of the mass expulsion of Jews from Spain ordered by King Ferdinand of Aragon on March 30, 1492, the decree was executed on August 2 of the same year. Because of this rampant anti-Semitism, the great navigator's true identity has remained shrouded in mystery, lost to the historical record. Interestingly, given the tenacity with which at least some sectors of the Jewish community have latched onto it, this notion is not at all Jewish in origin. Rather, it was initially developed as a speculation in a 1913 article, Columbus a Spaniard and a Jew, published by Henry Vinod in the American History Review. It was then advanced by Salvador de Madariaga in his unsympathetic 1939 biography, Christopher Columbus. Madariaga's most persuasive argument, at least to himself, seems to have been that Columbus' great love of gold proved his Jewishness. This theme was resuscitated in Brother Nectario Marias. Juan Colon was a Spanish Jew in 1971. Next, we will probably be told that The Merchant of Venice was an accurate depiction of medieval Jewish life, after all. And, from there, that the international Jewish Bolshevik banking conspiracy really exists, and has since the days of the Illuminati takeover of the Masonic orders. One hopes the JDL doesn't rally to defense of these interpretations of history as readily as it jumped aboard the Columbus as Jew bandwagon. Other contenders. By conservative count, there are at present 253 books and articles devoted specifically to the question of Columbus' origin and national/ethnic identity. Another 300-odd essays or full volumes address the same questions to some extent while pursuing other matters. Claims to his character, and some imagined luster therefrom, have been extended not only by the 4 countries already discussed, but by Corsica, Greece, Chios, Majorca, Aragon. 35. Galicia, France, and Poland. In the final analysis, it is patently clear that we really have no idea who Columbus was, where he came from, or where he spent his formative years. It may be that he was indeed born in Genoa, perhaps of some degree of Jewish blood, brought up in Portugal, and ultimately nationalized as a citizen of Spain, province of Aragon. Perhaps he also spent portions of his childhood being educated in Greek and Latin while residing in Corsica, Majorca, Chios, or all 3. Maybe he had grandparents who had immigrated from what is now Poland and France. It is possible that each of the parties now 91 vying for a piece of the action in his regard are to some extent correct in their claims. And, to the same extent, it is true that he was actually of none of them in the sense that they mean it. He stands, by this definition, not as an Italian, Spaniard, Portuguese or Jew, but as the penultimate European of his age, the emblematic personality of all that Europe was, had been, and would become in the course of its subsequent expansion across the face of the earth. As a symbol, then, Christopher Columbus vastly transcends himself. He stands before the bar of history and humanity, culpable not only for his deeds on Española, but, in spirit at least, for the carnage and cultural obliteration which attended the conquests of Mexico and Peru during the 1500s. He stands as exemplar of the massacre of Pequots at Mystic in 1637, and of Lord Geoffrey Amherst's calculated distribution of smallpox-laden blankets to the members of Pontiac's Confederacy a century and a half later. His spirit informed the policies of John Evans and John Chivington as they set out to exterminate the Cheyennes in Colorado during 1864, and it rode with the 7th U.S. Cavalry to Wounded Knee in December of 1890. It guided Alfredo Stroessner's machete-wielding butchers as they strove to eradicate the Ache people of Paraguay during the 1970s, and applauds the policies of Brazil toward the Jivaro, Yanomami, and other Amazon basin peoples at the present moment. And, the ghost of Columbus stood with the British in their wars against the Zulus and various Arab nations, with the United States against the Moros of the Philippines, the French against the peoples of Algeria and Indochina, the Belgians in the Congo, the Dutch in Indonesia. He was there for the Opium Wars and the secret bombing of Cambodia, for the systematic slaughter of the indigenous peoples of California during the 19th century and of the Mayans in Guatemala during the 1980s. And, yes, he was very much present in the corridors of Nazi power, present among the guards and commandants at Sobibor and Treblinka, and within the ranks of the Einsatzgruppen on the Eastern Front. The Third Reich was, after all, never so much a deviation from as it was a crystallization of the dominant themes racial supremacism, conquest, and genocide of the European culture Columbus so ably exemplifies. Nazism was never unique, it was instead only one of an endless succession of new world orders set in motion by the discovery. It was neither more nor less detestable than the order imposed by Christopher Columbus upon Hispaniola, 1493 or 1943, they are part of the same irreducible whole. 92. The Spectre of Hannibal Lecter. At this juncture, the entire planet is locked, figuratively, in a room with the socio-cultural equivalent of Hannibal Lecter. An individual of consummate taste and refinement, imbued with indelible grace and charm, he distracts his victims with the brilliance of his intellect, even while honing his blade. He is thus able to dine alone upon their livers, his feast invariably candlelit, accompanied by lofty music and a fine wine. Over and over the ritual is repeated, always hidden, always denied in order that it may be continued. So perfect is Lecter's pathology that, from the depths of his scorn for the inferiors upon whom he feeds, he advances himself as their sage and therapist, he who is incomparably endowed with the ability to explain their innermost meanings, he professes to be their savior. His success depends upon being embraced and exalted by those upon whom he preys. Ultimately, so long as Lecter is able to retain his mask of omnipotent gentility, he can never be stopped. The spirit of Hannibal Lecter is thus at the core of an expansionist European civilization which has reached out to engulf the planet. In coming to grips with Lecter, it is of no useful purpose to engage in sympathetic biography, to chronicle the nuances of his childhood and catalogue his many and varied achievements, whether real or imagined. The recounting of such information is at best diversionary, allowing him to remain at large just that much longer. More often, it inadvertently serves to perfect his mask, enabling him not only to maintain his enterprise, but to pursue it with ever more arrogance and efficiency. At worst, the biographer is aware of the intrinsic evil lurking beneath the subject's veneer of civility, but because of morbid fascination and a desire to participate vicariously deliberately obfuscates the truth in order that his homicidal activities may continue unchecked. The biographer thus reveals not only a willing complicity in the subject's crimes, but a virulent pathology of his or her own. Such as arid has always been the relationship of responsible scholarship to expansionist Europe and its derivative societies. The sole legitimate function of information compiled about Lecter is to unmask him and thereby lead to his apprehension. The purpose of apprehension is not to visit retribution upon the psychopath. He is, after all, by definition mentally ill and consequently not in control of his more lethal impulses, but to put an end to his activities. It is even theoretically possible that, once he is disempowered, he can be cured. The point, however, is to understand what he is and what he does well enough to stop him from doing. 93. This is the role which must be assumed by scholarship vis-a-vis Euro supremacy, if scholarship itself is to have any positive and constructive meaning. Scholarship is never neutral or objective, it always works either for the psychopath or against him, to mystify socio-cultural reality or to decode it, to make corrective action possible or to prevent it. It may well be that there are better points of departure for intellectual endeavors to capture the real form and meaning of Eurocentrism than the life, times, and legacy of Christopher Columbus. Still, since Eurocentrists the world over have so evidently clasped hands in utilizing him as perhaps the, preeminent signifier of their collective heritage, and are doing so with such an apparent sense of collective jubilation, the point has been rendered effectively moot. Those who seek to devote their scholarship to apprehending the psychopath who sits in our parlor thus have no alternative but to use him as a primary vehicle of articulation. In order to do so, we must employ the analytical tools which allow him to be utilized as a medium of explanation, a way to shed light upon phenomena such as the mass psychologies of fascism and racism, a means to shear Eurocentrism of its camouflage, exposing its true contours, revealing the enduring coherence of the dynamics which forged its evolution. Perhaps through such efforts we can begin to genuinely comprehend the seemingly incomprehensible fact that so many groups are queuing up to associate themselves with a man from whose very memory wafts the cloying stench of tyranny and genocide. From there, it may be possible to at last crack the real codes of meaning underlying the sentiments of the Nuremberg rallies, those spectacles on the plazas of Rome during which fealty was pledged to Mussolini, and that amazing red, white and blue, tie a yellow ribbon frenzy gripping the U.S. public much more lately. If we force ourselves to see things clearly, we can understand. If we can understand, we can apprehend. If we can apprehend, perhaps we can stop the psychopath before he kills again. We are obligated to try, from a sense of sheer self-preservation, if nothing else. Who knows, we may even succeed. But first we must stop lying to ourselves, or allowing others to do the lying for us, about who it is with whom we now share our room. Genocide in the Americas Landmarks from Lo Fin Amatito, 1492 to 1992. I become death, the scatterer of worlds. Bhagavad Gita. On October 12, 1492, the day Christopher Columbus first landed in what came to be called the New World, the Western Hemisphere was inhabited by a population of well over 100 million people. 2 centuries later, it is estimated that the indigenous population of the Americas had been diminished by some 90% and was continuing to fall steadily. In the United States, the native population bottomed out during the 1890s at slightly over 237,000, a 98% reduction from its original size. Such extreme demographic catastrophe as that evidenced in the United States, indicative of a population collapse or obliteration rather than of mere decline, is not atypical. To the contrary, the average native population for surviving indigenous peoples everywhere in the Americas is about 5%, meaning we experienced a reduction of 97 to -98% during the history of invasion, conquest, and colonization which afflicted us all. Moreover, the processes at issue cannot be relegated to some tragic and regrettable but unalterable past. Instead, they are very much ongoing, as this is written, embedded in the policies of the various settler states of North, South, and Central America, and in the attitudes of the immigrant citizenry of these states. As I have noted often in my writing and public lectures, the genocide inflicted upon American Indians over the past 5 centuries is unparalleled in human history, both in terms of its sheer magnitude and in its duration. For the most part, with the exception of occasional forays into describing the real nature of the Colombian endeavor in the Caribbean, I have focused my attention, and that of my readers/listeners, on the genocide perpetrated on my own home ground of North America, mostly by Anglo-Americans. In this 97 essay, I would like to break with that practice to some extent, laying out what I take to be a few of the landmarks of the post-Columbian record of genocide perpetrated to the south, in what is presumptuously termed Latin America, mostly by those of Iberian origin of descent. Invasion and conquest. Into this sheepfold, there came some Spaniards who immediately behaved like ravening beasts. And Spaniards have behaved in no other way during the past 40 years down to the present time, for they are still acting like ravening beasts, killing, terrorizing, afflicting, torturing and destroying the native peoples, doing all this with the strangest and most varied new methods of cruelty, never seen or heard of before. Bartolomé de las Casas. In 1519, when the Spanish conquistador, Hernán Cortés, captured the Mexica, Aztec, capital of Tenochtitlan, a huge metropolis constructed in the midst of a volcanic lake, he first laid siege and allowed a smallpox epidemic to run its course, weakening the city's defenses. Then, after a series of assaults which resulted in the Indians being reduced to the point of almost complete defenselessness, they no longer had nor could find any arrows, javelins, or stones with which to respond. His letters recount he initiated the wholesale slaughter of those who surrendered, were captured, or who were simply trapped by his troops. 12,000 people, many of them non-combatants, were butchered in a single afternoon, another 40,000 the following day, before Cortés withdrew because he and his men could no longer endure the stench of the dead bodies that lay in the streets. Registered when the Spaniards returned the next day, their commander surveyed his starving, dehydrated, and disease-racked opponents, already decimated during the previous assaults, and announced his intent to attack and slay them all. By the time it was over, perhaps two-thirds of Tenochtitlan's population of about 350,000 was dead. Degree. The people of the city had to walk upon their dead while others swam or drowned in the waters of that wide lake where they had their canoes. Indeed, so great was their suffering that it was beyond our understanding how they came to endure it. Countless numbers of men, women, and children came out towards us, and in their eagerness to escape many were pushed into the water, where they drowned amidst that multitude of corpses, and it seemed that more than 50,000 of them had perished from the salt water they had drunk, their hunger and the vile stench. And so in the streets where they were we came across such piles of the dead that we were forced to walk on them. 98. By 1525, with the conquest of the Mexicas complete, one of Cortés' lieutenants, Pedro de Alvarado, mounted a campaign to the south, against the Mayans and other peoples of what are now the far southern portion of Mexico, as well as Guatemala, Belize, western Honduras, and Nicaragua, and Panama. As Las Casas described it at the time, they advanced killing, ravaging, burning, robbing and destroying all the country as they went. By massacres and murders, they have destroyed and devastated a kingdom more than 100 leagues square, one of the happiest in the way of fertility and population in the world. This same tyrant Alvarado wrote that it was more populous than the Kingdom of Mexico, and he told the truth. He and his brothers, together with the others, have killed more than 4 or 5 million people in 15 or 16 years, from the year 1525 until 1540, and they continue to kill and destroy those who are still left, and so they will kill the remainder. Northward from the former Mexica Empire, things were much the same, or perhaps worse, during the period of conquest. Nujo Beltrán de Guzmán was one of those who led armies to the north, torturing or burning at the stake native leaders, such as the Tarascan king, while seizing or destroying enormous native stores of food. Guzmán later was followed by Álvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca, by Francisco Vázquez de Coronado, by Francisco de Ibarra, and countless other conquerors and murderers. As elsewhere, disease, depredation, enslavement, and outright massacres combined to extinguish entire Indian cultures in Mexico's northwest. Meanwhile, Francisco Pizarro's conquest of the Incas in what are now called Peru and Chile, evidenced far less direct killing. In no small part, this was because the conquistadors in this region managed to capture much of the Incan leadership very early on in their campaign, and developed certain methods of convincing them to betray their people. One ingenious European technique of getting what they wanted involved burying Indian leaders in earth up to their waists. In that helpless position, they were beaten with whips and given instructions. When they did not comply, more earth was piled about them and the whippings continued. Then more earth. And more beating. At last, says the Spanish informant on this particular matter, they covered them to the shoulders and finally to the mouths. He then adds as an afterthought, I even believe that a great number of natives were burned to death. By this point, the Portuguese had arrived in March of 1549, with Pedro Álvares Cabral's establishment of his first base of operations at the Bay of Bahia, on the coast of what is now Brazil. For the next decade, Cabral and his colleagues waged a brand of attritional warfare which destroyed the 99. When the Spaniards had collected a great deal of gold from the Indians, they shut them up in 3 big houses, crowding in as many as they could, then set fire to the houses, burning olive oil that were in them, yet those Indians had given no cause nor made any resistance. Bartolomé de las Casas, Destruction of the Indies. 100. Natives little by little, the survivors fleeing into the Amazonian interior. As an unnamed priest explained in a subsequent report to the church, it was a complete mismatch, the Portuguese, armed with swords and muskets, riding down thousands of unmounted Tupi and Tapuya warriors equipped only with bows and spears. Then they razed and burned entire villages, the priest said, which are generally made of dry palm leaves, roasting alive in them those that refused to surrender as slaves. Registered, and so it went, area by area, region by region, until the preferred portions of America's southern hemisphere had been subdued. Happy face, colonization. Some of the Indias even as late as the 1580s were being broken physically, their insides literally bursting under the heavy loads they had to carry. Unable to endure more, some of them committed suicide by hanging, starving themselves, or eating poisonous herbs. Encomenderos forced them to work in open fields where they tried to care for their children. Mothers occasionally killed their offspring at birth to spare them future agonies. Others returned home after weeks or months of separation from their children only to find that they had died or had been taken away. William L. Sherman. Native forced labor. Horrific as the processes of invasion and conquest must have been to those who suffered them, what came after was far more so, and vastly more consequential in terms of its impact on indigenous populations. In central Mexico, Cortés followed up his triumph at Tenochtitlan by establishing a colony dubbed New Spain and based on the most brutal use of Indians as slave labor. The methods of pacification and conscription are instructive. Numerous reports, from numerous reporters, tell of Indians being led to the mines in columns, chained together at the neck, and decapitated if they faltered. Of children trapped and burned alive in their houses, or stabbed to death because they walked too slowly. Of the routine cutting off of women's breasts, and the tying of heavy cords to their feet before tossing them to drown in lakes and lagoons. Of babies taken from their mothers' breasts, killed, and left as roadside markers. Of stray Indians dismembered and sent back to their villages with their chopped off hands and noses strung around their necks. Of pregnant and confined women, children, old men, as many as they could capture, thrown into pits in which stakes had been embedded and left stuck on the stakes, until the pits were filled. And much, much more. Within the area of the former Mexica Kingdom, the people, who numbered more than 25 million at the time of the conquistadors' arrival, were lit. 101. 22. Arrowly worked to death, mainly in mining and plantation enterprises. According to the Spanish census of that year, barely 1.3 million Indios remained alive in the entire region by 1595. To the north, where Beltrán de Guzmán and his ilk had ventured, it was NB better. Among the region's Serrano culture groups, in barely more than a century the Tipuan people were reduced in number by 90%, the Iritilla people by 93%, the Acaqui people by 95%. It took a little longer for the various Yaqui peoples to reach this level of devastation, but they too saw nearly 90% of their number perish, while for the varied Mayo peoples the collapse was 94%. Scores of other examples from this enormous area followed the same deadly pattern. To the south, the handiwork of Alvarado and his cohorts was equally evident. Overall, the population of southern Mexico, numbering about 1.7 million at the point of the invasion, dropped to less than 250,000 over the next century and a half. In Córdoba, on the Gulf of Mexico, the population fell by 97% during the century after Tenochtitlan was sacked. Off the coast, on the island of Cozumel, 96% of the population was eradicated. Inland, in the province of Jalapa, the die-off was 97%. In the Yucatan, the Spaniards pacified the Indians of Cocua and Quitumal in such a way that these provinces, which were formerly the thickest settled and most populous, remain the most desolate in the country, recounted Bishop Diego de Landa. Another observer, Alonso de Zorita, added that certain birds that, when an Indian falls, pick out his eyes and kill and eat him. It is well known that these birds appear whenever the Spaniards make an incursion or discover a mine. Registered. The litany goes on in Central America. By 1542 Nicaragua alone had seen the export of as many as 500,000 of its people for slave labor, in effect, a death sentence, in distant areas whose populations had been destroyed. In Panama, it is said, between the years 1514 and 1530 up to 2 million Indians were killed. In the Cucumatan highlands of Guatemala the population fell by 82% within the first half-century following European contact, and by 94% from 260,000 to 16,000 in less than a century and a half. In western Nicaragua, 99% of the people were dead, falling in number from more than 1 million to less than 10,000, before 60 years had passed from the time of the Spaniards' initial appearance. In western and central Honduras, 95% of the people were exterminated in more than a century. Registered. Still further south, in the Andes, where Pizarro's minions wielded the whips and swords, the population dropped from as many as 14 million before 102. The invasion to barely a million by the end of the 16th century. Registered. The manner of their dying was essentially the same as that of their cousins in Mexico and Central America. As one Spanish observer in Peru put it as early as 1539, the Indians are being totally destroyed and lost. They plead with the cross to be given food for the love of God. But the soldiers are killing all the llamas they want for no greater need than to make tallow candles. The Indians are left with nothing to plant, and since they have no cattle and can never obtain any, they cannot fail to die of hunger. Happy face. Simultaneously, massive numbers of the sick and starving people were impressed into slave labor on Spanish cocoa plantations, and in silver mines like that at Potosí, in Bolivia. As Spanish officials estimated, between a third and a half of the annual quota of cocoa workers died as a result of their 5-month service. Happy face. Those who survived were simply subjected to another stint, the cycle repeated again and again, until, as Spain's King Philip remarked in 1551, an infinite number of Indians perish. Both the scale and rate of death were in some ways as bound up in the attitudes of the colonizers towards native people as it was in the physical conditions they imposed upon them. Consider the following assessment by conquistador Pedro de Ciudad de Leon. I would not condemn the employment of Indian slaves, but if a Spaniard had need of 1 pig, he killed 20, if 4 Indians were wanted, he took a dozen. And there were many who made the poor Indians carry their whores on hammocks borne upon their shoulders. Were one ordered to enumerate the great evils, injuries, robberies, oppression, and ill treatment inflicted upon the natives during these operations, there would be no end of it. For they thought no more of killing Indians than if they were useless beasts. The silver mines were even worse, the very mouth of hue, to quote Spanish chronicler Domingo de Santo Tomas. If 20 healthy Indians enter a mine on Monday, wrote Rodrigo de Loaiza in another first-hand account, half may emerge crippled on Saturday. Happy face. More often, they did not emerge at all. Dropped down a shaft bored as far as 750 feet into the earth, taking with them only some bags of roasted maize for their sustenance, observed Loaiza. The miners remained below ground for a week at a time. There, in addition to the dangers of falling rocks, poor ventilation, and the violence of brutal overseers, as the Indian laborers chipped away at the rock faces of the mines they released and inhaled the poisonous vapors of cinnabar, arsenic, anhydride, and mercury. For as long as there appeared to be an unending supply of brute labor, it was cheaper to work an Indian to death, and replace him or her with another native, than it was to feed and care for either of them. 103. Properly. It is probable, in fact, that the life expectancy of an Indian engaged in forced labor in a mine or on a plantation during these early years of Spanish terror in Peru was not much more than 3 or 4 months, about the same as that of someone working at slave labor in the synthetic rubber manufacturing plant at Auschwitz in the 1940s. The Portuguese, for their part, were proceeding apace in Brazil, primarily through development of the vast plantations which, by 1600, supplied the great bulk of Europe's sugar. Such endeavors entailed equally vast applications of forced labor. Over 1/3 million Indians were held in bondage at the peak, obtained by slaving expeditions up the Amazon. Registered. For the Indians brought to the slave markets of the coast, life was frightful. Families were broken up during the raids, and a large proportion of the men were killed. The women and children were taken down river in chains and sold. On the sugar plantations, they were forced to work 7 days a week. The work was punishing. It required clearing and irrigating huge tracts of land, building mills, houses, and roads, and cutting and pressing cane. Like the Indians who were subjected to the Spanish, the Indians of Brazil, by virtue of enforced labor and the onslaught of disease, suffered greatly. Not many survived. In fact, less than 10% of Brazil's pre-invasion indigenous population of approximately 2.5 million lived into the 17th century. In the end, says one account, things grew so bad that there was no one to make graves, and some were buried in dunghills and around huts, but so badly that the pigs rooted them. Happy face. By then, however, the Portuguese had begun the importation of the more than 3.5 million African slaves, with which they not only expanded the plantation system, but diversified into timbering and large-scale cattle ranching. Notes on genocide as art and recreation. So that their flowers should live, they maimed and destroyed the flowers of others. Marauders by day, offenders by night, murderers of the world. Kilambalam. It would be inaccurate and unfair to suggest that life revolved exclusively around matters of commerce and industry for the Iberian colonists. They were, after all, resourceful people, capable of devising forms of entertainment for themselves, even in the midst of the wilderness they'd so recently invaded and conquered. One of the favorites, as was the case with Columbus' hidalgos on Hispaniola a bit earlier, had to do with wagering on the 104 amount of damage which might be inflicted upon an unarmed Indian, often a child, with a single sword stroke. Another commonality of entertainments between the earliest Spanish colonists in the Caribbean and their later mainland counterparts had to do with massacring entire villages, apparently for the sheer sport of it. Happy face. In Central America, a new innovation, dogging, shortly made its appearance. This had to do with setting vicious mastiffs and wolfhounds raised on a diet of human flesh, trained to disembowel upon command, and often equipped with special armor loose on hapless natives. This was sometimes done to captives in a betting situation, sometimes as a form of hunting, sometimes in conjunction with pacification efforts, usually in some combination of the three. A properly fleshed dog could pursue a savage as zealously and effectively as a deer or a boar. To many of the conquerors, the Indian was merely another savage animal, and the dogs were trained to rip apart their human quarry with the same zest as they felt when hunting wild beasts. In one account, the favorite dog of the noted conquistador Vasco Núñez de Balboa ripped the head completely off the body of a Cuna leader in Panama, much to the glee of the entourage accompanying the owner of the pet. Happy face. At another point, Balboa is recorded as having ordered the bodies of 40 of his victims fed to his dogs. In Peru, this practice was so common that Cesar de Leon found it not particularly remarkable that a Portuguese named Roque Martin regularly had quarters of Indians hanging on his porch to feed his dogs with. Happy face. Then there was the matter of sex. For all their supposedly devout Catholicism, the Iberians, Spanish and Portuguese alike, excelled at rape, forced concubinage, and compulsory prostitution. In part, This seems to have been a grotesque psychological stratagem to effect the final degradation and disempowerment of indigenous men as well as women, as a group of Dominican friars reported rather early on, when an enslaved native man emerged from the mines of Mexico at the end of a day. Not only was he beaten or whipped because he had not brought up enough gold, but further, most often, he was bound hand and foot and flung under the bed like a dog, before a Spanish overseer lay down directly over him, with his wife. Happy face. These were just adjuncts, however, to the open trade in enslaved women that the Spanish delighted in as the decades wore on. Native women or Indias were gambled away in card games and traded for objects of small value, while stables of them 105 were rented out to sailors who desired sexual accompaniment during their travels up and down the coast. If an India attempted to resist, she was whipped or tortured or burned alive. Even when laws were passed to curb the more extreme of such atrocities, the penalties were a joke. When, for example, an uncooperative Nicaraguan Indian woman was burned to death in her hut by a Spaniard who tried to rape her, he was prosecuted by the governor and fined 5 pesos carat. Nor was travel neglected, especially of the adventurous and potentially profitable sort. For a long while, expeditions set out with a certain regularity from Peru, in search of a fabled El Dorado, city of gold, believed by the Spanish to lie somewhere along the upper Amazon. Some 200 or 300 Spaniards go on these expeditions, Santo Tomas recorded, taking 2,000 or 3,000 Indians to serve them and carry their food and fodder. Few or no Indians survive, because of lack of food, the immense hardships of the long journeys through wastelands, and from the loads themselves. Pizarro himself was more direct in such matters. When the Indians grew exhausted, they cut off their heads without untying them from their chains, leaving the roads full of bodies, with utmost cruelty. Happy face. In sum, Iberian colonization on the American mainland equated to a complete dehumanization and devaluation of indigenous people in the minds of their conquerors. From that sprang the processes in which the native population was consumed, for reasons both systematically calculated and utterly sadistic, in numbers which are truly stupefying. All told, it is plausibly estimated that, from the Rio Grande southward into Chile, as many as 80 million human beings were expended in the Spanish/Portuguese drive for wealth and imperial grandeur by the year 1700. Artistically, the Holocaust attending the first 2 centuries of Iberian rule is still celebrated as a source of tremendous national/cultural pride throughout the Hispanic portion of America. Paintings, murals, sculpture, and public statuary, much of it officially commissioned, continue to abound in commemoration of the immense achievement this rich Spanish heritage of rape, pillage, and slaughter invokes. Perhaps exemplary in this regard is the Montejo House in the city of Mérida, on the Yucatan Peninsula, near the ancient Mayan centers at Uxmal and Chichen Itza, locale of some of the worst atrocities of the mid-16th century. There, one may stare in awe and admiration at a facade depicting in lavishly bold relief a pair of noble conquistadors, each of them casually resting a foot atop the severed head of a fallen Indian. 106. The maintenance and expansion of empire. This man born in degradation, this stranger brought by slavery into our midst, is hardly recognized as sharing the common features of humanity. His face appears to us hideous, his intelligence limited, and his tastes low. We almost take him to be some intermediary between man and beast. Alexis de Tocqueville. As the native populations under Iberian sway eroded like snow beneath an August sun, the intensity of killing necessarily abated. By and large, colonial regimes throughout South and Central America, as well as Mexico and the southwestern portion of the present-day United States, settled into consolidating the new order within their domains in accordance with rigid and often elaborate racial codes. Every mixture possible, starting from the 3 pure original racial types ostensibly Caucasian, Black African, and Indian, received its individual name. The terms mestizo, mulatto, and zambo were of long standing, and need no further clarification. Terzerden, Cuarteron, Quadroon, and Quinteron, Quintroon, are self-explanatory. Peruvian Spanish STU retains the terms Cholo and Chino. But who nowadays remembers the significance of such names as Castizo, Morisco, Lobo J. Barro, Albarazado, Camhujo, Barceno, Puchel, Coyote, Chamiso Gdalfero, Genizaro, Crufo, Jaracho, and Sambago, or the more picturesque Salta Atrodes, Tent en Air, No Te Enchendo, Ahi Estes, and so forth, asterisk. The point is amplified by a portion of one such code, effective in 18th century New Spain, which is illustrative of all such lists compiled in Iberian-occupied America. 1 Spaniard and Indian beget mestizo. 2 Mestizo and Spanish woman beget castizo. 3 Castizo woman and Spaniard beget Spaniard. 4 Spanish woman and Negro beget mulatto. 5 Spaniard and mulatto woman beget Morisco. 6 Morisco woman and Spaniard beget albino. 7 Spaniard and albino woman beget tornaatras. 8 Indian and tornaatras woman beget lobo. 10 Zamiago and Indian woman beget Cambujo. 11 Cambujo and mulatto woman beget Albarazado. 12 Albarazdo and mulatto Vio man beget Barceno. 13 Barceno and mulatto beget Coyote. 14 Coyote woman and Indian beget Chamiso. 15 Chamiso woman and Mestizo beget Coyote Mestizo. 16 Coyote Mestizo and mulatto woman beget Ahi Te Estes ***. Indians were placed on the very bottom rung of these hierarchies, and were in many cases defined virtually out of existence. Hence, the race codes were coupled directly to an ongoing process of dispossessing native people of their residual land base. A matter more often accomplished by the 18th century through legalistic sleight of hand than by armed assault and physical eradication. Registered the two were never mutually exclusive propositions, however. A prime example is that of the reduction program inaugurated by the Chilean government in 1866, designed to constrict the Mapuche people of that country's southern region to certain specified tracts while opening up the remainder of their holdings to acquisition by members of the ruling Latino oligarchy. This led to the hard-fought Mapuche Revolt of 1880-1882, quelled by Chilean troops with such extreme violence that it has never again been attempted. After the final defeat of the Mapuches, the Reducciones Indi-ENA. Were further reduced in size, the expropriated land being used to expand the haciendas. The Mapuches retained less than 500,000 hectares of the 10 million hectares they had held before. Unable to support themselves on their now diminished lands, the Mapuches became a migrant labor force on the haciendas. The reservations became a reservoir of land and labor for the great landowners. There were, of course, occasional requirements to put down other native insurrections, that of the Mayas in Guatemala during the 1630s and 40s, for instance, the 1680 Pueblo Revolt in New Mexico, the insurgency led by the Manao leader Ajuricaba in Brazil during the mid-1700s, another headed by Tupac Amaru II in Peru in 1780, and several others, but these were mostly transient phenomena, quickly and bloodily suppressed. Mexico also continued right into the 20th century with its harsh campaigns to subdue the Yaquis and, to a somewhat lesser extent, the Apaches, but the areas concerned were considered to be of such marginal value by ruling elites that, while ferocious in their own right, they were not pursued with the vigor marking the conquest proper. 108. Sometimes, however, it was deemed important to expand the reach of empire into localities which had been previously ignored altogether. Then, the genocidal fury that had marked the performances of conquistadors like Cortés and Alvarado would be unleashed full force, albeit on a smaller scale. Such was the case in Argentina when, in 1879, General Julio Roca set out to seize the sprawling pampas south of Buenos Aires, and eventually all of Patagonia below the Rio Negro. The idea was to incorporate territory, much of it ideal for ranching, into the country's dominant estancieros system, controlled by a handful of caudillos to whom Roca owed his position. The only obstacle was the existence of the Araucano Indians, perhaps 500,000 of them, who occupied the coveted terrain. Roca's campaign, he said, was a civilizing mission, intended to bring scientists and engineers to the frontier. Indeed, Roca's army of 6,000 troops was to have the most modern technology available, including 4 pieces of heavy artillery. In addition, Roca ordered the construction of the first telegraph lines into the countryside, so that his orders could be carried immediately to the front. Then he directed lightning raids against unsuspecting villages, killing or imprisoning the inhabitants, seeking to sow terror through the tribes of the Pampas. The battles were bloody. Often the Indians realized that their lances were no match for the soldiers' rifles, and they threw their lances to the ground and began to fight with us hand to hand, to grab the rifles out of our grasp. Many of the hand-to-hand battles ended with soldiers on horseback trampling fleeing Indians. Roca systematically exterminated the Indians. Vast estancias were established on what Noviste vs. Naipaul has called the stolen, bloody land. Many of the estancias were allotted to the victorious generals. Roca himself was rewarded with the presidency. In the aftermath, surviving Araucanos were interned in concentration camps where many thousands more died of a measles epidemic. What remained were then placed on tiny colonias where starvation and disease continued to take a huge toll. In less than a generation these tiny reserves of Indian land were also dissolved, the pitifully small remnants of the Araucanians, fewer than 25,000 by some estimates, dispersed as subsistence labor in urban sweatshops or on the estancias. As Naples has observed, although Argentines tend to be pompous in their pride over an imagined martial prowess, theirs is really only a simple history of Indian genocide and European takeover. Happy face, thus, the Iberian tradition of inflicting the utmost lethal savagery upon the indigenous peoples of America has been maintained up until the present era. 109. Contemporary Latino savagery. I didn't know. But is it only an excuse? I can't think of any other. I didn't know that this evil was going on, was still going on. I didn't know that 30 years after the collapse of the Nazi regime, men and women were still living under its inhuman spell in a so-called free country. I am compelled to make this comparison, even though reluctantly. It is because, until now, I always forbade myself to compare the Holocaust of European Judaism to events which are foreign to it. There are here indications, facts which cannot be denied. It is indeed a matter of a final solution. Elie Wiesel. These words were written by one of the best-known philosophers/victims surviving the Nazi-induced Holocaust during World War II, a longtime proponent of the uniqueness of the Jewish experience of genocide, after he finally consented to review documents concerning the ongoing extermination of the Ake Indians in Paraguay during the 1960s and 70s. After reviewing irrefutable evidence that perhaps 85% of the estimated 25,000 Akes still alive in 1959 had already been systematically hunted down and killed by teams of executioners operating under sanction of Paraguayan President Alfredo Stroessner, often dispatched with machetes to save the expense of bullets, Wiesel was moved to write that he read and reread these documents, these testimonies, with a mixed feeling of horror, disgust, and shame. Happy face. These men, hunted, humiliated, murdered for the sake of pleasure, these young girls, raped and sold, these children, killed in front of their parents, reduced to silence by pain. The killers aim at exterminating this tribe, morally and physically, so that nothing will remain, not even a cry or a tear. Efficient technique, tested elsewhere. The individual is dragged away from his tribe, from his family, from his past. He is deprived of his strength, his dignity, and of his memory, too. He is diminished. He is forced to look at himself through the eyes of his enemy in order to become his own enemy, and thus wish his own death. Deculturation, ghettos, collective murders, and agonies, that in a country so near ours humans can still be locked with impunity inside stifling camps, can still be tracked down like wild beasts before being reduced to slavery, that husbands can be separated from their wives, children from their mothers, individuals from their language, their religion, their rituals, their songs and litanies, their tales, and their speech, that such torments can be inflicted on a free people which thirsts for poetry, torments which, in the past, were inflicted upon another people. This ought to baffle anyone who still believes in man, in his conscience, and his possibility of survival. Unfortunately, for all the eloquence of his outrage, Wiesel understated the reality by nearly 100%. Not only did he overlook the 110 entire genocidal sweep of history in Ibero-America, a process of which the Ache slaughter is only the tiniest of recent parts, he managed to miss many contemporaneous examples as well. In 1979, the Fourth International Russell Tribunal was convened in Rotterdam to consider state crimes committed against the indigenous peoples of the Western Hemisphere. It concluded that in Colombia, for example, genocide was proceeding inexorably as the government, representing the perceived interests of 23 million Spanish-speaking citizens, sought to clear the country's remaining 179,000 Indians from what remained of their territory in the area of the Amazon headwaters. The Russell Tribunal found the Colombian government guilty of violating international and its own laws in the expropriation of País land, and they found the multinational mining company Sines and its subsidiary Industrias País guilty of violating trade union, pollution and safety agreements which they had signed in their occupation and exploitation of País land. The tribunal collected evidence of 45 resistance leaders murdered since 1971 in the País area alone. These crimes, however, were only indicative of a much larger government program to de-Indianize Colombia. The residue of Colombia's native population was being virtually exterminated, a circumstance manifested in actions by both the public and private sectors of the dominant Latino society. The former is indicated by repeated reports of Colombian Navy riverboats which cruise the rivers, machine gunning Indians on the bank. As concerns the private sector, one illustration is that of Anselmo Aguirre and Marcelino Jimenez, a pair of white ranchers, who, in concert with a local policeman named Luis Enrique Morin, invited a group of Quibas Indians to a Christmas feast in 1967. They then used guns, machetes, clubs, and hatchets to slaughter 16 of the 19 Indians present, including an infant and 5 small children. In this case, there was actually a trial, at which it was admitted that the mass murder had occurred because the perpetrators desired their victims' land. The judge then ordered charges dismissed against the accused because they did not know it was wrong to kill Indians in Colombia. The systematic extermination of indigenous populations in Colombia has also paralleled, predictably, the development plans of energy corporations and other corporate interests in the area. In 1960, a Texaco Gulf Oil Consortium began exploration in southern Colombia. By 1968 they operated 47 productive wells and a 193-mile pipeline from the region to an oil terminal on the Pacific coast. In 1970 the World Bank began a loan program to Colombia for development of the remote Amazon region. In March of 1979 the Colombian government under Julio César Tabé signed a $500 million contract with the National Uranium Company of Spain for the exploration of uranium in the southeastern province of Vops, where the Guaybo Indians had been continuously hunted and slaughtered. In the southern province of Cauca, home of the País Indians, 0.51 acres of the Indian subsistence bean crop was reduced to 7,200 acres in the 1960s. During that same time, the multibillion-dollar international farm feeding company, Ralston Purina, had gained control of some 200,000 acres in the province for the production of chicken feed. In Brazil's Amazon basin, where a 1972 U.S. News & World Report outline of development opportunities listed soil deficiencies, tropical diseases, insects, and hostile Indian tribes as being the major barriers to progress, the Russell Tribunal found solid evidence of ongoing genocide. Spurred on by the profit incentives embodied in the region's deposits of uranium, bauxite, oil, gold, zinc, copper, nickel, titanium, coal, tin, and other minerals, as well as lush timber potentials, the government had entered into development relationships with a host of transnational corporations, including Bethlehem Steel, Georgia Pacific, Royal Dutch Shell, Texaco, Gulf Oil, Cominco, Litton Industries, U.S. Steel, Komatsu, Caterpillar, Alcan, Rio Tinto Zinc, Westinghouse, Gulf and Western, and the W.R. Grace Company. The upshot was the beginning of a serious onslaught against the vast Amazon rainforest, vital to planetary ecology, and systematic eradication of the area's 100,000 remaining Indians. The most isolated of the Amazon indigenous nations had been the Yanomami Indians until gold, diamonds, and uranium were discovered in their land in 1974. The Yanomami had already been pushed north by early Portuguese settlement and the rubber industry, and had established their home in the Branco River Valley, a remote Amazon tributary in the northernmost Brazilian province of Roraima. After the discovery of uranium in the area, the Brazilian government began cutting a road through 225 kilometers of Yanomami land. 14 of the southern villages were soon decimated by highway workers, vigilante raids, and disease. Population in the villages was reduced from 400 to 79 by 1975. In 1975, Fernando Ramos Pereira, governor of Roraima province, told the press that the area is not able to afford the luxury of conserving a half a dozen Indian tribes who are holding back development. A 1972 report from the Reuters news service detailed the existence of hunting parties in the Amazon jungles which murdered and raided the peaceful Indian tribes. On other occasions, reported Reuters, planes bombarded the Indian villages with dynamite or dropped poisoned food into the villages. Happy face. Even as the Yanomami, Jivaro, and other Amazonian peoples were being butchered or shunted onto tiny reservations, or parks as they are called in Brazil, Chilean military dictator Augusto Pinochet was completing 112. The reduction process imposed upon the Mapuches by his predecessors. On September 12, 1978, he announced the promulgation in the near future of an act relating to indigenous property. This act will enable those descendants of the Mapuche race voluntarily and freely to opt for private land ownership in those cases where they prefer this formula to the present system of community ownership. Happy face. In 1979, Pinochet's government introduced a law designed to divide the Mapuche's communally held lands and turn them into small holdings. The law facilitated the breakup by providing that any one member of an Indian community could require that the land be divided. The draft version of the 1979 law provided that once the land was divided among the Indians, the Indian landholders would no longer be considered to be Indians. Today, only 20 Mapuche reservations remain intact. The new civilian government has agreed to enact a law to stop further division, but given the drastic loss of land already incurred, this is more symbolism than anything else registered. In 1977, Antonio Milapi, a Mapuche, testified before the United Nations on the methods by which the regime's objectives were already being achieved. Go to any Mapuche home today, and you will find the dog outside will not bark, because it is too weak. If you go inside you will find one or more children lying sick, dying of starvation. There may be more children outside, and they will tell you their parents are not at home. Do not believe them. If you go inside you will find them, too, dying of starvation and extreme malnutrition. This is the form of extermination today, under Pinochet. Milapi also spoke of torture, murder and the terror of military death squads. Juan Condori Uriqui, a Mincae Indian from Bolivia, spoke of similar atrocities against his people. Delegates representing various indigenous peoples of South America have been testifying to the same effect and usually providing extensive documentation to substantiate their statements before the U.N.'s Working Group on Indigenous Populations. 84. Every year since. The stories of other Latin American Indian populations are similar, with local variations. Argentina, like Paraguay, has been ruled by the military, and has systematically exterminated most of the indigenous population. 200,000 survive in a population of 23 million. Uruguay has virtually eliminated all Indians within its borders. In Peru, Quechua Aymara Andean Indians make up about half of the 11 million population. Their land has been continually eroded by forest, oil, and mining industries. Development pressures in Ecuador, Venezuela, Guyana, and Suriname have, likewise, driven the indigenous populations from their traditional lands. The same is true in Central 85 America, from Panama to Mexico. 113. Actually, in Central America things may be even worse. It has been reliably estimated that, since the overthrow of Democratic President Jacobo Arbenz in a CIA-backed coup in 1954, a succession of military governments headed by men like Fernando Lucas Garcia, Efren Rios Mott, and Mejia Victors have slaughtered somewhere between 100,000 and 150,000 highland Mayans in the country's northern provinces. Another 250,000 have been driven into exile in southern Mexico and Belize. Although the slaughter began in wake of the coup, about 8,000 Indians being killed over a 2-year period and was sustained during much of the 1960s, the process began in earnest in 1976, when the Guatemalan army occupied El Quiche province. A wave of terror followed. Indians were kidnapped, tortured, assassinated, raped and burned out of their homes and fields. Registered carried. In northern Guatemala, a development corridor, the Franja Transversal del Norte, was carved out of an isolated territory that is the homeland of the Quiche and Ixil Indians. Many of the agribusinesses along the corridor are owned by senior members of the armed forces. These estates together are known as the Zone of the Generals. In May 1978, the Indians who were displaced by the generals staged a march on the city of Panzos. As they reached the town square, government forces and local vigilantes positioned on the roofs of buildings around the square fired into the throng. More than 100 Indians were killed within minutes, and more died trying to escape the massacre. Their bodies were buried in mass graves that had been prepared by bulldozers the day before. From there, the military essentially went berserk, butchering Indians with a bestial fury reminiscent of the worst the conquistadors or the SS had to offer. The soldiers searched the houses and pulled people out and took us to a churchyard. The lieutenant walked up and down, pointing at people, saying, "These will go to hell, these will go to heaven." The ones he said would go to hell he took to the cemetery with their hands tied behind their backs. They dug a big ditch and lined them up at the edge. We all had to come and watch. They shot each one with a bullet in the face from about a meter away. Registered carried. The people were surrounded and could not leave the church. Then the soldiers called out people's names, including children, and took them to the clinic nearby. All the names were of people who had learned to read and write. The women were raped before the eyes of the men and the children in the clinic. The men and the boys had their testicles cut off. Everybody's tongues were cut out. Their eyes were gouged out with nails. Their arms were twisted off. Their legs were cut off. The little girls were raped and tortured. The women had their breasts cut off. Degree 114. In nearby El Salvador, where dispossession of indigenous people by the ruling Latino elite, the so-called 14 families, actually, about 200, has followed a comparable trajectory, the situation is much the same. In 1961, the number of landless Indians in the country came to 12% of the native population. By 1971, the figure had risen to 30%, by 1975, 41%, in 1980 it was estimated that 2/3 of El Salvador's Indians had been rendered landless as the oligarchy consolidated its latifundia system. Those who were evicted were thrown into total destitution while the rest were increasingly constricted upon tiny infertile plots. Predictably, these expropriations were accomplished through the wholesale application of violence from both the Salvadoran army and private civic organizations like Orden*. The following account of a November 29, 1974, massacre in the hamlet of La Cayetana in San Vicente province, carried out jointly by Orden and the army, is indicative. I saw the plaza covered with people's hair. The National Guard had cut off their hair with machetes, taking part of the skin with it. The National Guard arrived in Cayetana with M60 machine guns, tear gas, a cannon. When the Indians came, they grabbed their machine guns and sprayed them with gunfire. Those they killed, they cut their faces in pieces and chopped up the bodies with machetes. If you like, I will show you where they buried the brains. Specially trained and equipped counterinsurgency units such as the Atlas-Atl Battalion were also raised during the late 1970s to work in conjunction with the Salvadoran Air Force in driving Indians from preferred areas. White phosphorus, napalm, and fragmentation ordnance were specifically aimed at native villages during air strikes, driving into the open those who were not killed outright. Concomitantly, the Atlas-Atl, Oden, and cooperation forces would comb targeted areas on foot, often killing whomever they encountered, driving the population before them. In the Guazapa area, regular air attacks against civilian targets continued into the mid-80s. The scattered remnants of the population hide from ground sweeps follow. The shelling and bombardment by helicopters and jet aircraft, watching their children die of starvation and thirst. If they find somebody, they kill, they even kill the poor dogs and other animals, a refugee testified, reporting night bombing and ambushing of people fleeing in October 1984. The soldiers also destroyed crops and houses, even pans one uses to cook in order to leave one without anything. Fleeing women and children were killed by bullets and grenades, or sliced to pieces and decapitated with machetes carried. By 1980, at least 30,000 Indians had been exterminated, another 600,013% of El Salvador's total population made refugees. Thousands of people, many of them defined as opposition leaders, were being killed more surgically by Oden death squads, their bodies dumped at night at locations such as El Place 6. Large-scale massacres were also occurring at places like Los Llanitos, the Rio Guilcinga, Las Vueltas, and El Mazote. Registered. The first major massacre was at the Rio Sampul on May 14, 1980, when thousands of peasants fled to Honduras to escape a military operation. As they were crossing the river, they were attacked by helicopters, members of Oden and troops. According to eyewitness testimony reported by Amnesty International and the Honduran clergy, women were tortured, nursing babies were thrown into the air for target practice, children were drowned by soldiers or decapitated or slashed to death with machetes, pieces of their bodies were thrown to dogs. At least 600 unburied corpses were prey for dogs and buzzards, while others were lost in the waters of the river, which was contaminated by their dead bodies. In all of Central America today, only Costa Rica is reputedly free of such treatment of indigenous people. Like Uruguay on the southern continent, however, Costa Rica also claims at this point to have no surviving native population to exterminate. This perhaps is the key to an understanding of the entire phenomenon of genocide in Ibero-America. Left to run its course, the process of liquidating of American Indians, begun the moment the first Spaniards set foot in this hemisphere, will end only when there are no more Indians left to kill. The question thus becomes how to prevent it from running its course. 116. Denying the Holocaust. The truth is a weapon more potent than any rifle or bomb. John Trudell, American Indian Movement. For constructive alteration of any process to occur, it is plainly essential that it be recognized for what it is. As concerns the continuing genocide of the indigenous people of South and Central America, denial rather than recognition have been the norm almost from the moment of inception. As early as the 16th century, the Spanish began an endless series of attempts to pass off accounts of their anti-Indian atrocities submitted by their own officials and historians as no more than a black legend, a smear campaign mounted by their Protestant European enemies to discredit them. Despite its patent falsity comparable to assertions that depictions of the Nazi campaign to exterminate Europe's Jews are merely Zionist propaganda, the black legend theme persists through the present day, especially among self-described Hispanic polemicists, and is afforded much currency in the mass media. Closely tied to such outright denial has been the efforts of minimizers, usually responsible scholars, who have sought to diminish the magnitude of genocide in America by making it appear that the native population at the outset of the invasion was vastly smaller than it actually was. Preeminent in this regard was the Dean of American Anthropology, Alfred L. Kroeber, who in 1939 established as canonical truth the proposition that the hemispheric total of American Indians in 1492, which may have been as high as 125 million, was actually only 8.4 million. Instructively, this technique is identical to that deployed by those who would rehabilitate the reputation of Nazism, albeit it would appear they learned the method from 1T. reputable types like Kroeber rather than the other way around. In any event, having scaled the American genocide down to more or less manageable proportions, deniers have consistently moved to dismiss its significance altogether, conceding that the conquistadors were perhaps not saints before arguing that their victims were as bad or worse, therefore deserved what they got, and that the world is a better place for their demise. Registered a salient theme in this respect, first advanced by Cortés himself in 1522, and established as another modern academic truth despite a complete absence of tangible evidence by which to support it, is the myth that the Mexicas described in every standard text as having been a warlike end. 117. Bloodthirsty people were given to ritually sacrificing as many as 20,000 human beings each year. The fact is, as Peter Hostler has explained, Bernal Díaz del Castillo is the classic source of information about mass sacrifice by the Aztecs. A literate soldier in Cortés' co-Ipani, Díaz claimed to have witnessed such a ritual. The observers, however, were watching from their camp, 3 or 4 miles away. From that point, Díaz could neither have seen or heard anything. The only concrete evidence comes to us not from the Aztecs but from the Mayan civilization of the Yucatan. These depictions are found in the records of trials conducted during the Inquisition, between 1561 and 1565. These supposed testimonies about human sacrifice, however, were coerced from the Indians under torture and have been judged worthless as ethnographic evidence. After careful and systematic study of the sources, I find no evidence of institutionalized mass human sacrifice among the Aztecs. Although one might well be reminded of certain Germanic fables about Jewish ritual murder, offered as justification of the Nazis' treatment of Semitic untermenschen during the 1930s and 40s, such tales of Aztec sacrifice are seldom treated with skepticism by the scholarly community, much less classified as being among the rationalizations of mass murderers. To the contrary, such contrived denigration of American Indians, and there are a multitude of variations on the theme registered, are typically embraced in such a way as to culminate in a note of hearty self-congratulation among the heirs of those who came along to end such savagery once and for all. Euro-Americans might as well celebrate the mammoth achievement of the past 5 centuries. Let's hear it for Columbus. On balance, Eurocentrism and its counterpart, Eurosupremacism, the racist fundaments which have always fueled the genocidal process in America, have proven themselves ideologically transcendent among Euro-Americans. These mythologies are as rampant in radical dissident circles as they are among conservatives. The Revolutionary Communist Party, USA, has been just as prone to accept Kroeber's low counting of pre-Columbian indigenous populations as the Smithsonian Institution ever was. Registered, a leftist like Roxanne Dunbar Ortiz has been as quick to repeat the conquistadors' propaganda about human sacrifice in Mesoamerica as any court historian. Self-proclaimed eco-anarchists such as George Werthner can hold their own with the most arcane and reactionary anthropologist decrying imagined ravages inflicted by native people upon the environment long before Columbus. Christopher Hitchens has shown himself as apt to applaud the Columbian legacy the pages of The Nation as Jeffrey Hart has been in the pages of National Review. 118. In Peru, the Quechua leader Hugo Blanco, once a hero of the left, learned such lessons well, when he turned his support towards Quechua land rights. The Communist Party of Peru dropped him. The rightist government already had a price on his head, so he became a hunted, isolated indigenist roaming the hills with 300 Quechua guerrillas. Today in Peru, a far more extreme leftist formation, the Sendero Luminoso, Shining Path, conducts a new requerimiento, methodically murdering Andean Quechuas in a grotesque effort to compel them to adopt its peculiar principles of revolutionary Marxism. In the revolutionary Nicaragua of the 1980s, the Marxian Sandinista regime employed somewhat gentler methods to the same end, selectively imprisoning and imposing mass relocation upon the Sumu, Mosquito, and Rama Indians of the country's Atlantic coast region to facilitate incorporation of these reluctant people into its Latino-oriented status structure. In Mexico and other Latin American countries, indigenista is a term surpassing even capitalist as an expression. 117. Of revulsion and contempt among Marxists. Even among intellectuals who have devoted themselves explicitly to the task of apprehending the implications of the Nazi genocidal campaigns and of rejoining neo-Nazi attempts to deny, minimize, or negate the meaning of that Holocaust, there has been a thundering silence with regard to the genocide, both historical and contemporary, of American Indians. Indeed, it appears that there is so pervasive a confluence of interest, both real and perceived, underlying denial of the American Holocaust that it has assumed the posture of truth, transcending all ideological boundaries defining left and right within the presently dominant society. On balance, the performance of those American institutions devoted to conditioning public consciousness with regard to American Indians, extending from academia through the mass media to popular literature and the entertainment industry, is about the same as might have been expected of their German counterparts with regard to Jews, Gypsies, Slavs, and others in the aftermath of a Nazi victory and World War XI. The overall intent is plainly to put a lid on the possibility of any genuine popular consideration of the genocidal dimensions of the post-1492 American experience, thus precluding the emergence of any cognitive dissonance which might eventually undermine the smooth functioning of business as usual. 119. Out of the maze. Our sense of history works this way: everything is connected. In order to understand where you're going and how to get there, you must know where you are now. In order to understand that, you must know here it is that you've been. Matthew King v. Oglala Lakota Elder. Certainly, there have been Euro-American scholars, intellectuals, and activists who have deviated from the mainstream in these respects. Some, like Woodrow Bora, Sherburne Cook, Henry Dobbins, and Carlo Sauer, seem to have been motivated by the more or less pure academic desire to see the history at last set straight on questions such as the size of pre-Columbian native populations in America and the manner in which they were reduced. Others, such as David Stannard, Kirkpatrick Sale, and Eduardo Galeano, have evidenced a more consciously political agenda, seeking to use honest depictions of the extermination of American Indians as a lever by which to unravel in its entirety the Euro-supremacist hegemony that sustains the ordained order of things in the modern world. In this, they have at least figuratively joined hands with a growing number of indigenous scholars like Vine Deloria, Jr., Donald A. Grint, Jr., and Robert A. Williams, Jr., who have begun the laborious task of reinterpreting the record of interaction between native and invader in such a way as to conform to reality rather than the ideological prescriptions of domination. In the case of the indigenous scholars, the motivation is one undoubtedly born of an emic knowledge of their people's victimization and marginalization. For the Euro-Americans, the process is, to borrow from Edward Said, more one of achieving an hermeneutic understanding of the circumstances experienced by the indigenous, and then acting in ways which at once reveal an unqualified commitment to the pursuit of truth and a bona fide solidarity with the oppressed embodied in that truth. This, in turn, and taken in combination with similar undertakings in related spheres, creates the basis for what may ultimately prove to be a general supplanting of the prevailing hegemony in favor of a new and liberatory one. This places us at something of a socio-political and cultural/intellectual crossroads. As material offering a more accurate and insightful view of the actual history of the Americas becomes increasingly available, those purporting to desire fundamental change confront many for the first time the alternative of opting out of Euro-supremacist orthodoxy. Alto. 120. Therein lie the intellectual topies for creating, not only a whole new vision of our collective past, present, and future, but a practical means of implementing it. The status quo has been quick to recognize the subversive nature of this project, particularly as it guards individuals like Stannard and Sale. Efforts by the champions of orthodoxy to debunk their work mainly by way of personal attacks designed to discredit them as being no more than academically irresponsible purveyors of political correctitude have been widespread. Meanwhile, hack historians like James Axtell, whose self-assigned task appears primarily to be a repackaging of the usual mythology in somewhat more sophisticated wrappers, have been offered up as the new luminaries of responsible scholarship. The choice, ultimately, is ours. If we elect, sheep-like, to accept the definitions of entities like Harvard University, the Smithsonian Institution, and Newsweek as to what comprises proper or appropriate recountings of historical fact and meaning, we will merely have consigned ourselves to more of what has already transpired. If, on the other hand, we move to embrace, absorb, and extend the kind of work pioneered by Deloria, Grind, Williams, Stannard, and Sale, we equip ourselves to change it in a profoundly positive fashion. Of course, it is true that nothing can undo what has been done. Coming to grips with the significance of the relentless butchery marking the European conquest of America no more changes its nature than does recognition of the horror that was embodied in Auschwitz, and the operations of the Einsatzgruppen in the western USSR serve to alter what transpired during the Nazi perpetration of genocide. The point in either case, however, is not to try and make the past go away. That undertaking may be left to the Axtells of the world, but to utilize the insights gained from it in such a way as to intervene constructively in its outcomes, to put an end to the ongoing slaughter of indigenous people in Guatemala, for example, or the obliteration of native environments in Amazonia. In the end, it is a matter of redefining our understanding in such a way as to rearrange our values and priorities. This allows for a thoroughgoing and vitally necessary reconstitution of the relationship between ourselves as individuals, as peoples and, in aggregate, as human beings. In its turn, any such reconstitution sets the stage for the forging of a future which is radically different from our past and present. Together, we have the self-evident capacity. 121. To accomplish this. And we have the obligation to do so, not only for ourselves and one another, but for our children, our children's children, and their children on through the coming generations. Nits make lice the extermination of North American Indians, 1607 to 1996. Kill and scalp all, lit and big. Nits make lice. Colonel John M. Chivington instruction to his troops at Sand Creek, Colorado. From the time Juan Ponce de Leon arrived in North America in 1513, searching for gold and a mythical fountain of youth in what the Spanish called Ha Florida, or Pascua Florida, until the turn of the 20th century, up to 99% of the continent's indigenous population was eradicated. As of 1900, the U.S. Bureau of the Census reported barely over 237,000 native people surviving within the country's claimed boundaries, and the Smithsonian Institution reported less than a third of a million for all of North America, including Greenland. Although the literature of the day confidently predicted, whether with purported sadness or with open jubilation, that North American Indians would be completely extinct within a generation, 2 at the most. The true magnitude of the underlying demographic catastrophe has always been officially denied in both the United States and Canada. The primary means by which this obfuscation was achieved has been through a systematic and deliberate falsification or suppression of data concerning the size of the pre-invasion Aboriginal population. By minimizing estimates as to how many people there were to begin with, the extent of native population reduction was made to seem far less severe than it had actually been. Concomitantly, by making it seem that the continental indigenous population had been extraordinarily sparse, such demographic manipulations fostered the impression that much North American territory consisted of terra nullius, vacant land, unoccupied and thus open for the taking by any hardy pioneer wishing to invest the time, labor, and privation which came with settling it. In this manner, orthodox historians and their cohorts in cinema and popular literature have been able to present the process of Euro-American nation-building north of the Rio Grande as something rather noble, not always entirely fair or devoid of conflict, but basically well intended and ultimately in the best interests of all concerned. In this carefully sanitized version of events, the relatively few indigenous people who were here at the outset did indeed die back to a marked degree, but this tragedy was something unfortunate, unintended, inadvertent, and altogether unavoidable. Whatever variations of detail may be provided by a particular teller, the story is always the same in its essentials. While it is admitted that some small proportion of the natives were killed outright during the Indian Wars in open and honorable combat, usually provoked at least equally by the Indians, emphasis is placed on the idea that the great bulk of those who disappeared died of diseases unwittingly introduced by incoming Europeans, to which America's natives had no immunity. Since there was no intent, neither Europeans nor Euro-Americans had a scientific understanding of pathogens and epidemiology at the time, there could be no culpability, or so it is said. And without understanding, intent, and consequent culpability among the invaders, any suggestion that the process of native population reduction might have been genocidal are not just inappropriate but wildly irresponsible. A very tidy rendering, to be sure. The problem is that virtually all of it is untrue. The purpose of this essay is to set the record a bit straighter, first with respect to the real size of North America's indigenous population, circa 130. 1,500, and then concerning the true role played by disease in obliterating it, and finally concentrating on what the disease argument is designed to divert attention away from, the manner in which those Indians who did not die of disease were killed. You conclude with a survey of the conditions imposed upon the remaining native population of North America in the 20th century, aftermath of our historic decimation. Statistical extermination. Throughout most of the present century, the federally established and maintained Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C., America's officially ordained repository of truth in such matters, has categorically asserted the fiction that the size of the indigenous population everywhere north of Mexico added up to not more than 1 million in 1492. Lately, in the face of overwhelming evidence, it has conceded that its estimate was low by a factor of at least 100%, that it had erred. And so, it has now doubled its count, admitting that there may have been as many as 2 million native people on the North American continent before commencement of the European invasion. As Francis Jennings and others have demonstrated, however, the Smithsonian's supposedly scientific estimates have not only been radically low, they have always rested on a combination of blatantly manipulated data and no data at all. The conventional estimate came from anthropological one and giant James M. Mooney, published, posthumously, in 1928. A hint of Mooney's method appears in a remark about the estimates for New England. Mooney wrote that the original Indian population of New England was probably about 25,000, or about one-half what the historian John Gorham Palfrey makes it. Apparently Mooney had followed the tradition of Palfrey's own acceptance, that is, he took the estimate of a predecessor and discounted it. The same sort of procedure had been used by every generation of scholars since the original data was recorded in the 17th century, and by Mooney's time discount upon discount had reduced the accepted figures to a small fraction of what was mentioned in the sources. It is as if one were to estimate the population of white Americans in 1790 by successive slashes of the census data of that year on the grounds that the census takers were probably exaggerating their numbers for undisclosed reasons. In acknowledging John Gorham Palfrey as an authority superior to the sources, Mooney accepted the implications of Palfrey's own biased interpretation of the source data, and by having Palfrey's population estimates, he extended Palfrey's spurious logic further than Palfrey himself had gone. 131. Jennings attributes such biases on the parts of Mooney, Palfrey, and similar scholars to an adherence to proto-Nazi doctrines of racist pseudoscience which the American Academy had conjured up, beginning in the early 19th century. This seems likely, because Mooney's work is littered with terms like half-Negro mongrel and such phrases as of fairly healthy blood. Happy face. In any event, he appears to have applied the same sort of logic to his estimates for all of North America, arriving at a total of 1,100,000. This figure was immediately challenged by more scrupulous researchers. The archaeologist J.H. Spindon, for example, pointed out that construction of the huge burial mound complexes of the Ohio and Mississippi River valleys required populations vastly larger than those the areas were assigned by Mooney, but to no avail. Mooney's numbers corresponded to the ideological needs of the status quo and were quickly enshrined as dogma. Actually, they were first subjected to a rigorous reclassification, that is, reorganized according to the preferences of Alfred L. Kroeber, reigning Dean of American Anthropology, and subjected to a further reduction of 10% across the board, leaving a finalized North American estimate of slightly under a million. His hemispheric estimate came to only 8.4 million. The factual/scientific basis for Kroeber's sweeping diminishment of Mooney's continental estimate is no more apparent than was Mooney's in diminishing Palfrey's, or Palfrey's in diminishing those of his predecessors. As close as Kroeber ever came to stating an actual method was the exercise of what he called the generic presupposition that the Spaniards counted or estimated excessively. Happy face. Beyond that, he simply indulged himself in the arbitrary derogation of peoples he himself had never really investigated. Kroeber emphatically rejected the notion that the nations of North America could be considered capable of so ordering their societies and technologies as to increase their populations beyond a static and sparsely distributed token representation. Kroeber's allotment of 1 million persons divides into the total area of Canada and the United States, including Alaska, in the ratio of 1 person per 7 square miles. His explanation for this sparsity virtually blamed the condition of savagery, though he must be credited with avoidance of the term itself. He reasoned that Indian societies were characterized by insane, unending, continuously attritional warfare and by the absence of all effective political organization, of the idea of the state. Registered. Aside from seeming to confuse the history of Native America with that of Europe in terms of insane bellicosity, Kroeber appears to have been blissfully unaware that both his findings with respect to indigenous population 132 density, and his assertions concerning their lack of socio-political organization, flatly contradict even the possibility of Indians having engaged in the kind of protracted attritional warfare of which he accused them, there being no evidence of it in any case. In the same vein, he disregarded a considerable quantity of hard research running counter to his own gratuitous and degrading characterizations of indigenous agriculture and technology, all of which pointed towards a much larger pre-invasion population than he was willing to admit. Consistency being no more an inherent requirement of propaganda than facts, however, his estimates were published in what he called his definitive text in 1939, and immediately accorded the status of official truth they were to enjoy for the next 50 years. Meanwhile, a different sort of work was going on among less establishment-oriented scholars at the University of California at Berkeley, notably Carl O. Sauer, Woodrow W. Borah, Sherburne F. Cook, and Leslie B. Simpson. Working directly from archival records in Mesoamerica, the Caribbean, and New Spain, they began to assemble an overall demographic portrait of the populations the Spanish originally recorded during the early invasion period, a procedure producing estimates several times those sanctioned by Smithsonian orthodoxy. To this, Kroeberians had little to reply other than to insist vacuously that most anthropologists will consider Mooney or Kroeber a safer authority than Cortes or Las Casas, or registers of baptisms and deaths by priests, knowing only some missions in one province, and they did what could be done to keep such dissident work from being published. By the early 1950s, the Berkeley School had begun increasingly to integrate what, for lack of a better term, might be called agricultural archaeology, extrapolating from the aggregate acreage in regions known to have been under cultivation at the point of contact, in combination with soil type/richness, types of crops planted, and meteorological records to arrive at carrying capacity for local agricultural systems, and thus population estimates into their research methods. This allowed them not only a greater degree of precision in computing the numbers of Indians alive in the post-invasion setting, but in the immediate pre-invasion context as well. From there, they were able to advance a hemispheric population estimate of up to 100 million, vastly greater than anything sanctioned by the Smithsonian at the time, and to begin probing the real impacts of conquest and colonization in the New World. 133. The main weakness in the work done by Bora, Cook, and their colleagues concerned North America, a deficiency addressed by others. Applying the Berkeley Group's techniques of archival/agricultural analysis to an area of northern Florida occupied by the Timucuans before they became extinct, Henry F. Dobbins arrived at a maximum pre-invasion population estimate of over 500,000 for just that small region. Bruce Trigger similarly compiled and analyzed material on Huron agricultural patterns sufficiently to advance a firm estimate of their pre-invasion population at 32,000, or 40 persons per square mile. In New England, an area where both Mooney and Kroeber insisted the aboriginal population was not larger than 25,000, Francis Jennings, working primarily from archival materials, arrived at an estimate for the year 1600 of 72,000 to 90,000 members of the 5 great confederacies in the southern portion alone. Even the conservative National Geographic Society eventually conceded that about 3,000 Indians still resided on the 109 square miles of Martha's Vineyard during the early 17th century. A population density of 27 persons per square mile. On the 11 square miles of nearby Block Island, there were approximately 1,200 inhabitants, or 109 persons per square mile. Dobbins, meanwhile, had begun to compile such data and, by 1966, was prepared to offer a preliminary estimate of the total Aboriginal population above the Rio Grande as having been at least 12.5 million. Registered by his estimation, the Great Lakes region was inhabited by up to 3.8 million people in 1492. Another 1.2 million lived along the Pacific coast, more than 2.7 in the Sierra, Great Basin, and Plains regions, nearly a million in the Upper Sonora Desert, 5.25 million in the Great Mississippi River Valley, its major Missouri, Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Red River tributaries, and their affluents. Happy Face. The southeastern portion of the continent was also thickly populated, with high densities on or near the coast. The shores of the Gulf of Mexico from the Atacama people east through the Apalachee may have supported as many as 4.6 persons per square kilometer for a total of about 1,100,000 individuals. The Timucuan chiefdoms, the Calusa, and smaller groups inhabiting peninsular Florida numbered perhaps 697,000 persons, with an average density of 5.72 persons per square kilometer. The Atlantic coastal plain from Florida to Massachusetts afforded a favorable habitat to about 2,211,000 Native Americans. Records of early historic population density rose to as many as 13.77 per square kilometer in southern New England. The Virginia-Maryland Tidewater region was still another area of dense Native American settlement. Population densities might appear as high elsewhere in North America were the documentary record equally detailed for earlier colonial years. 134. After another 15 years research, Dobbins concluded there may have been as many as 18.5 million people inhabiting pre-invasion North America, and that the hemispheric population could have reached 112 million. These figures, published in 1983, were immediately subjected to intense scrutiny ** most constructively by Cherokee demographer Russell Thornton, whose major concern was to try and establish not so much how many indigenous people might have been in North America as how many people there were. He therefore reprocessed Dobbins' maximal estimates using a set of rather stringent criteria, arriving by 1987 at a minimal estimate of 912.5 million, some 2 million inhabiting what is now Canada. Lately, a number of scholars have adopted the practice of splitting the difference between Thornton's minimum and Dobbins' maximum estimates, using 15 million as the most likely approximation of the real size of the Aboriginal North American population. Put another way, the demographic reality of Aboriginal North America was about high teen times that pretended by Smithsonian convention until well into the 1980s, and about 7.5 times what it is prepared to admit now. while upward revision of estimates to conform with the evidence has elicited all manner of howls from paleoconservatives and allegedly responsible academics about the need for exercising proper scientific caution in such matters. The fact is that it is orthodoxy itself which threw both science and caution to the winds in deliberately low-counting the pre-invasion population of the continent. Estimates approximating those of Dobbins and Thornton have, after all, been available to anyone who cared to use them since at least as early as 1860. As Jennings observes, they simply ignored 139 such inconveniences. The Smithsonian has never found it necessary to exercise much restraint in embracing all manner of patently idiotic speculations, from Kroeber's absurd contention that the aboriginal population of California hunter-gatherers was somehow larger than that of eastern seaboard agriculturalists, to Vance Haynes and Paul S. Martin's ridiculous notion that Ice Age Indians were responsible for the extinction of the mastodon and other Paleolithic mammals through jump kills and the like, to R. Douglas Hurt's nonsensical assertion that crops were grown in the poor and sandy soil of Canyon de Chelly for centuries without native farmers having ever discovered how to fertilize their fields, to the astonishing idea that the Anasazi stored their own excrement, not for use as fertilizer but as a larder of winter. 135. Nutrients * to perpetual claims of having finally found an American Indian society that actually practiced cannibalism whenever they served to denigrate indigenous cultures. In reality, the motives underlying the resistance to revised demography has no more to do with methodological considerations than did Mooney's and Kroeber's original manipulations of the data. The motive in demanding a low count, a sort of retrospective statistical extermination, as it were, is what it has always been. To do otherwise would be, as historian Wilbur Jacobs observed more than 20 years ago, to change everything from interpretations of indigenous socio-political organization to understandings of aboriginal technologies and economies. Above all, it would destroy the virgin land mythology which is key to the prevailing, neatly sanitized version of American history, thereby opening the door to a serious and generalized consideration of the question of genocide in North America. Denial of that genocide is paramount. To observe that the number of native people shrank by 3/4 over 4 centuries, from 1 million at the outset to 250,000 at the end, is to say that something plausibly explainable as benign occurred. To concede that the population began at 2 million and fell by 7/8 during the process of settlement is to strain such explanations severely, although they remain at least superficially tenable. But to acknowledge that there were 12, or 15, or 18 million people in North America in 1492 is to say that somewhere between 96–99% of the native inhabitants of the continent were eradicated. Such figures do not lend themselves to facile and blameless explanations, so they must be denied if genocide itself is to be denied. The practice is no different in principle from that of neo-Nazi revisionists who pretend the Jewish population of Europe was much smaller than it actually was in 1939. Their purpose is to minimize impressions of the extent and impact of the Nazi Holocaust by comparing these artificially reduced estimates of pre-war population to the number of post-war survivors. From there, they move on to deny that the Jews suffered genocide at all. Happy face, to all appearances, this neo-Nazi assault on truth and memory may well have been informed by the techniques of Smithsonian scholars vis-a-vis American Indians. The only significant distinction to be drawn between the two groups is that the neo-Nazis comprise a sort of pseudo-intellectual lunatic fringe, while deniers of the American Holocaust constitute an elite core of the US and Canadian academic status quo, with all the power to shape public opinion this implies. Vectors of death. After minimization, the most common mode of denying that genocide was perpetrated against the indigenous peoples of North America is what is referred to as the disease factor. Happy face, the standard histories to which students are exposed belabor the idea that microbic weapons to which natives lacked antibodies were unwittingly introduced, beginning with the conquistadors, and took a rapid toll. The native populace kept dying off from contact with European diseases, not, apparently, from contact with Europeans themselves, like smallpox, typhoid, diphtheria, the measles, and various plagues and fevers. Consequently, the indigenous population of Mexico, for example, declined dramatically by about 90% during the 50 years following the invasion of Cortez's army. Happy face, the army itself, it seems, had nothing to do with it. Even those scholars who are willing to accept the size of the pre-invasion native North American population for what it was prove willing to indulge themselves in this manner. Consider Cornell University professor. 137. Stephen T. Katz, who cites both Dobbins and Thornton in the relevant sections of his recent study of genocide. Very probably the greatest demographic disaster in history, the depopulation of the New World, for all its death and terror, was largely an unintended tragedy, a tragedy that occurred despite the sincere and indisputable desire of the Europeans to keep the Indian population alive. The native people died primarily because of pandemics against which there was no protection. Nature, not moss, was the cause of the massive, incomprehensible devastation, emphasis in the original, ... Asterisk registered. There are, of course, elements of truth to this. There can be no question that Christopher Columbus and his crew, and undoubtedly others of the early Spanish invaders as well, were unaware at the outset that they were carrying pathogens to which America's native peoples had never been exposed and therefore possessed no immunity, and of the extent of the lethal effect these microbes would unleash. Onsets do not, however, last forever. By 1550 at the latest, and probably earlier, it was common knowledge in Europe that there was a firm correlation between the arrival of explorers, settlers, and military expeditions on the one hand and massive die-offs of native peoples from the above-mentioned diseases on the other. This is frequently remarked upon, piously attributed to the hand of God, and often celebrated in the literature of the day. The theme of divine intervention on behalf of Europe's chosen peoples. A later regime would describe it as a master race, is reiterated endlessly, serving as a near-perfect mystical mask behind which to hide more practical motives and knowledge. A random sampling of contemporaneous quotations might begin with that of a pair of Jesuits explaining in 1570 that the basis for a successful Spanish colonization of San Luis, now Virginia, resided in our Lord having chastised it with 6 years of famine and death, which has brought it about that there is very much less native population than usual. Or, as Pedro de Livano, Dean of the Cathedral of Guatemala, put it 1582, the secret judgments of God were responsible for demolishing the Mayan population of his area, thus allowing the easy pacification and colonization of the demoralized survivors by the Spaniards, an inherently superior group selected by heaven itself to perform the task. Such rationalizations were hardly restricted to the Spanish. The English Lord Protector Oliver Cromwell himself, having proclaimed God an Englishman at about the same time, not only used them, but were far more openly jubilant about it. In describing the consequences of indigenous peoples' quarrelsome attitude about being pushed out of their territory around the Massachusetts Bay Colony in 1631, Puritan leader Cotton Mather rejoiced that God ended the controversy by sending the smallpox amongst the Indians, who were before that time exceedingly numerous. Happy face, a few years later, the governor of the Carolina colony solemnly intoned that, the hand of God was eminently seen in thin-anning the Indians, to make room for the Angelis. All of this was a sanctimonious subterfuge, as Jennings has pointed out, rhetoric designed by the European elites' conquest aristocracies. He calls them to overpower their own countrymen's moral scruples about what was happening to Indians. Consciously reaching for illegitimate power, he says, they customarily assume attitudes of great moral rectitude to divert attention from the abandonment of any recognizable moral standard. Nowhere does the record reveal anyone, at least nobody in a position of authority, recommending that, in the face of all this death and terror, contact should be curtailed, at least until some remedy could be found. To the contrary, the rate of expansion was increased as rapidly as possible by every participating European power. Additionally, the evidence is overwhelming that they consistently imposed policy within their areas of acquisition, slave labor systems, deliberately induced famines, massive dislocations of the populace, etc., which they knew from their own bitter experience with plagues in Europe would greatly exacerbate the effects of whatever diseases were afoot. This is hardly the stuff of innocence or inadvertence. Absolution from genocidal intent has always been retroactively bestowed upon the early invaders, their own myriad statements to the contrary notwithstanding, by virtue of their lacking any genuine scientific knowledge of microbes and epidemiology, understandings unavailable until the late 19th century. Such reasoning obfuscatory at best. I, for one, being virtually illiterate in both ballistics and chemistry, have never acquired a proper scientific understanding of how a .357 Magnum handgun actually works. Were one to take such a weapon and fire it point blank at someone, I doubt very much that the argument of my very real scientific ignorance would stand me in especially good stead at my subsequent murder trial. All that would be required in the minds of the prosecution, judge, jury, and appeals courts would be that one had an average common sense understanding of the cause and effect involved in what I did. On this basis they would find me to be criminally culpable, and quite properly so. No lesser standard is reasonably applicable to the conduct of the Colombian adventurers and those who followed, since the juridical/philosophical concepts involved have been evident in most doctrines of European law, ethics, and morality since well before 1492. In this sense, the apologist routine about not judging the actions and attitudes of historical figures by the allegedly more benevolent mores of today has no bearing at all. Registered with this principle in mind, it would be well to take a close look at a few things which have been passed off under the rubric of the disease factor as resulting from nature, not malice, and, not only unwitting and unintentional, but despite the sincere and indisputable desire of the Europeans to keep the Indian population alive. Death by disease in the Spanish missions. Some of the worst policy-driven escalations of death from disease north of the Rio Grande were the result of slave labor systems on the Spanish missions in Florida, Texas, California, Arizona, and New Mexico from roughly 1690–1845. Run first by the Jesuits, later by the Franciscans, these institutions were supposedly devoted to the Indians' physical well-being, as well as their spiritual/moral enlightenment through revelation of the benefits of work. As late as 1865, New Mexico Indian Superintendent Felipe Delgado wrote to U.S. Indian Commissioner William P. Dole, in response to queries concerning traffic in native slaves by the missions in his area, a violation of the 1863 Emancipation Proclamation and pursuant federal legislation, that the object of the priest's efforts has not been to reduce them to slavery, but rather from a Christian piety. To instruct and educate them in civilization. This has been the practice in this country for the last century and a half, and the result arising from it has been to the captives, favorable, humane and satisfactory. Happy face, in actuality, the missions were death mills in which Indians, often delivered en masse by the military, were allotted an average of 7 feet by 2 feet of living space in what one observer, V.M. Golovin, described as specially constructed cattle pens. Happy face, usually segregated by sex unless married by Catholic ceremony, each gender typically shared an open pit serving as a toilet facility for hundreds of people. Although forced to perform arduous agricultural labor from morning to night, 6 days per week, the captives were provided no more than 1,400 calories per day in low-nutrient foods, with missions like San Antonio and San Miguel supplying as little as 715 calories per day. Even Spanish military officials are known to have complained that such rations were grossly insufficient to keep the Indians alive. This was not for lack of available foodstuffs. Despite agricultural crop yields on the Indian-tended mission plantations that Golovin termed extraordinary and unheard of in Europe, along with large herds of cattle and especially in California the easily accessible bounty of seafood, the food given the Indians was a kind of gruel made from barley meal, boiled in water with maize, beans, and peas. Occasionally, they were given some beef. Registered carrot. The caloric intake of these Indian mission slaves should be contrasted with that of imported African slaves at about the same time. The best estimates are that Africans were provided on average with slightly over 4,200 calories per day, with field hands often receiving as much as 5,400 calories in relatively high nutrient foods. The latter, which is not considered excessive, given the strenuous nature of the labor performed, is 8 times what an Indian received to perform the same tasks. Plainly, the Indians, unlike their black counterparts, were being worked and starved quite literally to death, as the records of their wholesale expiration by disease at every mission in California readily attests. Although there are too many gaps in the archival material to allow a pre-14. C's estimate as to the number of Indians consumed by the Holocaust of the missions, it certainly ran into the hundreds of thousands. From the considerable evidence that does exist, it is clear that death rates consistently outstripped birth rates by as much as 800%. During the initial 3-year period of the mission of San Jose Cuamundi, for instance, 94 Indians were baptized while 241 died. At Nuestra Señora de Loreto, the figures were 76 baptisms and 131 dead. At Nuestra Señora Guadalupe, 53 were baptized and 130 died. Santa Rosalia de Mulid showed 48 baptisms, 113 deaths, San Ignacio 115 baptisms and 293 deaths, Purísima de Catagomo 39 baptisms and 120 deaths. This comes to over 1,000 deaths at just this handful of missions in only 3 years. There were scores of others, and the process was only beginning. It would continue without interruption and at a much higher intensity for another century and a half. It was a rate of death which, in less than half a century, would completely exterminate a population of any size that was not replenished with new conscripts brought in ever-increasing numbers by the military. The reason for this discrepancy in treatment between indigenous slaves and those brought in from Africa had nothing to do with the Spaniards taking a comparatively humane view of Africans. Rather, it was purely economic. Importation of Africans was expensive, whereas native people here provided a comparatively cost-free, apparently renewable, and therefore readily expendable source of labor power. As distinguished from blacks, once they were here, millions were sacrificed to precisely the same financial imperatives during their transportation from Africa. It was simply more profitable to replace native people as they died than to feed them. To that purpose, colonial troops drove the Indians into the yawning maws of the missions until there were none left who could be easily rounded up. By then, the Spanish, later Mexican, dominion over California and the northern Sonora was coming to an end. Leaving aside differences in scale, technology, and the degree to which socio-military organization had evolved among the managers of the mission slave system in North America, it is indistinguishable in its intents and effects from that administered for the Third Reich by Albert Speer and others during the 1940s. 7. Unlike Speer, who was convicted of crimes against humanity by the Nuremberg Tribunal in 1946 and served 20 years in Spandau prison for the TOU taken by his programs, and who openly conceded the criminality of at least part of what he was involved in, his North American Spanish counterparts never recanted their deeds and were never punished. Instead, they went to their graves triumphant, and are now revered and commemorated in books, paintings, place names, and public statuary throughout the area in which they operated. Probably most remarkable in this regard is Fray Junipero Serra, in charge of the Northern California Mission Complex during its peak period, and a man whose personal brutality was noteworthy even by those standards. He appears to have dictated in the direct torture of victims, had to be restrained from hanging Indians in lots, a la Columbus, and is quoted as asserting that the entire race of Indians should be put to the knife. 7. Proposed for canonization as a saint by the Catholic Church, Serra's visage, 40 feet tall, today peers serenely down upon motorists driving south from San Francisco along Highway 101. From its vantage point on a prominent bluff. Another statue of Serra, a much smaller bronze which has stood for decades before San Francisco City Hall, is being moved to a park as part of an expansion/remodeling of the city office facilities. Officials denied requests from local Indians that it be placed in storage, out of public view, offering the compromise of affixing a new plaque to address native concerns about the incipient saint's legacy. Registered church lobbyists, however, have undermined even that paltry gesture, preventing the inclusion of wording which might have revealed something of the true nature of the mass murder and cultural demolition over which Sarah presided. Both the men and the missions, the Vatican insisted, echoing Delgado's 1865 falsehood, were devoted to mercy and 79 compassion. Forced marches and internments. During the Nazi period in Germany, especially from 1942 to 45, vast numbers of people died in concentration camps, not by direct killing methods such as shooting and gassing, but from disease, starvation, and exposure due to the horrendous conditions imposed upon them. Degree as the Third Reich disintegrated in 1945, many thousands more perished as they were force-marched from camps about to be overrun by the advancing Allies to locations deeper in. 143. German-held territory registered. In neither of these processes have the deaths which accrued been categorized as inadvertent or accidental. On the contrary, as is entirely appropriate, the victims have been included in the totals of those who fell prey to Nazi crimes against humanity. And, in many cases, the perpetrators were tried, convicted, and punished under international law. Application of the same standard to the supposedly unintentional decimation of the American Indian population by disease produces some illuminating insights. In 1830, for example, the United States Congress passed the Indian Removal Act, a statute authorizing use of military force to compel the relocation of all indigenous people east of the Mississippi River to points west. This precipitated, among numerous other atrocities, the so-called Trail of Tears, in which the populations of the Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Creek, and Seminole nations were rounded up by troops and interned at prearranged points within their own homelands. Once concentrated in this fashion, each people, men, women, children, and elders alike, was marched at bayonet point for hundreds of miles, without provision of anything approaching adequate food, shelter, or medical support registered. Needless to say, attrition among those subjected to such treatment was pronounced. The Choctaws are said to have lost 15% of their population, 6,000 out of 40,000, and the Chickasaw surely suffered severe losses as well. By contrast, the Creeks and Seminoles are said to have suffered about 50% mortality. For the Creeks, this came primarily in the period after removal. For example, of the 10,000 or more who were resettled m 1836 to 37, an incredible 3,500 died of bilious fevers. ****. The toll was perhaps highest of all for the Cherokees. According to the most recent study, which is exceedingly thorough, about 55% of all Cherokees alive in 1838, when they were interned, died as a direct result of the extreme privations they suffered along the trail. Given that the Smithsonian Institution's official estimate of Cherokee losses, advanced by James Mooney in 1900, is still only 25% registered, it seems likely that comparable research with regard to the Choctaws would reveal that they too suffered a much higher proportionate reduction of population than is admitted in conventional histories. A reconstruction of the data with regard to the Chickasaws, which has never been seriously attempted, would undoubtedly lead to much the same conclusion. Nor was the Trail of Tears anomalous. Following their military defeat at the hands of Colonel Christopher Kit Carson in 1864, the Dine, Navajos, were interned at Fort Defiance, Arizona. From there, they underwent what is called the Long Walk. The entire people was force-marched about 300 miles in the dead of winter to a location known as the Bosque Redondo, adjoining Old Fort Sumner in eastern New Mexico. Once there, they were reinterned for 4 years, during which time they were compelled to live in literally covered holes in the ground, subsisting on utterly inadequate rations, often a thin gruel made of boiled flour, and with nothing resembling genuine medical care. The most conservative credible estimates place Dine attrition from the ordeal at not less than half the total population. Very similar conditions of internment were imposed by the United States upon many native peoples throughout the 19th century. Prominent examples include the Santee Dakotas in Minnesota, whose keeper, federal Indian agent Andrew Myrick, deliberately withheld rations and told the starving people to eat grass when they complained. The Santees then revolted, decapitating Myrick and stuffing the mouth of his severed head with grass in the process, only to be put down with great brutality by U.S. troops, who quickly restored the status quo and conducted a mass hanging of Indian leaders in reprisal. Much the same situation prevailed in Northern California with respect to the Modoc Uprising of 1872 and was the precipitating factor attending the so-called Meeker Massacre perpetrated by the Utes in 1879. The list can be continued at length. The Northern Cheyenne lost about half their population while interned at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, from 1876 to 1878. Rations, always meager, were suspended altogether for several months in 1876 on the Great Sioux Reservation in present-day South Dakota, and were resumed only when the interned Lakotas consented to the alienation of most of their land. Registered the conditions under which the Chiricahua and other Western Apache groups were incarcerated at San Carlos and other reservations in Arizona during the 1870s, and 80s were so grotesque that federal officials referred to them as amounting to an extermination program. Happy face, even peoples who never militarily resisted Euro-American expropriation of the land base, the Poncas, for instance, were subjected to such treatment. In each case, spiraling death rates resulted technically from disease, always in combination with deliberately induced malnutrition, sustained exposure to the elements, and other physically debilitating circumstances, separating death by disease from death by starvation, etc., in such instances is virtually impossible, rather than direct killing. In no case, however, can such fatalities be legitimately described as having accrued from unwitting or unintentional actions on the parts of responsible officials. This is illustrated by the U.S. execution of Captain Henry Wirz, a Confederate officer, after the Civil War. Wirz's offense was that, while serving as commandant of Georgia's Andersonville prison camp, he had caused needless death and suffering among Union prisoners by forcing them to endure conditions no worse those experienced by Indian women and children interned by the United States both before and after his trial. Hence, there can be no question as to whether U.S. officials were fully conscious of the criminal nature of their Indian internment policies, even as they implemented them. Dislocation, famine, and infertility. More pervasive than the effects of the missions, internments, and forced marches discussed above were the effects of the systematic process of eating indigenous peoples and or destroying the economic basis of their survival. This began at almost the first moment of the English invasion in the 1580s. Registered escalated steadily for a period of about 200 years, and then increased geometrically during the 19th century. Its results were always the consequence of conscious and deliberate policy decisions, constituted the primary causative factor in every Indian war fought on the continent, and comprised an essential element of the strategy of Euro-American military campaigns conducted against North American Indians. The pattern was probably set in 1610 by the Jamestown colony, established in what would become Virginia, with the articulation of an Indian policy based on a presumed right of war entitling the English, as inherently superior beings, to invade the country and destroy them. Whereby we shall enjoy their cultivated places and their cleared grounds in all their villages, which are situate in the fruitfulest places of the land, shall be inhabited by us. While there was, as will be seen in the next section, slaughter aplenty attending this obvious prefiguration of what public figures in the United States would later call manifest destiny and Adolf Hitler would subsequently term Lebensraumpolitik, the main mode of its realization. 102. Focused on obliteration of the native economy. In order to accomplish this, it was first necessary to lull the opposition into a false sense of security through a treaty of peace and friendship so that the colonists might have the better advantage both to surprise them, and cut down their corn. Both the deception and the tactics which followed worked splendidly. The Indians' canoes and fishing weirs were smashed, their villages and agricultural fields were burned to the ground. In a single raid, the settlers destroyed corn sufficient to feed 4,000 people for a year. Starvation was becoming the preferred English approach to dealing with the natives. By the end of the winter of 1623 the Indians acknowledged that in the past year alone as many of their number were dead as had died since the first arrival of the English a decade and a half earlier. Rendered destitute, homeless, harried and harassed relentlessly, the starving and disease-ridden members of the largest mid-Atlantic indigenous confederation, the Pamunkeys, Chickahominies, Nonsemons, Rappahannocks, Paspahogs, and several smaller peoples known collectively to Europeans as the Powhatan Empire, dwindled to a remnant of no more than 600 by the late 1600s. They had been so thoroughly routed, slain and dispersed that they were no longer a nation, as one colonist gloated. 147. Where there had been perhaps 100,000 or more Indians only a few decades earlier, a burgeoning population upwards of 60,000 English men and women went busily about the business of civilizing the wilderness they'd created atop a once thriving civilization. Immediately southward, in the Carolinas, things were much the same. Comparable tactics were pursued in the Tuscarora War of 1711-12 and the Yamasee War of 1715-16 registered, nor were things different to the north, where the Plymouth colony was established in 1620. There, in a virtual replay of the experience of Sir Walter Raleigh's lost colonists at Roanoke 40 years earlier, the Pilgrim Fathers had to be saved from starvation during their first winter ashore, an event symbolized to this day in Anglo-America's annual celebration of the Thanksgiving holiday by the local Wampanoags, Pequots, and other Indians, who voluntarily shared their usual bountiful agricultural harvest. The following spring, these pitiful English hunter-gatherers were taught how to plant crops for themselves. Once they'd achieved self-sufficiency, of course, the Pilgrims set about destroying their native saviors with a vengeance, finishing the first part of the job by 1637. Registered Richard Drinan, among others, has described the link they forged between total destruction of the indigenous way of life on the one hand and of the very habitat of New England on the other. By 1675, when the colonists of what was by now not only Plymouth, but Massachusetts and Connecticut colonies as well, turned from the now obliterated Pequots and Western Nyantics to tackle the adjacent Wampanoags and Narragansetts, the wholesale and systematic destruction of villages and croplands was standard tactical fare. Ultimately, the application of such techniques of warfare led to what has been called the Great Dispersal, in which the bedraggled residue of once proud and populous peoples, the Androscoggin, for example, and the Norridgewocks and Pigwackets, Maliseets, P-Amaquoddies and Pecumtucks, Quirripi, Unquahogs, Massachusetts, Mahicans, Abenakis, and many others fled westward, or north into Canada, in an often futile attempt to escape complete eradication. A century later, as the fledgling United States fought its way clear of English colonial dominion, the use of such methods became even more evident. As early as 1776, in an account of the rebel victory in a campaign against England's Cherokee allies, it was reported that the Indians' towns all burnt, their corn cut down, and themselves drove into the woods to perish. In 1779, Continental Army General John A. Sullivan earned the nickname Town Destroyer from the Senecas, another people allied to the English, when he pursued to the letter his orders from overall Commander George Washington to lay waste all the settlements around. That the country not only be overrun but destroyed, and not to listen to any overture of peace before the total ruin of their settlements is effected. As Sullivan reported from the field, his troops destroy everything that contributes to the Seneca support, turning that whole beautiful region from the character of a garden to a scene of drear and sickening desolation. This was followed, in 1780, by a report from General George Rogers Clark, indicative of the type of warfare his Ranger unit was conducting deep in what are now the states of Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois, that it was estimated that at two Shawnee towns, Chillicothe and Piqua, more than 500 acres of corn were destroyed, as well as every species of edible vegetable. 14 years later, U.S. General Anthony Wayne, or Mad Anthony, as he was called by friend and foe alike, reported from an expedition mounted to finish off the Shawnees and their allies that, having won the Battle of Fallen Timbers, we remained for 3 days and nights on the banks of the Maumee. During which time all the houses and cornfields were consumed and destroyed for a considerable distance. In sum, the troops had burned immense fields of corn for a stretch of about 50 miles along the river. And so it went, from east of the Mississippi to the far west, where, in 1864, Kit Carson's campaigners were finally able to defeat the Dine by laying waste to the Indians' agricultural complex on the floor of Canyon de Chelly, poisoning their wells, and so on. By 1868, units like Custer's 7th Cavalry Regiment had adopted the tactic of slaughtering Indian pony herds wherever possible, not only to destroy their opponents' combat mobility, but to deprive them of the ability to subsist by hunting. The capstone to the whole performance was the Army's policy, announced by General Phil Sheridan M. 1873, of encouraging the deliberate extermination of an entire species of large mammals, the North American bison, buffalo, in order to destroy the commissary of the Plains Indians. In every instance, the destruction of indigenous economies was undertaken within the framework of an overarching intent, expressed as a matter of policy by the respective governments involved, to achieve the outright extermination of targeted indigenous peoples. In each case, the object was to bring about a massive fatality rate, not just among native combatants but within the target population as a whole. Without exception, the desire was, if not to obtain the complete liquidation of given populations during the conduct of wars per se, then to take a longer view, extinction might be reasonably expected to claim any survivors, converted as they were into an atomized cloud of refugees, unable to feed, clothe, or house themselves, through a combination of starvation, exposure, and consequent lowered resistance to all manner of diseases. Another factor concerns the psychological effects on the Indians. Acute anxiety, trauma, and depression, generally referred to as demoralization, which responsible colonial and U.S. officials and average citizens, for that matter, knew resulted from the kind of warfare they were waging. The literature of the entire period from 1607 to 1920 is replete with observations of this or that Indian, or entire people, having lost the will to live in the face of the sudden dispossession of both their homeland and their way of life, as well as most of their friends and relatives. The correlation between such psychological devastation and the inability of the average human organism to fend off disease is no mystery today, and it was not then. Instead, it was an anticipated byproduct of economic warfare, the effects of which were uniformly celebrated. Finally, there is another subtext to the psychology of traumatic demoralization, much less remarked upon, although this too was never a great secret. In periods of severe stress and despair, the ability of humans to procreate drops off dramatically. Under the conditions imposed upon American Indians, it could have been readily foreseen and was that their birth rates would plummet in rather direct correlation to their spiraling rates of death. Infertility was as much a part of the calculations of the exterminators as was the inducing of lowered resistance to disease. Altogether, there was nothing at all unwitting, unintentional, accidental, or inadvertent about the way the great bulk of North America's indigenous population was vanished by microbe. It was precisely malice, not nature, which did the deed. To extirpate this execrable race. If there are any lingering doubts as to whether the invaders deliberately spread disease among North American Indians, it is time to lay them to rest once and for all. Contrary to the orthodoxy that the Europeans who came to the New World were ignorant of how disease spread, it had been a practice since at least as early as Tamerlane, Timur, circa 1385, to catapult the corpses of plague victims and the carcasses of diseased animals into besieged cities. While such early experiments in biological warfare were generally unsuccessful, they do demonstrate unequivocally that the Old World, or at least its military leadership, had learned the mechanics of rudimentary epidemiology well before 1492. In North America, where wave after wave of epidemics, and several pandemics, racked native populations, often with a timing uncannily convenient to those who had set out to conquer or eradicate them, the first instance in which there is clear reason to suspect these lessons were being applied occurred in 1636. This came with the execution of Captain John Oldham, an officer/diplomat for Massachusetts colony, by the Narragansetts. The Indians apparently believed rightly or wrongly that Oldham had deliberately infected them with smallpox in 1633, probably by dispensing contaminated gifts, unleashing an epidemic which claimed more than 700 of their people and numerous of their allies. He was therefore brought before the Council of Narragansett sachems on Block Island, tried for this and possibly other offences, and paid the price. There is considerable duplicity involved in what happened next. While they were certainly aware of who had killed Oldham, and why, both Massachusetts Governor John Winthrop and William Bradford, his counterpart on the Plymouth plantation, publicly blamed the Pequots for the murder, thus predicating the almost total annihilation of that people in 1637. Since it was actually the more powerful Narragansetts, not the Pequots, who were convinced the colonists might be seeking to reduce their numbers through intentional contamination, the idea must be considered a contributing factor to the outbreak of King Philip's War some 40 years later. Such suspicions are known to have been harbored by several of the lesser nations. Extirpate this execrable race. Ir. The world's first documented instance of an genocide accomplished by bacteriological means, Lord Jeffrey Amherst, for whom a city in Massachusetts is now named, ordered smallpox-infected blankets to be passed out to Ottawas and Lenni Lenopes in 1763. How many other occasions in which similar activities occurred is unknown, but Amherst was by no means the only culprit. Photo, Library of Congress. Smallpox victims OS portrayed in the Florentine Codex, compiled c. 1550 by surviving Aztec scribes. 153. The Eastern Niantics, for example, and the Nipmucs who, along with the larger Wampanoag Confederation under Metacom, King Philip, aligned with the Narragansetts against the English in the fighting. It is not until another 90 years had passed, however, during the last of the so-called French and Indian Wars, before positive proof emerges that England was indeed using biological techniques, as such, to eradicate native populations. In 1763, having been fought to a humiliating stalemate in the Ohio River Valley by a French-aligned indigenous military alliance organized by the Ottawa leader Pontiac, Lord Jeffrey Amherst, the English commander-in-chief, wrote a letter to a subordinate, Colonel Henry Bouquet, suggesting that a peace parley be convened and, as was customary at such events, gifts distributed. Amherst wrote in a postscript of the letter to Bouquet that smallpox be sent among the disaffected tribes. Bouquet replied, also in a postscript, I will try to contaminate them with some blankets that may fall into their hands, and take care not to get the disease myself. To Bouquet's postscript Amherst replied, you will do well to infect the Indians by means of blankets as well as to try every other method that can serve to extirpate this execrable race. On June 24, Captain Aquier, of the Royal Americans, noted in his journal, we gave them 2 blankets and a handkerchief out of the smallpox hospital. I hope it will have the desired effect. To say that it did would be to understate the case. The disease spread like wildfire among the Ottawas, Mingos, Miamis, Lenni Lenapes, Delawares, and several other peoples. By conservative estimate, the toll was over 100,000 dead, a matter which effectively broke the back of native resistance in what the United States would later call the Northwest Territory, allowing its conquest less than 30 years later. Amherst's maneuver, which displays a considerable familiarity with the notion of disease as a weapon, has been erroneously described as a milestone of sorts in military history by Robert O'Connell, in his book of Arms and Men. Actually, since he specified the group targeted for extirpation as being not just opposing combatants, but an entire race, the Ohio Valley incident is not properly understood as an example of biological warfare. Rather, it indisputably an instance of genocide pursued through microbes. This was by no means a singular incident, although it is the best documented. Only slightly more ambiguous was the U.S. Army's dispensing of trade blankets to Mandans and other Indians gathered at Fort Clark, on the Missouri River in present-day North Dakota, beginning on June 20, 1837. Far from being trade goods, the blankets had been taken from a military infirmary in St. Louis, quarantined for smallpox, and brought upriver aboard the steamboat St. Peter's. When the first Indians showed symptoms of the disease on July 14, the post surgeon advised those camped near the post to scatter and seek sanctuary in the villages of healthy relatives. By then, the disease was already showing up at Fort Union, adjacent to the main Mandan village some 40 miles further upriver. The trader there, Jacob Halsey, who was married to an Indian woman, then attempted to administer a vaccine which had been stored by the army rather than used to inoculate the people for whom it was supposedly provided. The perfectly predictable result of the Fort Clark episode was the igniting of a pandemic which raged for several years, decimating peoples as far north as the Blackfeet, Bloods, and Piegans in southern Alberta and Saskatchewan, to the west as far as the Yurok and other northern California peoples, and southward to the Kiowas and Comanches on the staked plains of Texas. There is no conclusive figure as to how many Indians died. It depends a bit on how many one is willing to concede were there in the first place, but estimates run as high as 100,000. However many people perished, their vanishing made the subsequent U.S. conquest of the entire Plains region, begun seriously in the 1850s, far easier than it would otherwise have been. By this point, California, along with its residual population of native people, had been acquired by the United States from Mexico. There is nothing confusing about the meaning of language found in an 1853 San Francisco newspaper, explaining how the incoming Anglo-Americans were handling their Indian question. People are ready to knife them, shoot them, or inoculate them with smallpox, of which have been done, emphasis added. Thus, by the mid-19th century, it appears that the eradication of Indians through deliberate infection with plague diseases had become so commonplace that it was no longer a military specialty. Rather, it had been adopted as a method of pest control by average civilians. That is missing are the details as to exactly who did it to which group of northern California natives, how many times and with what overall degree of success. Whatever it was, it fit within a conscious strategy of the citizenry, described in the San Francisco Bulletin on July 10, 1860, to effect the ultimate extermination of the race by disease. Registered. Given these circumstances, as well as those described in this section more generally, it is at best an absurdity to contend that attrition through disease represents anything approximating a benign explanation for the complete extinction of numerous North American native peoples or the near total disappearance of the race as a whole between 1600 and 1900. To the contrary, based on the evidence, the presumption should be and should have been all along that the waves of epidemic disease that afflicted indigenous populations during these centuries were deliberately induced, or at least facilitated, by the European invaders. To do otherwise is tantamount to arguing, as some scholars do, that the approximately 50% of the Jews who died as a result of ghettoization and general privation at the hands of the Nazis shouldn't be tallied into the toll of the Holocaust, since, after all, they perished from natural causes like starvation and disease. Framed more broadly, it would be the same as saying that of the estimated 50 million fatalities usually attributed to the Second World War, at least 2/3 should not be counted since they died of malnutrition, exposure, disease, and war-related traumas rather than from direct killing techniques. If such standards seem ridiculous when applied in these contexts, and they should seem no less so when applied to the devastation of native North America. Profiles in extermination. Having rebutted the main lines of argument by which the North American Holocaust is minimized and denied, it is time to turn to that from which they are designed to divert attention, the matter of direct killing. Here, we again encounter minimization and denial of the first order. Consider a very recent formulation offered by Stephen T. Katz to debunk the notion that indigenous people suffered literal extermination. Even Russell Thornton, who has vigorously attempted to highlight the roles of warfare and genocide in the decline of the Indian population, is forced by the unassailable demographic evidence to conclude that, at most, 45,000 American Indians were killed in wars with Europeans and Americans between 1775–1890. To this might be added .8,500 American Indians killed in individual conflicts during the period, to arrive at a total of 53,000 killed. That is to say, in a period of 115 years, during which the indigenous population declined by over 1.5 million, only 53,000 casualties, or 3.7% of the total lost, can be counted as having been intentionally murdered. For the pre-1775 period, the percentage of loss due to warfare, and individual murder, is even lower. Thornton, for example, in attempting to configure losses in the pre-evolutionary era, suggests doubling the post-1775 figure of 53,000 to arrive at a pre-1775 aggregate. Accordingly, if we follow this suggestion, if only for purposes of argument, we have a projection, however crudely arrived at, of 106,000 casualties due to war and conflict situations in this earlier epoch. However, given the much higher total native population in this native contact period, anywhere up to 10 or more times as great as what it was after 1775, the percentage of loss represented by this hypothesized 106,000 casualties shrinks to some fraction of 1%. Leaving aside the transparency of Katz's attempt to constrain the definitional boundaries of murder to absurdly narrow limits, there is a more 157 immediate problem. This is not at all what Thornton said. It is worth quoting at length here in order to clearly establish the extent of Katz's manipulation. Thornton himself prefaces the page cited by Katz with a quotation from an 1894 report of the U.S. Bureau of the Census. It has been estimated that since 1775, more than 8,500 Indians have been killed in individual affairs with whites. The Indian wars under the government of the United States have been more than 40 in number. They have cost the lives of about 30,000 Indians. The actual number of killed and wounded Indians must be very much greater than the number given, as they conceal, where possible, their actual loss in battle, and carry their killed and wounded off and secrete them. The number above is of those found by whites. 50% additional would be a safe number to add to the numbers given. He then writes, assuming these figures are correct and, for purposes of illustration, adding 50% American Indian dead to the 30,000 estimate yields 45,000 American Indians killed in wars with Europeans and Americans between 1775 and 1890. To this might be added the above reported 8,500 American Indians killed in individual conflicts during the period, to arrive at a total of 53,500 killed by the government's own admission. The Indians killed in wars and individual affairs before 1775 might easily double the figure. Far from embracing this governmentally derived estimate as his own, however, Thornton immediately points to one glaring omission in its database: the Indian dead from intertribal warfare instigated by the invaders, and then cuts to the heart of his point asterisk. As these eths are added, the mortality figures become considerably more substantial: 150,000, 250,000, 500,000. We do not know. Suf BCE it to say, American Indians suffered substantial population loss due to warfare stemming from the European arrival and colonization. We can only guess at the numbers of American Indians killed by genocide. And it is undoubtedly more problematic to guess the losses from genocide, because genocide was neither as well recorded nor as well publicized as warfare. From there, he provides considerable material to illustrate exactly the sorts and quantities of fatalities he is including within his classification of genocide, all of which remains as conspicuously unmentioned by Katz as is Thornton's own estimate of up to 500,000 dead from warfare alone. Much of what Thornton offers has been covered above. The remainder is included among the matters discussed in the following subsections. Once again, it seems appropriate to begin at the beginning and trace the evolution of the more overt forms of slaughter through to approximately 1900. Opening rounds. The Indian Wars in North America started at almost the moment the first Europeans set foot upon the continent. Ponce de Leon's fabled 1513 quest for the Fountain of Youth in Florida actually, at least in part, a slaving expedition meant to replenish the dwindling supply of fodder for the encomiendos on Española and other Caribbean islands was marked by a series of aggressive acts against, and resultant altercations with, the local ace and Calusas. In 1521, Ponce returned to set up a permanent colony, only to be mortally wounded by a Calusa arrow while attempting to pacify the indigenous population by cold steel. He died shortly thereafter in Cuba. Registered by then, Alvaro Pineda had explored the Gulf Coast, come upon the Mississippi River, and set in motion Spanish slaving enterprises on a larger scale. It was slavers who first probed the Atlantic coastline as far north as Maine. One result was the establishment of what was meant to be a permanent slave trading post dubbed San Miguel de Guadalupe, on Sapelo Sound in present-day Georgia, in 1526. This first European settlement in North America since those of the Vikings had failed 5 centuries earlier lasted less than a year. Another expedition, this one headed by veteran conquistador Panfilo de Narvaez in 1528, landed on the Florida coast with 400 men and 80 horses and attempted to hack their way through the Appalachians of the Panhandle region. Ultimately, there were only 5 known survivors among the Spanish, 4 of whom managed to walk all the way to Mexico by 1536. The near-total demographic collapse of the indigenous Caribbean population had driven the premium on fresh supplies of slave labor through the roof by the mid-1530s. Simultaneously, the astonishing trove of precious metals garnered by Cortés in his essaying of Tenochtitlan sparked a frenzy to discover further cities of gold. And, of course, Spain was still seeking a water route to India and China. All 3 factors, combined with an active interest in further territorial expansion, led the Spanish to intensify their activities in North America, mainly through the massive 1539–42 expeditions headed by Francisco Vázquez de Coronado and Fernando de Soto into the southwestern and southeastern portions of the continent, respectively. Coronado's foray, involving over 300 men-at-arms and about 1,000 indigenous mercenaries from northern Mexico, was unabashedly devoted to locating and conquering the fictional 7 cities of Cibola, reputedly somewhere in the area of what are now New Mexico and eastern Arizona. What he found instead were the Tewa and Carasan pueblos, first Zuni, then Hopi, then the remainder, the way north and east to Taos. Along the way, his troops emptied native larders, commandeered other property, raped the local women, and to make an example which would discourage rebellion at such treatment laid waste to the village of Arenal, burning its occupants at the stake. This atrocity prompted the very kind of resistance it was meant to deter, and before it was over, 13 additional pueblos were destroyed along with their inhabitants. Happy Face, by the spring of 1542, having marched as far as central Kansas and killed several thousand Indians in his futile search for golden cities, the would-be Cortés was defeated. He left a small garrison near the present location of Santa Fe and retreated southward into Mexico. Meanwhile, to the east in Florida, De Soto's force, 600 strong, had landed near Tampa Bay in May 1539. From there, it moved northward as far as the Carolinas, doubled back into Georgia, then moved erratically westward through what are now Alabama and Mississippi before crossing the Great River into Arkansas. Along the way, he encountered a number of indigenous peoples, including the Tocobagans, Timucuans, Appalachians, Tuscaloosa, Cofitaquis, Cherokees, Creeks, Choctaws, Chickasaws, Natchez, and perhaps the Caddos. Degree. De Soto had brought an ambulatory larder in the form of hundreds of pigs whose numbers increased along the march, but he regularly plundered the food supplies of the natives, taking dried corn, squash and beans from storage. He had brought twice the number of Spaniards that Coronado did, but unlike Coronado, De Soto captured slave labor along his route. He had worked out the plan before leaving Spain, for he brought along iron chains and collars to link Indians into human baggage trains. Indian women who were not old nor the most ugly, De Soto's secretary later explained, the Spaniards desired both as servants and for foul uses, they had them baptized more on account of carnal intercourse with them than to teach them the faith. Uncooperative Indians might be put to the sword, thrown to the dogs, or burned alive, or might have a hand or nose severed. De Soto killed and mutilated Indians with little provocation, for in the words of one chronicler who knew him, he was much given to the sport of hunting Indians from horseback. Wherever it went, the expedition left a trail of shattered lives, broken bodies, ravaged fields, empty storehouses, and charred fields. Resistance mounted as they moved inland, and word of their barbarities spread among the native populations ahead of them. Although badly outnumbered, the Spanish, clad in armor and bearing superior weaponry, more than held their own. De Soto buried his dead, had the wounds of his injured treated with the fat of slain Indians, and pressed on. Finally, in late March 1541, a group of Chickasaws made a surprise attack and managed to burn a number of the troops as they slept cooped up in winter shelters. After that, combat was avoided wherever possible and the invasion of the interior began to lose steam. It petered out altogether when De Soto himself died in May 1542. What was left of his force, about half of those who had started out, floundered about for some months before making boats and escaping across the Gulf to Mexico. Although the number of Indians killed in these early expeditions was not great as compared to the scale of butchery that would soon prevail in North America, there were probably around 10,000 native dead, and toto the manner of killing and the attitudes it revealed speak far louder than the body count itself. In this sense, they serve as a preview of things to come, all the more so as they proved to be the fulcrum upon which the weight of the Old World began to swing into the new north of the Rio Grande. Only a little more than 2 decades after Coronado's and De Soto's bedraggled Rem 167 Nance fled back to New Spain, the Spanish had returned to Florida to stay. Before century's end, they would be a permanent presence in New Mexico. Worse, the English, French, and Dutch were coming, too. A terror to the rest. The initial effort by the English to establish a colony, led by Martin Frobisher in 1576, was undertaken after a crewman found what was believed to be gold on the shores of Baffin Island during an attempt to discover a northern water route to Asia. When the mineral turned out to be pyrite, Frobisher contented himself with capturing sundry tokens of people, Inuits, and taking them back for display before London society. The same sorts of outlooks and practices prevailed during other English voyages of exploration of the era. Registered in 1585, Sir Walter Raleigh sought to found a permanent colony, Roanoke, near Hatteras, a Croatoan village on the outer banks of North Carolina. 7/Hawk. The local Indians were initially welcoming, feeding the newcomers and teaching them agriculture and other survival skills. The Roanoke colonists proved so belligerently arrogant that a state of virtual low-intensity warfare was quickly established. At some point between 1587, when Raleigh delivered a fresh load of 117 recruits to his enterprise, and 1,590, when the next English supply ship arrived, the entire population of the Roanoke colony simply disappeared. This was attributed to defeat at the hands of the Croatoans, literally eaten by the savages. According to one anthropologist during the 1970s, the venture was thereupon broken off. A bit north, in Virginia, things went moving in a different direction. On May 14, 1607, the English Southern Virginia Company landed a colonizing expedition on a peninsula along what they called the James River, near present-day Williamsburg. Najananaui, headed by a civilian governor. Sir Thomas West de la Warre, the Jamestown Plantation, as it was quickly dubbed, was actually under command of Captain John Smith, a professional soldier hired to render its planned aggression efficient. The first violence was on the 4th day, when an Indian was assaulted for stealing a hatchet for which he'd apparently traded food. The English, it has been pointed out, seem never to have been able to feed themselves. This led to the first battle, which occurred on May 26. Happy face, the colonists had already been busily erecting fortifications against the very Indians who'd been feeding them, a rather obvious indication of their intentions. With his base established and the colonists organized into a coherent military force, and with reinforcements on the way, Smith moved in 1608 to impose the exploitative relationship with the natives he'd been sent to create. When the Paspaheghs and Chickahominies refused to trade, he pursued them with such vehemence and did such damage to their houses, boats, and weirs that they quickly sued for peace and loaded his barges with corn. To secure the return of stolen weapons or tools, he did not scruple to torture Indian prisoners or, worse yet from their standpoint, shackle them in a dungeon. His field commanders were equally ruthless. When 2 English emissaries sent to purchase an island from the Nansmans were tortured and killed in retaliation for an earlier English atrocity, troops under Captains John Martin and George Percy beat the salvages out of the island, burned their houses, ransacked their temples, took down the corpses of the dead kings from of Fj their Toambe, and carried away their pearls, copper, and bracelets, wherewith they do decor at their king's funerals. When Captain Francis West and 36 men were sent to the Potomac to trade for corn, they loaded their pinnace but used some harsha and cruel dealing by cutting of ftau of the salvages' heads and other extreme ties. There is solid evidence that Wahunsinakak, whom the English called Powhatan, they called his confederation that, too, although it called itself Xenocomica, a pamunkey and principal leader of the local Indian confederation, which was greatly superior in numbers and could undoubtedly have obliterated the colonists at this point, had they a mind to made every effort to negotiate some sort of equitable arrangement to end the fighting before it got out of hand. The English, however, were having none of it. Their objective, stripped of all gloss and veneer, was outright extermination. It is infinitely better to have no heathen among us, who at best were but thorns in our sides, than to be at peace and in league with them, as one participant later put it. Degree Smith was seriously injured by the accidental explosion of a powder cask in 1609, and returned to England. He never came back to Jamestown, but Delaware launched his War of Annihilation the following year. Registered Field Command was assigned to Captain George Percy, who pursued the strategy described above, and proved himself every bit as vicious as Smith. In August, 70 men under command of Percy, led by an Indian prisoner in a handlock, assaulted the Paspahegh town, killing 16 and capturing the chief's wife and children. After burning the natives' houses and cutting down their corn, which was not unneeded at Jamestown, the soldiers groused that any natives were spared. So a military council met and decided to put the children to death, which was effected by throwing them overboard and shooting out their brains in the water. With great difficulty Percy managed to prevent his men from burning the queen at the stake until she could be more humanely put to the sword. On the way home the expedition stopped at Chickahominy to cut down the inhabitants' corn and burn their houses, temples, and religious idols. Such scenes were repeated up and down the river All Fall*. The following summer saw the arrival of a further 600 troops, well armed and with a great store of armor. Shortly, a column of 100 ironclad men led by Governor Thomas Dale Delaware had retired for reasons of health, assaulted the town of the Nansmans, repeating Percy's performance of the year before, but killing a much larger number of Indians in the process. From then on, the colonists began to build an increasing number of satellite forts, none of which could be approached by an Indian without permission lest he or she suffer, at best, the severing of a hand or, more often, summary execution as a terror to the rest. Registered. The native people, for their part, withdrew further and further, seeking to find a safe distance. A war of attrition was pursued until 1614, when a truce was arranged after Wahunsinakak's daughter, Pocahontas, was captured by Captain Thomas Argyll and held hostage. Although the colonists, now led by George Yardley, continued to undermine the Xenocomikas, encroaching upon their farmlands and killing them at a steady pace. Meanwhile their own population. Wahunsinakak appears to have held up his end of the agreement until his death in 1618. Leadership of the Confederation passed to his younger brother, Opeshankana, who began casting about for some means of averting the extinction, quite narrowly staring his people in the face. The Indians had run out of room to retreat, and could afford no more unreturned casualties. Operation Kanaw's counter-offensive, when it came, was thus born of pure desperation. On March 22, 1622, the Tsinakamicas rose as a body, killing 347 colonists in a drive to push them back within the boundaries that had prevailed 10 years earlier. Sir Francis Wyatt, who had replaced Yardley as governor, then instructed his military commanders to resume the colony's earlier tactics of total war, even to rooting them out from being longer a people upon the face of the earth. By force, by surprise, by famine in burning their come. By pursuing and chasing them with bloodhounds to draw after them, and mastiffs to seize them, by driving them, when they fly, upon their enemies, who are around them, and by animating and abetting their enemies against them. The officers complied with a vengeance, laying waste to towns, villages, and fields by the score, stalking the Tsinakamicas continuously. Perhaps 3,000 Indians were killed in only a few months. When Operation Kanaw requested a peace parley in May 1623, Wyatt used the occasion to murder nearly 200 natives by having them toast the peace with poisoned sack. Registered. A second attempt, a few months later, was used as an ambush in which another 50 leaders were shot and hacked to death. In a two-day battle in July 1624, more than 800 Pamunkeys were slaughtered. Registered. And so it went until 1632, when it was decided that there were so few remaining Tsinakamicas that it was no longer worth the time and expense of tracking them down and killing them. Registered. There was one last spasm in 1644, as Operation Kanaw, by then old and enfeebled, led the starving remains of his once proud and populous confederacy in a futile attempt to carve out some small niche for themselves in what had been their homeland. Caught by surprise, the colonists lost around 500 killed, but in their thousands they swarmed into action, obliterating the last of the Tsinakamicas' fighting strength and capturing Operation Kanaw himself in 1646. The old man was taken in chains to Jamestown and placed on display before being shot to death by a soldier displeased by the fierceness of his pride. This final scourge of the Tsinakamicas was not so costly in terms of slaughtered native noncombatants because the colony's newest governor, William Berkeley, sensed potential profits and ordered his troops to spare the women and children, wherever possible, and sell them into slavery. This final liquidation of the Powhatan Empire set the stage for equally savage assaults on the other indigenous nations of Virginia and the Maryland colony, immediately northward. Already, in November 1623, the Virginia militia had expanded its range and made new enemies by mistakenly attacking and burning Moyeon, the stockade Potomac town of the Piscataway. The process was slowed somewhat by political convulsions in England itself, manifested in Virginia as Bacon's Rebellion, 1675–76, and some serious sparring with both the Dutch and, briefly, the Swedes over colonial rights. However, the burgeoning numbers of English colonists, their insatiable desire for land on which to expand the increasingly lucrative production of tobacco, and the profitability of the trade in native slaves all combined as incentive for a series of openly exterminatory wars against regional Indians. The spark was ignited in July 1675 by the Dogue, a small tribe on the Maryland side of the Potomac who were now a close neighbor of the much larger and more powerful Susquehannock. Angry with Thomas Matthew, a wealthy Virginia planter who reportedly refused to pay for goods received, the Dogue took hogs from one of Matthew's plantations. The English pursued, killing several of the tribe and recovering the hogs. In revenge, a Dogue war party killed one of Matthew's herdsmen. Two Virginia militia captains then led 30 men across the Potomac into Maryland. While one group terrorized a Dogue settlement, killing 10, the other militiamen attacked a nearby cabin, killing 14 before discovering that they were Susquehannock, erstwhile English allies. Once again, Virginians had displayed surprising, or feigned, difficulty distinguishing between American Indian friend and enemy. Maryland protests against both the invasion and the killing of innocent Indians were soon forgotten in the midst of a wave of Indian attacks on the frontiers of both colonies. In the fighting which followed, a number of smaller peoples like the Doegs, Acanichis, and Piscataways were decimated to the point of disappearance. The Susquehannocks proved a much tougher opponent in 1675, for example, about 100 of them fortified the remains of the Piscataway town torched in 1623, complete with Swedish cannon, and withstood a siege by 500 Maryland militia for 7 weeks but were eventually worn down by 1680, harried relentlessly by the militias. The Susquehannocks were effectively dissolved as a people, their survivors absorbed by the 5 nations of the Haudenosaunee, Iroquois, Confederation in what is now Pennsylvania and New York. As of 1700, it is estimated that fewer than 3,000 indigenous people remained within the entire expanse of lush agricultural land extending from the Chesapeake Bay to the Appalachian Mountains, once one of the most densely populated regions in all of native North America. Yerrats and mice are swarms of lice. The record of the Yorkshire colonists who settled the already long and well-settled area which became New England is, if anything, worse than that of their colleagues further south. Things got off to a rocky start in 1602, when an exploratory probe of the area around Cape Cod resulted in hostilities with local Wampanoags, Pecanockets, which caused a hasty departure of the explorers. In 1603 the English returned and attempted to erect a fortification, but were again routed, this time by a group of Nausets. In 1605, George Weymouth, sailing for the Plymouth Company, landed along the Kennebec River, kidnapped 5 eastern Abenaki, and returned to England. 2 years later, George Popham and Raleigh Gilbert, a pair of former pirates turned Plymouth Company stockholders, returned to the Kennebec with 120 men to establish what they called the Sagadahoc colony. They built a fort, but shortly ran afoul of the Skidmore and Tohono bands of Abenaki and, by 1608, this beachhead was also abandoned. The primary difficulty encountered by of these ventures was that there were far too many indigenous people in the immediate area, estimates run as high as 90,000 in 1600, for them to simply impose themselves. This problem was rectified in 1614 by Captain John Smith, of Jamestown fame, who suddenly materialized on the coastline with a company of Plymouth Company voyagers, shot 7 Indians in 3 quick skirmishes, and abducted 27 Patuxet Wampanoags and Nausets to sell as slaves in the West Indies on the way home. Registered mysteriously the Indians had had close contact with Europeans for years without getting sick. Epidemics broke out in the immediate aftermath of Smith's expedition. Between 1616 and 1618, a devastating virgin soil epidemic raged through New England. Fully 90% of the Wampanoag died of an unidentified European disease, as did a comparable number of Massachusetts and nearly as many Pawtucket and eastern Abenaki. Dozens of known coastal villages along Massachusetts Bay were entirely abandoned. This vastly improved English chances of establishing a colony successfully in what was now an underpopulated area. Hence, by the time the Pilgrims showed up in 1620, complete with an ample inventory of weapons and a professional soldier, Miles Standish, to oversee their use, there was plenty of vacant land for them to select as the site of what was to be England's first durable colony in the north. The Wampanoags, who had been regionally ascendant and upon whose land the English settled like another plague, were so decimated that the balance 203 of power among the Indians had shifted abruptly to the Narragansetts. They were more or less content, so long as the colonists did not seriously incur upon their territory, a matter which would not become an explosive issue for another half-century. Under these conditions, there was only minor military scuffling for the next 17 years as the newcomers consolidated the Plymouth Plantation, as they called it, and imported another 1,000 constituents. The Massachusetts Bay Colony, founded in 1629, added another 4,000 English. The Indians, for their part, were preoccupied not only with trying to define their relationship to the invaders but with sorting things out among themselves, given the radical alteration of their respective demographics only a decade before. A very intricate web of diplomacy developed, As all sides maneuvered for an advantageous position, registered a situation further complicated when a new smallpox epidemic ripped through the native communities in 1633. There is some indication that the disease was deliberately induced by the English with the aim of reducing the power of the 30,000-strong Narragansetts, who were as inclined to align themselves with the New Amsterdam Dutch as with either Plymouth or Massachusetts Bay. Registered as it turned out, the main effect of the disease was to kill about 10,000 of the estimated 13,000 Pequots by 1635. The English devoted substantial diplomatic energy to isolating what was left of the victims from any possibility of defensive alliance other than / with their western Niantic tributaries. With this accomplished by 1637, in fact, the Narragansetts and Mohegans were enlisted as English allies against the Pequots. The leadership of both Plymouth and Massachusetts collaborated with that of the unofficial colony of Connecticut to fabricate a pretext, and then set out on a war of extermination. Massachusetts mounted a column of 90 men under Captain John Endicott and dispatched it to heavily populated Block Island. The group's orders were to kill every adult male residing there and capture as many women and children as possible, since they would fetch a tidy sum in the West Indies slave markets. The plan failed when Endicott attempted to engage the Pequots, European style, in open combat. Instead, the Indians used a meeting on the matter as a delaying tactic while they evacuated their non-combatants. In the end, the Pequots, who seemed to have wanted to avoid the war which was being forced upon them, simply melted away into the woods, leaving the frustrated English with no way to vent themselves other than by burning homes and fields. On the mainland, Captain John Mason was much more crafty. Having augmented his own mixed Massachusetts-Connecticut force of 90 men with about 80 Mohegans under Uncas, their principal leader, and nearly 500 Narragansetts led by Miantonomi, he set out to attack a lesser Pequot fort on the Mystic River. Taking a circuitous route which allowed them to bypass the truly fortified Pequot River town of Sassacus, named for the principal Pequot leader, and also the defensive cordon the Indians had thrown up to prevent exactly what it was he meant to do. Mason launched his assault in the pre-dawn of May 26. His men were instructed to take no prisoners at all, and it is apparent that they counted on the savages who accompanied them to join in the slaughter with gusto. When they realized what was afoot, however, both the Narragansetts and Mohegans refused to participate. Thus left to his own devices, Mason ordered his militiamen to set fire to the entire town, burning alive as many as 900 women, children, and helpless old men. Those who tried to escape the blaze were cut down with swords and axes. As Plymouth Governor William Bradford later described the scene, paraphrasing Mason's own exultant account. It was a fearful sight to see them thus frying in the fire and the streams of blood quenching the same, and horrible was the stink and scent thereof, but the victory seemed a sweet sacrifice, and they gave the praise thereof to God, who had wrought so wonderfully for them, thus to enclose their enemies in their hands and give them so speedy a victory over so proud and insulting an enemy. There were 5 known survivors, all of whom managed to hide themselves among Uncas Mohegans, their traditional enemies, who, along with the Narragansetts, were already denouncing the needlessness of the slaughter. Arriving too late, the English and their Indian allies had already left. The Pequot fighters were astonished and demoralized. About 200 attempted to surrender themselves to the Narragansetts, but most of these were discovered and killed by colonists. Another 50 or so, led by Sassacus, tried to find refuge among the Mohawks, but, at the request of the English, were put to death. For more than a year, the militias of the 3 participating colonies scoured the woods, killing Pequots whenever and wherever they found them. Before it was over, at least 2/3, probably more, of all Pequots alive at the beginning of the war were dead. Those who survived were mostly absorbed by the Mohegans. The western Niantics were for all practical purposes totally eradicated. The Pequots were rooted out as a tribe. Winthrop put the body count for Mystic alone at between 8 and 100. In 1832 one observer counted only about 40 souls, in O, or perhaps a few more or less living in the township of Groton. In the 1960s the official figure was 21 Pequots in O of Connecticut. And there would have been no living members of that tribe had the colonizers had their way. They sought, as Mason said, to cut off the remembrance of them from the earth. After the war, the General Assembly of Connecticut declared the name extinct. No survivors should be called Pequots. The Pequot River became the Thames, and the village known as Pequot became New London. The message was not lost on the remaining indigenous peoples of the region. New England was meant to become exactly that, a vast area utterly depopulated of its native inhabitants, occupied exclusively by the English. Shaken by this realization, and by what he'd witnessed at Mystic, my Antonimi underwent a profound change. No longer devoted to advancing Narragansett interests at the expense of other Indians, he was something of a pioneer, becoming one of the first major figures in North American native history to try and weld together a general alliance of indigenous nations to 221. Contain and possibly expel the invading Europeans. The colonists' attentions were subsumed for a while by internal bickering, mainly a squabble over who would gain the territorial spoils of eradicating the Pequots and with the taking of New Netherlands from the Dutch, but they eventually got around to dealing with the threat presented by this precursor of Tecumseh * my Antonimi, by this point having engineered a compact with the powerful Mohawks to the west, was captured and held in a Connecticut jail for several months. Eventually, he was executed as one byproduct of a May 1643 meeting in New Haven at which the New England colonies proclaimed themselves unified against both Dutch and Indians. Thereafter, any attempt by native people to foster a counterbalancing unity among themselves was termed a conspiracy and provocation. 224. To war. Connecticut was finally chartered as a royal colony in 1662. Rhode Island followed a year later, and, in 1664, the Dutch holding of New Netherlands became the English colony of New York. It was retaken by the Dutch a bit later and had to be reconquered in 1674. Working out the relationships presented by these developments and raiding the French communities of Acadia again commanded the bulk of English attention for a full decade. By 1675, however, with more than 50,000 colonists in the general area, New England felt itself strong enough to achieve a final solution to its Indian problem. This took the form of an all-out campaign to obliterate the Narragansetts, Wampanoags, and several smaller peoples such as the Nausets and Nipmucs in what was called King Philip's War. Again, there is every indication that the indigenous nations involved did all that was within their power to avert armed conflict. And, again, there is evidence that the Indians had reason to believe they'd been deliberately infected with a disease, possibly influenza. Combined with increasing English encroachments into the very hearts of remaining native territories and an insufferable degree of colonial arrogance, these circumstances had already generated a very high level of volatility among the natives. By June of 1675, when 3 prominent Wampanoags were executed at Plymouth on charges of plotting against the English. At that point, Metacom, King Philip, successor to Massasoit as principal Wampanoag leader, led a revolt intended to reassert some aspect of his people's rights and autonomy. At first, the Indians did quite well. Metacom, having learned the lesson of Mystic, first moved his non-combatants deep into the swampy Pocasset territory, on the Hoosic River, and placed them under the protection of that people's leader, a woman named Weetamo. Although he had only about 300 fighters at his disposal, the Wampanoag king then conducted a hit-and-run guerrilla campaign that thoroughly demoralized the 10,000 men of the combined Massachusetts, Plymouth, and Connecticut militias. Finally, in dire need of a victory, and afraid to strike at their real adversaries' Hoosic stronghold, the militia did what the Jamestown colonists had done at Piscataway, and what the descendants of both groups would do repeatedly thereafter. They conducted a devastating surprise assault on a completely uninvolved native community, invading the sister colony of Rhode Island. 234. Where the Narragansetts had been granted sanctuary. The United Colonies, for reasons that still remain suspicious, chose to attack the winter camp of the still neutral Narragansett and raised nearly 1,000 troops for the purpose. They were recruited from the militias and supplied and paid in the proportions of Massachusetts, 517, Connecticut, 315, and Plymouth, 158. Josiah Winslow, Plymouth's native-born governor, was given command of the expedition. Attacking on December 19, 1675, the impetuous English soldiers burned food and shelter, which they needed, and killed valuable captives, which they wanted. Of the Narragansett, at least 48 warriors were wounded and 97 were killed, as were up to 1,000 women and children. The outraged Narragansett survivors fled to join Philip, wintering with the Mahican, not Mohegan. Thus reinforced by this point, some Nipmucks had joined them as well. The Wampanoags resumed raiding with even more effectiveness during the spring of 1676, hitting Lancaster, Leadfield, Weymouth and Groton, Massachusetts in rapid succession. The Indians still showed no propensity to kill like the English, however, and time was definitely not on their side. Cut off from the fields which had subsisted them and forced to hunt in unfamiliar territory, the Narragansett and Wampanoag refugee armies and their attending families suffered food shortages which were grinding them down. It follows that the next great feat of colonial arms came in May, when Captain William Turner of Connecticut, having first ascertained an absence of combatants among them, led 150 of his militia against a large group of Indians gathering food at Peskeompscut on the Connecticut River, about 20 miles north of Hatfield. Attacking at dawn, these brave men managed to slaughter about 300, mostly women, children, and old men. The colonies finally resorted to a sort of counter-guerrilla warfare, fielding small ranger units composed of experienced woodsmen. They were motivated to track and kill Indians piecemeal by the placement of a bounty upon any heads they brought in, as well as the promise that they might keep all loot obtained and sell into slavery any prisoners taken. Meanwhile, Connecticut militia wantonly slaughtered more people than they captured from two sizable groups of Narragansett who were obviously short of food and gunpowder. Registered in July, a Plymouth soldier wrote his wife that, since May, his unit had killed and taken upward of 100 Indians but never an English slain nor wounded. The same month, a Connecticut force invaded Rhode Island again, just long enough to butcher 126 people, 92 of them women, who had taken refuge there. On August 12, Metacom himself was shot in the back and killed while trying to evade an ambush. The severed head of the slain sachem was then paraded as a trophy through the streets of Plymouth, and what was left of his people began to give up the fight. For decades, Philip's head was displayed on a pike atop the brick watchtower of Plymouth's Fort Hill. Philip's 9-year-old son escaped execution, but was sold into slavery in Bermuda. Leading Wampanoag warriors who surrendered their entire bands to Benjamin Church, who had promised their lives would be spared, were summarily executed amid public enthusiasm, and their followers sold into slavery. The atmosphere was not unlike that in Marblehead, in neighboring Massachusetts, where a group of women beat and stoned to death two prisoners being escorted to jail. Of the estimated 3,000 Indians killed in the war, at least 1/4 were Wampanoag. All the captured, and many of those who surrendered, were sold into slavery. Wampanoag society was entirely destroyed, and few survivors lived in Plymouth. The aroused citizen armies of New England had once again come to define victory as extirpation, and this victory seemed their most complete asterisk. The Nausets had ceased to exist altogether, and the Nipmucks were in essentially the same condition as for the Narragansetts, a number of whom had sought sanctuary in neutral Rhode Island. They too were enslaved, albeit mostly within the colony itself rather than being shipped off to the Caribbean. The Indians, wrote a triumphant Puritan leader, Increase Mather, had been consumed by sword and by famine and by sickness, it being no unusual thing for those that traverse the woods to find dead Indians up and down. Not above 100 men are left of them who last year were the greatest body of Indians in New England. All in all, the sentiments of the good Christians of the colonies is perhaps best summed up in a jingle, very popular at the time, which compared those exterminated to vermin, a swarm of flies, they may arise/a nation to annoy/ye rats and mice, or swarms of lice/a nation may destroy. It was an outlook which would prevail among the invaders for the next 2 centuries. The most savage of practices. As Francis Jennings has observed, many myths about savage warfare have circulated that the civilized European origin of war against non-combatants needs to be explicitly recognized. The armed conquest in New England and Virginia closely resembled the procedures followed by the English in Ireland in the 16th and 17th centuries. In these lands, the English held the simple view that the natives were outside the law of moral obligation. On this assumption, they fought by means that would have been dishonorable, even in that day, in war between civilized peoples. 4 of their usages, transferred from Ireland and Scotland to America, profoundly affected the whole process of European Indian acculturation. 1. A deliberate policy of inciting competition in order, by division, to maintain control. 2. A disregard for pledges and promises to natives, no matter how solemnly made. 3. The introduction of total exterminatory war against some communities of natives in order to terrorize others. And 4. A highly developed propaganda of falsification to justify all acts and policies of the conquerors whatsoever. The answer to the oft-posed question as to why, given their preponderant military advantage in the early years of Jamestown and Plymouth, the native peoples of each area did not simply annihilate the invaders, is thus rather straightforward: it did not and could not occur to them. Put simply, neither the Tsinacomicas nor the Pequots, the Narragansetts, the Wampanoags, nor any other known pre-invasion indigenous people pursued warfare by way of killing their opponents' women, children, and elders. Indeed, the terms of native warfare did not emphasize killing at all. By the standards of what we now call, and, for that matter, what was then called civilized behavior, the supposed savages were, and in many cases would remain to the end, far more accomplished than their European counterparts. Reality has, however, been but entirely inverted over the centuries via the propaganda mechanisms of orthodox historiography and anthropology. Registered a prime signifier is the question of scalping and other forms of bodily mutilation. Invariably ascribed by responsible scholars and objective journalists to native people as a means of stirring up the requisite popular sentiment for campaigns of extermination, or, post hoc, to provide a handy rationalization of what had already occurred. The record of this most savage of the practices marking the horrors of Indian white warfare is actually the reverse. Although it is likely that at least some Indians practiced scalping in one or another fashion before the European invasion. There is no doubt that generalized scalp taking was due to the barbarity of white men rather than the barbarity of red men. Degree, or, to put it another way, contrary to Hollywood's history book, it was the white man who created the tradition of scalping as we know it today. In truth, the practice probably finds its origins in the same wars of pacification in Scotland and Ireland from whence the English imported the rest of their exterminationist techniques, albeit the entire repertoire mutated into more extreme form when transplanted to North America. Consider the technique employed by Sir Humphrey Gilbert, English commander in Ireland during the late 16th century. The heads of all those, of what sort soever they were, which were killed in the die, would be cut off their bodies and brought to the place where he camped at night, and should there be laid on the ground by each side of the way letting into his own tent, so that none could come into his tent for any cause, but commonly he must pass through a lane of heads which he used ad terrorem. Nearly 3 centuries later, although such methods had been long abandoned in Europe, U.S. General Alfred Seward would be doing very much the same thing in the Dakota Territory, having the skulls of Lakotas mounted on poles to adorn the entry to his headquarters. As was noted in the preceding section, Massachusetts offered a bounty on Indian heads to Rangers during King Philip's War. and the head of Philip himself was displayed at Plymouth for decades. Payment for heads and possibly a scalp bounty as well was also offered to the Narragansetts early in the war, an effort to convince them to assist in the slaughter of Wampanoags before the Narragansetts were themselves targeted for extermination. There is no record of the Narragansetts availing themselves much of this opportunity for the obvious reason that the whole concept underlying such atrocities was alien to American Indians. The English purpose in taking heads was not only to terrorize the populace. It also served to confirm the count of enemy killed, first in Ireland, then in New England. In this, we find the true beginnings of the pervasive scalping and other mutilations which are so much an aspect of the American way. The bounty placed on heads was soon transfigured into the taking of scalps, other than in the few instances in which authorities were concerned with verifying the death of some particular Indian rather than Indians as a species, in order to render the whole increasingly commercialized process less cumbersome. To be fair, England was hardly alone in facilitating this process, or even necessarily the first to pay for scalps. Willem Kieft, the second governor of New Netherlands, offered a reward for the heads of certain raritans on Staten Island in 1641, and probably introduced the first scalp bounty at the same time. Cornplanter, a Seneca leader, recounted in 1820 his people's recollection that the French offered to furnish us with instruments of every kind and sharp knives to take the skin off their enemies' heads. At about the same time the Dutch adopted the practice. Sasset La Flèche, an Omaha leader of the late 19th/early 20th centuries, also attributed the first such bounty to the French, noting that it was paid for the scalps of Penobscots in what is now Maine at the beginning of the Beaver Wars in 1638. By 1688, such bounties were quite regularized, with the governor of Quebec offering 10 beaver skins to anyone bringing him the scalp of any enemy of France, Christian or Indian. Registered the earliest confirmed English bounty for scalps rather than whole heads dates from 1694. On September 12 of that year, the Massachusetts General Court passed an act prohibiting unattended Indians from entering the colony without permission, and offering to pay for every Indian, great or small, which they shall kill or take and bring in prisoner, the latter to be sold into slavery by the colonial government. Payment listed for native scalps was $50 each, regardless of age or sex. If the killer were an average civilian or professional scalp hunter, $20 each as a supplement to the meager pay of militiamen, and $10 each to regular soldiers. These rates were modified in 1704 so that an incredible $100-4 times the annual income of a good New England farmer was paid per man's scalp, $40 per woman's, and per child's. Men and women were defined as being any Indian over 10 years of age. Once the English got rolling, moreover, it was like the breaking of a dam. In 1696, the New York Council, a bit stingy, resolved that £6 shall be given to each Christian or Indian as a reward who shall kill a Frenchman or Indian enemy. The proof of death to be submitted for payment was the slain enemy's scalp. By 1717, all the New England colonies had bounties in place. As did New Jersey. Massachusetts rescinded its Scalp Act in 1722, on the grounds that it had become ineffectual, but reinstated it by public demand in 1747. Much the same occurred in Pennsylvania, where at the time of the 1763 reinstatement it was noted that the general cry and wish is for a Scalp Act. Vast numbers of young fellows who would not choose to enlist as soldiers, would be prompted by revenge, duty, ambition and prospect of the reward, to carry fire and sword into the dirt of the Indian country. This pointed to a real problem, one which had been evident as early as Massachusetts' offering of bounties to prompt the formation of ranger units in 1637. Indian cueing was seen more as a lucrative enterprise than as a civic duty by the average colonist. Indeed, in many areas it became an outright business. The Reverend Thomas Smith of Falmouth, now Portland, Maine, was one of a group of gentlemen who hired a squad of hardy parishioners to go on a scout or cruise for the killing and capturing of the Indian enemy. In return for supplying the bounty hunters with ammunition and provision, the investors received one full third part of 14/15 of the province bounty for captive or scalp, and of everything else they shall or may recover or obtain. In his journal for June 18, 1757, the minister recorded, along with pious thoughts, I receive £165, 3 to 3, my part of scalp money. Although the bounties were in principle to be paid only for the deaths of hostile Indians, freebooters pursuing the trade realized very early on that there was no practical way for paymasters to distinguish the scalp of a friendly from that of a foe. It was usually much easier to kill the former than the latter, a circumstance which resulted in any Indians being killed on sight. In 1756 4 New Jersey men combined to murder a family of loyal Indians, longtime residents of the area, and to pass their scalps in Philadelphia as having been hafted in Pennsylvania. Armed with guns, cutlasses, and an axe, they attacked the home about midnight on April 12. The husband, George, escaped unharmed, but his wife Kate died when one of the men cut her head to pieces with the axe and another fired a brace of balls into her stomach. An 11-year-old girl was much bruised about the head, stabbed in the shoulders and her right hand almost cut off at the wrist. Her 12-month-old twin siblings were cut and gashed in a frightful manner. So common had such atrocities become by 1723 that in Maine English soldiers had to be assigned to accompany parties of Mohawks who'd been recruited by the government to help KU raids by Abenakis, Penobscots, and others into the area as a measure to prevent local scalp hunters and run-of-the-mill colonists from gratuitously killing these allied Indians. In the Ohio/Kentucky region where scalp bounties never lost their great popularity with the Anglo-American citizenry so long as there were Indians left to kill, it became something of a standing joke that a scalp tendered for payment was as apt to be that of a friendly Chickasaw, Cherokee, or Mingo as it was of a hostile Shawnee. The situation was made even more complicated by the terms of the so-called French and Indian Wars, beginning in 1688. As England and France sought to push one another off the continent, indigenous nations were increasingly solicited to act as allies, actually surrogates in the fighting, and were paid premium bounties by both sides for ever-increasing numbers of enemy scalps, white and Indian alike. For many native peoples whose economies were being increasingly undermined by colonial policies of encroachment, participation was already, or would shortly become, a virtual necessity. The first change was the transition from a military adventure dominated by the search for personal prestige, tribal honor, and familial revenge to one subordinated to the commercial constraints and meadery needs of white foreigners. Once the Indians had been drawn into the English web of trade, the purchasing power to be gained by killing those hostile to the economic and political interests of English suppliers could not be rejected lightly. The more dependent on English clothing, food, and guns the 183 Indians became, the more susceptible their traditional warfare became to commercialization. Indeed, when an Indian leader asked to receive scalp bounties for his military assistance, as did King Hendrick of the Mohawks in 1747 and Tdiuskung of the Delawares 10 years later, he effectively certified his dependence on the colonial economy, though not necessarily his political autonomy. In effect, Europeans were running the show, even when they had Indians doing the killing and scalping for them. There was a catch, however. Neither the French nor the English could tell one of their own countrymen's scalps from that of an opponent, a matter which allowed the Indians ample opportunity to avenge relatives killed for bounty by alleged friends. By 1757, Pennsylvania official Conrad Weiser was calling for an end to bounties, at least on whites, since the colony was ending up paying for our own scalps, and those of our fellow subjects. In July 1759, English General James Wolfe also tried to constrain things in this regard, issuing instructions to his troops which strictly forbade the inhuman practice of scalping, except when the enemy are Indians, or Canadians dressed like Indians. The spiral of violence which had been unleashed was too far gone to be reined in at this point. By 1758, in response to General Edward Braddock's crushing 1,756 defeat at the hands of a mixed force of French and Indians. Pennsylvania, Maryland, Virginia, and several other colonies all renewed and increased their scalp bounties. The forests along the Ohio frontier were teeming with quasi-military groups like Brady's Rangers, who killed and scalped at a professionally steady pace. One sometime member, a certifiable psychopath and a local hero of sorts named Louis Wetzel, is believed to have taken more than 4 dozen scalps on his own. At least some in the scalp trade had begun to identify themselves proudly by sporting breeches made of tanned Indian skin. Even after the final defeat of France in 1763, when most bounties were terminated, scalp hunts continued almost unabated. A decade later, during the American War of Independence, with Englishmen now scalping Englishmen, that and other mutilations escalated even beyond the levels witnessed during the worst of the earlier Ohio fighting. They also turned, if anything, more sadistic and macabre, as when Ranger Colonel George Rogers Clark, during his celebrated siege of Vincennes in 1779, ordered his men to slowly scalp 16 living captives, both Indian and white, in full view of the English garrison. The same year, during the Sullivan campaign against the Seneca, soldiers of the Continental Army weren't content with merely scalping their foes, living or dead. Not uncommonly, they skinned them from the hips down in order to make leggings from the tanned hides. Nor did things improve with the rebel victory in 1787. Instead, the newly formed United States Army seems to have institutionalized orgiastic expressions of violence. Consider the performance of troops under future President William Henry Harrison after their November 6, 1811, defeat of Tecumseh's Native Alliance at Tippecanoe. While mutilating the dead, they came upon the body of the great Shawnee leader. The souvenir hunters got to work, and when the warrior had been stripped of his clothing, Kentuckians tore the skin from his back and thigh. The rapacious soldiery so thoroughly scalped the corpse that some of them came away with fragments the size of a cent piece and endowed with a mere tuft of hair. When one of them was interviewed in 1886, he was still able to display a piece of Tecumseh's skin. Such behavior was indicative, not exceptional. Witness the performance of troops under another future president after their slaughter of the Muskogee Red Sticks, Baton Rouge, at the Horseshoe Bend of the Tallapoosa River, in Alabama, on March 27, 1814. Andrew Jackson supervised the mutilation of 800 or more Creek Indian corpses, the bodies of men, women, and children that they had massacred, cutting off their noses to count and preserve a record of the dead, slicing long strips of flesh from their bodies to tan and turn into bridle reins. A half-century later, in the aftermath of the 3rd Colorado Volunteer Cavalry Regiment's November 1864 massacre of Cheyenne and Arapaho noncombatants at Sand Creek, the troops, with the active encouragement of their officers, not only scalped the dead, but performed an altogether astonishing array of other mutilations, including the severing of male genitalia to be turned into tobacco pouches. When the Bloody Third returned to parade triumphantly down the streets of Denver a short while later, the citizenry turned out to cheer them as they rode by, waving scalps and with other such trophies. Female genitals stretched over hats and saddle pommels, for example, plainly view. Treated to this display, a local paper, the Rocky Mountain News, hailed theirs as being a brilliant feat of arms that would stand in history. So it would continue until the official close of the U.S. wars against American Indians at the end of the century. Meanwhile, scalp bounties were enacted in every state and territory as the frontier advanced across the continent. In the Dakotas, for instance, it stood at $200 for any Lakota male over 12 years of age at the time General Sully decorated his headquarters with native skulls. Registered. In Texas, the establishment of a bounty was one of the very first acts of the legislature, initially of the Republic, then of the state after Texas was admitted to the Union. It was maintained until the 1880s, by which time the area had been all but entirely cleared of native inhabitants. In California, even after official bounties were ended, consortia of private businessmen established their own and continued paying until a number of peoples in the northern part of the state, the Yuki, Yahi, Yana, and Taloa among them, were entirely extinct. The Yuki were victims of one of the most organized and intense private genocidal campaigns in the state, observes researcher Virginia P. Miller. The most illuminating statement on the number of Yuki murdered comes from Dryden Laycock, one of the settlers in Round Valley. Laycock claimed that beginning in 1856, the first year whites moved into the valley, and continuing through February 1860, parties of Round Valley settlers would go out 2 or 3 times a week and kill on an average 50 or 60 Indians on a trip. Taking the lower of Laycock's figures, even if only 2 such trips were made each week and only 50 Indians killed on each trip, then the settlers would have killed 5,200 Indians in 1 year. And Laycock claimed that settlers' raids went on for 5 years. Plainly, the official Minamiton count of 8,500 Indians killed in individual conflicts between 1790 and 1990 was ridiculously low. The Northern California tally alone accounts for more than that, and, for its part, Texas paid well over 8,000 scalp bounties between 1858 and 1878. When one adds in all the rest of the country, the real number must exceed 100,000 during the period of U.S. suzerainty. Nor is there evidence of either state or federal prosecution of anyone plying such murderous private sector initiatives against even the most unoffending indigenous population in California, or elsewhere, for that matter. On the contrary, the record is replete with examples of official statements whipping up sentiments which could only have led to precisely this result. Overwhelmed by the sheer viciousness of the European/Euro-American drive to extermination, and thus confronted with what Tsvetan Todorov has called facing the extreme, many but not all of North America's indigenous peoples internalized much of their exterminators' bloodlust, engaging in large-scale killing, scalping, and mutilating in a bitterly desperate effort to forestall their own looming eradication. Registered the dynamic of death imposed upon them left no viable alternative in most cases. Haudenosaunee scholar Ray Fadden thus had it exactly right, in principle if not in literal detail, when he observed that scalping, skinning alive and burning at the stake were European barbarian inventions, forced on Indian mercenaries, and, eventually, indigenous patriots as well. Registered war without mercy. The entire panorama of colonial warfare in North America, not just that of the English, followed the same exterminatory impulse as was evident at Jamestown and Plymouth, albeit according to the different approaches to colonization exhibited by each colonizing power. Registered if there is an exception, it is the Spanish of La Florida, who established permanent installations only to block efforts of French Huguenots to do so in 1564. After effectively exterminating them in 1565, Spanish troops under Pedro Menendez de Aviles constructed the fort of Castillo de San Marcos, San Agustin, and 7 other posts along the Timucuan and Guil coastlines they called the area, which extended northward through what is now Georgia, Chicora, but did not undertake military operations against the natives. Rather, the 188 Spaniards preferred to missionize, gradually wearing them down through disease and de facto slave labor, and ultimately replacing them with African chattel. Beginning in the VQ late 17th century, the Appalachians were provided with arms and encouraged to raid northward, into what is now South Carolina. The Spanish regime hoped this might discourage encroaching English colonists, but since Florida was swapped to Britain in 1763 for Caribbean concessions, the effect was minimal. When Spam resumed control of its former colony after the British quit-claimed it at the conclusion of the American War of Independence, 1787, it was again with little enthusiasm, and it was wrested away permanently by the more aggressive United States in 1812. With respect to Indians, it had served mainly as a place of refuge for the remnants of peoples devastated by U.S. and English campaigns. In the Upper Sonora, of course, things were different. In 1599, the last conquistador, Juan de Haight, pacified the Acoma Pueblo in New Mexico by slaughtering 800 of its residents, capturing another 580, and leveling the town. Ahate then made his captives an example to deter other Pueblo resistance to Spanish rule, placing all between the ages of 12 and 25 in slavery and handing everyone under 12 over to Franciscan priests, which, as was discussed above, amounted to the same thing. Tmi Akamas over the age of 25 suffered the severing of 1 foot. Although their record demonstrates no shortage of such atrocities, usually on a smaller scale, the clearest instance of the Spanish attempting extermination by direct military means north of the Rio Grande concerns the various southern Apachean peoples stretching from the Texas Gulf Coast into Arizona and northern Mexico. In 1772, the Marquis de Rubi, Crown Inspector of Presidios, recommended that a state of continuous offensive war be declared against the most easterly of these recalcitrant groups, the Lapons, with the goal of extirpating them. A few years later, when Spanish troops had proven themselves inadequate to the task, Interior Minister Toledo de Croix and New Mexico Governor Juan Bautista de Anza hatched a plan to enlist the Comanches and other native peoples in exchange for horses, weapons, and other manufactured goods, to do the job for them. This accomplished the objective. With respect to the Lapons, they were virtually wiped out by 1820, but the Spanish had no native takers in their plans to do the same to more westerly Apaches such as the Mescaleros. 189. Yavapais, and Chiricahuas. Registered this left the Spaniards, and later the Mexicans, to fight a bloody and protracted war of attrition. They initiated scalp bounties on Apaches, and dine as well, as early as 1790, which they'd still not won by the time the United States seized the northern half of Mexico in 1848. As it turned out, it would take the Americans another 30 years, using a much greater concentration of force, to bring these already badly decimated peoples to heel. By the time it was finished, the Chiricahuas would have joined the Lapons in near extinction. The French. More than any other colonizing power in North America, France depended upon the subversion of indigenous societies to act as its surrogates rather than upon great numbers of settlers, troops, and missionaries. At the time of its peak commitment to the New World in the early 1760s, France had fewer than 50,000 of its own people in the colonies as compared to England's nearly 1 million. The tremendous human costs of its prolonged effort to assert continental hegemony were thus incurred to a very high degree by its indigenous allies and their oft-times native opponents. But, because of the very mode of its manipulations, playing Indians both against one another and against competing European powers, the French have always been able to maintain an air of innocence concerning their genocidal impact and intent. France's attempt at colonizing the New World began poorly. On his second voyage of reconnaissance up the St. Lawrence in 1536, Jacques Cartier, who had established reasonably cordial relations with both the Micmac, Sauricois, and Laurentian Iroquois during his 1534 expedition, intervened in the internal affairs of the latter in a way he thought would produce a situation favorable to French interests. Flea's approach was to support a leader he thought friendly, by kidnapping 3 others who were less so and taking them to France, where they died. Rather than producing the desired effect, the maneuver served to galvanize the powerful Haudenosaunee, Iroquois, Confederation, the Mohawks, Senecas, Onondagas, Cayugas, Oneidas, and a number of tributary peoples, often called the Five Nations, against the French for the duration of that empire's stay in North America. When Cartier returned for a third time in 1541 and attempted to establish a permanent colony at Cape Diamond, he was repulsed. The next effort, headed by Pierre Duguay, Sieur de Mons and Samuel 190 de Champlain, commenced in 1604. This time, seasonal trade in beaver pelts had allowed France to develop a relatively solid web of connections to the Micmac, Algonquin, Montagnais, Huron and, to a somewhat lesser extent, the Maliseets and Benaki. Registered. After a pair of false starts, Champlain was able, in 1608, to set up a permanent base at Stadacona, an abandoned Iroquois town site he renamed Quebec. Within a year, he had firmed up France's relations with the Hurons, Algonquins, and Montagnais by promising them arms and other materiel to preempt the trapping territories of their traditional rivals, the Iroquois. On July 29, 1609, he sealed the new arrangement by accompanying a group of 60 of these Indians armed with guns when they overpowered some 200 Mohawks without such weapons. The performance was repeated the following spring. Champlain's allies launched their second campaign without waiting for him and his 4 French companions. Some 200 Algonquin and Huron warriors discovered a party of about 100 Mohawks on the lower Richelieu River. The outnumbered Mohawk managed to build a strong, circular barricade, and defended it effectively. When the French finally arrived, delayed by their cumbersome pikesman's armor, they fired into the enclosure, and a passing group of French fur trappers added their arquebuses to the next barrage. After pulling down the barricade with ropes, the Allies attacked, killing all but 15, who were taken prisoner. Registered. The regional balance of power thus disrupted, the Mohawks withdrew southward for an extended period. During the lull, Champlain busily cultivated new relationships with peoples as far beyond Huronia as the Ottawas, Chenantis, also called Tobaccos, and Neutrals of southwestern Ontario. He also began making overtures to the Nipissings. In 1615, he sought to facilitate a further expansion into Haudenosaunee territory by providing advice and firepower to a large group of Hurons who laid siege to a heavily fortified Oneida or Onondaga, it is unclear which town. Lacking cannon, and with Champlain unable to convince the Hurons to engage in a European-style assault on their opponents' positions, the attack failed. The Iroquois, however, continued to give ground in order to stay clear of the French musketry which had been placed in the hands of their enemies. Things might have continued in this vein indefinitely, had it not been for a brief war in Europe between England and France. The major byproduct of this in the New World was that a small English force seized Quebec in 1629, evicting Champlain and holding the village until 1631. 191. By the time it was restored to French control, France had to cede rights to more northerly areas to regain Quebec, thereby providing a base for what would become the English Hudson's Bay Company. There had been a number of changes. Paramount / vast the fact that the Mohawks had forced their way into a trade relationship with the Dutch at Fort Orange, Albany, fighting a sharp little war with the Mohicans to do it, and had begun acquiring firearms of their own. This started to swing the regional pendulum of power back towards its 1615 position, but at a far more lethal level of interaction than had previously prevailed. A few Algonquin and Mohawk were prepared to consider intertribal peace in return for exchanging access to European traders, but the Europeans assumed that American Indian allies of their European enemies were automatically their enemies as well, and helped to make it so. Champlain, returning in 1633 as commander of New France with a population of only 100, nonetheless called for the destruction of the Mohawk by invasion. Failed negotiations in 1635 inaugurated 30 years of intermittent Mohawk war against the French and their allies. Here is where a truly unintended incidence of disease played into but hardly accounts for the obliteration of a people. In their fervor to bolster the French effort in America, and fueled by Cardinal Richelieu's Catholic revitalization movement at home, Jesuit missionaries came flooding into the colony, establishing missions everywhere among their country's native friends, especially the Hurons. In short order, recurrent waves of epidemics had reduced the Huron from about 30,000 in 1630 to fewer than 10,000 a decade later. In the panic of sudden and inexplicable mass death, the Indians cast about for some means of survival. The priests gladly offered in the form of wholesale conversions. By 1640, about half of all surviving Hurons were Christians. Registered. This, actually, was the rub. Traditional Hurons would, at this point, have gladly arrived at some accommodation with the Haudenosaunee. The Christian converts, however, were fired with an unconstrained zeal to prove themselves more French than the French, and, provided with a greater number of muskets than ever, they undertook a fresh round of raids against the Mohawks and Senecas in hopes of fulfilling Champlain's languishing objectives. When they violated a painfully negotiated peace agreement in 1645, the Haudenosaunee patience finally wore out altogether. The Seneca and Mohawk began recruiting their fellow Iroquois for war. Early in 1648, the Mohawk slaughtered a Huron legation to Onondaga, and a Seneca war party. 192. Equipped with firearms, destroyed the well-fortified Huron frontier town of Teneostia. Of its 2,000 inhabitants, 300 were killed, and 700 were taken captive, predominantly women and children, all of whom were, following Iroquois custom, absorbed into the Haudenosaunee. Registered. 4. This was followed, in March 1649, by an attack by more than 1,000 Senecas and Mohawks on Tenhaetantaran, St. Ignace, one of the three principal towns of the Huron. After sacking it and taking several hundred prisoners, the Iroquois force assaulted nearby St. Louis, leveling it. 2. By then, the Hurons, who had taken to burning their own villages and food stores in the face of the advancing Iroquois and who were getting virtually no assistance from their French friends now that the chips were down, were starving and beginning to break up. Some of them sought permanent refuge among the nearby Eries, Petuns, and Neutrals. Over the next year, a portion drifted far to the west, eventually becoming Wyandots. Others migrated southward to merge with the Susquehannock, and others went the way to the Carolinas, where they joined the Catawbas. The bulk were accepted among the Haudenosaunee themselves. In any event, archaeologically and anthropologically, the Huron can be regarded as exterminated in 1649. 320. The abrupt coitus of Huronia created an unprecedented power vacuum among the indigenous nations of the eastern Great Lakes region. For the next 15 years, the Haudenosaunee were preoccupied with viewing it, assuming control over what had been Huron territory and trade networks. They extended their reach by fighting a series of short, deadly wars with France's smaller native allies to the west, the Tobaccos in 1649, the Neutrals in 1650, and the Eries in 1656. Southward, in the upper Ohio Valley, they also conducted a campaign against a group they called the Atraquaranons during 1651-52. In each case, the outcome was that Iroquois opponents ceased to exist as peoples, since the Haudenosaunee adopted the great majority of their surviving members. By an almost perverse logic, the more they fought, the numerically stronger the Haudenosaunee became. Another pair of wars, less severe but nonetheless substantial, were waged against the Mohicans of the upper Hudson Valley and the Secocas of the upper Connecticut in order to secure open access to the Dutch traders of New Netherlands and, increasingly, those of New England as well. By 1655, the Haudenosaunee had emerged from these beaver wars as the hegemonic power of their region, which kept growing. They were, by this point, already beginning to extend their influence into the Illinois River Valley. The French, whose plan had been to use the now extinct Hurons and others to eradicate the Five Nations, were becoming desperate. As one consequence, they sued for peace with the Iroquois in 1667 while casting about for new surrogates to equipment. As another, they undertook a crash program of bringing in troops and colonists. The European population of New France, which was barely 3,000 in 1660, nearly quadrupled over the next quarter century. A problem for France, however, was that rather than simply concentrating its force along the St. Lawrence, it squandered its limited investment of resources and an apparently limitless appetite for territorial/commercial expansion. By 1685, it was pressing claims which followed the Mississippi all the way to New Orleans, and included most of the present United States north of New Spain. It was also attempting to make inroads on a vast territory extending from Hudson's Bay westward to the Pacific, ceded to England in 1631. Registered in every instance, given its paucity of personnel, France relied on an ever more complicated web of diplomatic/military/trade alliances with indigenous nations to accomplish its objectives. This, in turn, involved it an unending series of brush fire wars on the periphery. Frustration with this situation led the French to engage in what may be the only two instances in which they directly perpetrated genocide in North America. The first example resulted from a protracted struggle with the Meskwaki, or Fox, as they were called, beginning in 1712. Finally, in September 1730, still unable to pacify this small but fiercely independent opponent, French officials determined to exterminate them altogether. Over 1,400 troops were deployed to surround about 1,200 of the 1,600 remaining Meskwakis, about three-quarters of them non-combatants, in Mabiki, a fortified town they'd constructed on the Vermilion River, in Illinois. After an 18-day siege, the starving Meskwakis offered to surrender. The French commander, Coulon de Villars, responded that no quarter would be given. In the end, there were only 300 survivors, all of whom were parceled out to France's native allies. The second clear example of French genocide occurred at about the same time, far to the south, in what is now the state of Mississippi, as a subpart of the so-called Chickasaw Wars. The Chickasaw resistance began in 1720, when the Chickasaws, who were at odds with the French-aligned Choctaws and Muskogees, defied French authority by maintaining trade relations with the English and allowing English traders to invade territory claimed by France along the Mississippi River. In an attempt to enforce control, the French incited their Choctaw allies to raid Chickasaw settlements. The Chickasaws retaliated with raids of their own, not only against Choctaw villages, but against French shipping on the river, effectively creating a trade blockade. French authorities bled their recruitment of Choctaws, fixing a bounty on Chickasaw scalps and supplying firearms and ammunition. Unable to defeat the Chickasaws militarily, France formally acknowledged their sovereignty in a 1724 East Accord necessary to end the blockade. Its emissaries then set out to undermine the cohesion of Chickasaw society. 333. Flooding it with missionaries and alcohol in roughly equal proportions. Finally, on November 28, 1729, the Natchez and Yazoos, Chickasaw tributaries from the area near the present-day city of Natchez, had had enough. They attacked Fort Rosalie, flitterous/missionary post, and put it to the torch. The French response, explicitly intended to make the Natchez an example which would cow the larger body of Chickasaws, was frankly exterminatory. A large force of troops was moved upriver from New Orleans and managed to surprise and butcher about half the Natchez, rather more of the Yazoos. Survivors were mostly taken prisoner and sold into slavery in the Caribbean, a matter which led to the immediate extinction of both peoples. The reaction of regional natives was exactly the opposite of what the French had hoped. Not only did the Chickasaws rise and impose a veritable stranglehold on French trade, but most Choctaws and Muskogees declined, under the circumstances, to oppose them. The French were forced to import Illinois, Kaskaskias, and other native fighters from far to the north in an ineffectual effort to contain their enraged opponents. In 1736, the Chickasaws defeated the best the French had to offer, a mixed force of 600 regulars and 1,000 Indian mercenaries in open battle. A second major expedition failed in 1739, and the French gave up. Skirmishing dragged on persistently, a continuous drain on imperial resources, until New France itself was extinguished 30 years later. The Dutch New World colonialism was in some ways more straightforwardly exterminationist than that of the French, though it, too, typically utilized trade incentives and intricate diplomacy in pursuing its goals. It began in 1609. When Henry Hudson, an English navigator commissioned by the Netherlands to seek a northerly water route to Asia, sailed up the river that now bears his name. In the vicinity of present-day Albany, he encountered representatives of the 6,400-member Mahican nation and, finding them receptive to the notion of trading beaver pelts and other furs for manufactured goods, initiated transatlantic commerce. By 1614, traders had constructed Fort Nassau, later replaced by Fort Orange, a short distance away, near the location of the first meeting. Things went along smoothly enough for a few years, with the steadily better armed Mahicans becoming something of a regional power by virtue of their position as brokers of the Dutch trade to a number of peoples. The first real crisis arose in 1624, when the Mohawks, under heavy pressure from the French and Hurons, determined that their self-interest required direct access to Dutch weaponry. The Mahicans resisted both this erosion of their trade monopoly and the loss of superiority in firepower it would represent. The Dutch backed them, and the resulting Mohawk-Mahican War, somehow the Europeans are always left unmentioned in these things, lasted until 1628. The Mahicans were soundly beaten, and the Dutch lost most of the men it had committed to them. The Mohawks got their trade arrangement and their musketry. Lesson learned. New Netherlands Governor Wouter van Twiller determined that, as a hedge against the vagaries of the interior, it would be good if the colony were to have an English-style coastal enclave surrounded by cleared lands and settlers. Hence, the port facility of New Amsterdam was established in 1626, and its perimeter was expanded incrementally thereafter. Dutch military capacity was also steadily increased. By 1639, when Willem Kieft replaced Van Twiller as governor of New Netherlands, acquisition of territory became more important to the Dutch than maintaining friendly relations with the Indians. Kieft imposed heavy taxes on the Algonquian tribes of the vicinity of Manhattan and Long Island, claiming that payment of such tribute was necessary to finance the cost of defending them from hostiles. This combination of factors led, in 1641, to some minor responses by the Raritans and other small peoples in the area of Staten Island. Kieft replied by announcing his intention to wipe the mouths of the Indians, placing a bounty on Raritan scalps, enlisting a force of Mohawks in exchange for 400 muskets, and hiring the English mercenary John Underhill to replicate his and his countrymen's faits against the Pequots 4 years earlier. The first target was the tiny Wappinger Nation, near the mouth of the Hudson River. Attacked by the Mohawks in early February 1643, the Wappingers fled to Pavonia, present-day Jersey City, and asked for the Dutch protection their tributes had supposedly purchased. Kieft not only refused but asked the Mohawks to attack them in their new location. The result was that more than 70 fighting-age males, virtually the entirety of the Wappingers' defensive strength, were killed. During the night of February 25 to 26, Kieft sent in Dutch soldiers to finish off the refugees, mostly women and children, whom the Mohawks had been reluctant to harm. The night of mayhem in Pavonia would become infamous as the slaughter of the innocents. The troops returned to New Amsterdam bearing the severed heads of 80 Indians, which soldiers and citizens used as footballs on the streets of New Amsterdam. 30 prisoners also taken were tortured to death for the public amusement. The Mohawks absorbed the few Wappingers who remained alive, and that people thereupon went out of existence. Although 11 local peoples, nominally headed by the Raritans, sought to reply to this genocide militarily, they proved no match for the ferocity exhibited by Underhill's troops. For the rest of 1643 and much of 1644, the soldiers engaged in a concerted campaign to completely eradicate all 11 of their opponents. The well-armed but cumbersome colonial winter expeditions ransacked and burned deserted villages, but seldom saw the inhabitants. One important exception occurred in March 1644 when Underhill led 130 men on a night attack against a major Tankitek or Siwanoy village. Using tactics borrowed from the Pequot War, Underhill's musketeers encircled the village, killed an estimated 180 with initial gunfire, then set fire to the buildings and slaughtered those trying to escape. The Indians estimated they'd lost 500 people in this unequal battle. Registered. All told, at least 1,000 native people were killed outright, 2,000 or 3,000 died of collateral causes, and another 1,000 captives were shipped off as slaves to the West Indies before the decimated peoples of the New Amsterdam region capitulated in late 1644. The terms of the peace imposed upon the Indians were virtually total dispossession and reduction to impoverished servitude. From then on, the Raritans and their allies died. 198. Off at a very rapid rate, by 1650, they had all joined the Wappingers among the ranks of indigenous nations which had vanished under the weight of European conquest and colonization. In 1655, this extermination was followed by encroachment upon the territory of the much more populous Lenni Lenape. In the so-called Peach War of that year, Governor Peter Stuyvesant, who had replaced Kieft, called out the militia to lay waste to the Indians' more northerly fields and villages. Native casualties were relatively light only because the Dutch action provoked a significant response from New Sweden, with which the Lenni Lenape were aligned, and embroiled New Netherlands in a conflict with the Susquehannocks, an even more powerful Swedish ally. The resulting Esopus War, which lasted until 1663, saw the Dutch fought to a virtual standstill by an indigenous military alliance which outnumbered, and in some instances outgunned, both the colonists and their Mohawk surrogates. Still, the Hackensacks and Wisjeek peoples of present-day New Jersey, and the Esopus, Minnesinks, and Pecumtucks in what is now upstate New York were eradicated in the process. Although the Swedes were knocked out of North America by the fighting, victory afforded no reprieve for the Dutch, who had seriously overreached themselves. The Susquehannocks and Lenni Lenape shifted their alignment to England, Holland's enemy in a costly war being fought in both the Old World and the New. The Mohawks, meanwhile, had been considerably worn down by their effort to simultaneously fight wars with the Susquehannocks and their allies in the south and their French-aligned opponents in the north. By 1664, stripped of both native fodder and the possibility of reinforcement from home, Stuyvesant was reduced to only 150 troops in New Amsterdam. Threatened with literal annihilation by English forces, he ceded all of New Netherlands to England. The English, the most overtly genocidal of the European powers operating in North America, was England, a circumstance evinced by that country's ultimate desire not to convert native populations into commercial subordinates or laborers, but to completely replace them on their own land. Along the way, certain indigenous nations might prove to be lucrative, if transitory, trading partners, vital pawns in the empire's military conflicts with its European rivals, or a useful pool of expendable slave labor. But there was 199. Never really anything very ambiguous about the English goal of creating Indian-free zones of occupation for itself, as rapidly as practicable, in every locality to which it lay claim. Following hard on the heels of the drives to exterminate first the Pequots, and then the Narragansetts and others in New England, as well as the Tsinacomicas and Piscataways in Virginia, the colonists of both North and South Carolina set out to eliminate the Tuscaroras, one of the more populous and powerful of the various native peoples within the boundaries of their respective charters. Using the pretext that the Indians had committed aggression by repelling a group of would-be Swiss colonists in the vicinity of what is now New Bern, North Carolina, both colonies went to war. From 1711 to 1713, a combined force of colonial volunteers, rangers, and allied Indians, mostly Muskogees, Cherokees, and Catawbas, conducted a series of assaults on Tuscarora villages, perpetrating at least one wholesale massacre after sacking the principal town of Neahirica in March of 1713. In this war, an estimated 1,400 of 6,000 Tuscarora were killed and about 1,000 enslaved. Probably 2,000 more died collaterally. Most of the tribal territory was confiscated, and survivors scattered as the wind scatters smoke. Between 1,500 and 2,000 Tuscarora survivors fled north to join the Five Nations, transforming them into the Six Nations registered. 4 years later, the Yamasee War erupted in South Carolina. This was in many ways ironic, insofar as the Indians in question, a substantial Chattahoochee River people, had been staunch allies of the English in combating raids by the Appalachians and other peoples of Spanish Florida. The problem from the native point of view was both the intensifying pressure exerted by South Carolina upon the Yamasee's shrinking territory and the increasing appetite of the Carolinian native slave trade. On April 15, 1715, the Yamasees seized every English trader within their territory and launched a coordinated series of attacks on encroaching farms and settlements. In short, order, they were joined by the Gwils, Catawbas, what was left of the old Cofitakiki chiefdom, a portion of the Muskogees, and strong elements of the Cherokees and Shawnees, all of whom had suffered at the hands of England. After a brief campaign in which the Indians advanced to within a dozen miles of the South Carolina capital at Charlestown, the bulk of the alliance determined that their point had been made and withdrew from the conflict. A paid force of about 1,500 troops provided by colonies as far north as Virginia then set out to exterminate the Yamasees and the Gwils. By 1717, harried to tribal extinction, the survivors had fled to the very southern reaches of what is now the state of Georgia, finding refuge among the Appalachians. After England took the area from Spain in 1733 registered the remnants of 03 indigenous peoples moved even further south and began to combine themselves in what they called the Seminole Nation. Strengthening themselves over the next century by admitting the last residue of Cofitakikis and Timucuans, a portion of the lower Creeks, and numerous escaped African slaves. A number of less decisive campaigns were fought by the English during the late 17th and most of the 18th centuries, always for the purpose of usurping indigenous lands and sovereignty while eroding the physical capacity of native opponents to sustain themselves as peoples. In New England, for example, a war of attrition was fought against the Abenaki of present-day Vermont from 1688-1699, and was abandoned only when other English interests compelled its cessation. It was resumed from 1723-1727 in what was called Drummer's War, also known as Greylock's War. During the course of the fighting, the native peoples of Maine, notably the Penobscots, Kennebecs, and Passamaquoddies, all friendly with Abenaki, were also heavily impacted. The same principle pertained all along the frontier, from Canada to Florida. Anglo-French Wars. Several outbreaks of English exterminationism occurred during, or as direct byproducts of, the so-called French and Indian Wars. There were 4 of these, beginning with King William's War, known as the War of the League of Augsburg or 7 Years' War in Europe, from 1689 to 1697. This was followed by Queen Anne's War, the War of the Spanish Succession, from 1702 to 1713, and King George's War, the War of the Austrian Succession, from 1744 to 1748. Finally, there was the 7 Years' War, which actually lasted 14 years running from 1749 to 1763, and is usually referred to in North America as the French and Indian War. All were subparts of much larger conflicts, at least one of them global in scope, centering in the power relations of Europe. Although the configurations of alignment shifted almost continuously during the course of the fighting, the general pattern was that England relied mainly on the relatively high density of its colonizing population, along with the introduction of regiments, to pursue its interests. During all 4 wars, while the Cherokees, Chickasaws, and others sometimes filled the same role, only the Mohawks sided consistently with the English. After King William's War, the other 5 nations of the Haudenosaunee attempted, with varying degrees of success, to remain neutral. The transparently exterminationist nature of England's imperial pretensions in America served to alienate other indigenous allies, temporary or potential, almost faster than they could be attracted. France, for its part, was able to employ its status as the lesser of evils to considerable advantage, consistently using a preponderance of native surrogates, each of them motivated not by fealty to the French crown, but by the clear self-interest of eliminating or at least containing the genocidally inclined English to prosecute its side of the struggle. In the south, France could count on the Choctaws as well as a sizable segment of the Muskogees, and, in the Mississippi Valley, it enjoyed solid relations with the Illinois, Kaskaskias, and others. The Delawares and other eastern tribes, having good reason to fear dispossession from their lands at the hands of the English, were fairly reliable French allies. The Delawares were generally supported in the west by the Shawnees. In the northeast, the Abenakis proved to be extremely reliable allies. Also reliable were the Ojibways, Ottawas, and Potawatomis, Ohio country nations known collectively among themselves as the Three Council Fires. King William's War yielded no decisive results in terms of intercolonial relations. For Indians, however, it was another matter. In 1693, for example, the Haudenosaunee were badly mauled by one of the few large-scale French expeditions of the war. Further east, the New England militias managed to batter at least 3 of the smaller peoples, the Penacooks, Ossipees, and Pigwackets, to the brink of extinction. By the time the Treaty of Ryswick ended the European conflict in September 1697, the battle lines in North America had been drawn more firmly than ever before. Fighting continued sporadically along the New England frontier until Queen Anne's War commenced exactly 5 years later. In this equally inconclusive contest, which involved Spain as well as France and England, the primary victims were the Appalachians, whom the Spaniards sought to deploy in the French manner. In response, former South Carolina Governor James Moore mustered a sizable militia force, augmented it with Chickasaws and Yamasees, and marched through Appalachian territory in July 1704. All told, the marauders killed or captured the inhabitants of 7 villages and destroyed 13 or 14 Spanish missions in the country, virtually annihilating the Appalachians. To the north, protracted fighting seriously eroded the strength of the eastern Abenaki and several smaller peoples before the 1713 Treaty of Utrecht brought peace in North America. The interlude between wars was marked by the earlier mentioned English campaigns of extermination against the Tuscaroras and Yamasees, as well as Drummer's War and the French campaigns to eradicate the Mesquakes and Natchez. It was also during the latter part of this period that the English pioneers like Daniel Boone began to make their first serious penetrations into the French-claimed territories of the Shawnees, Mingos, Miamis, and others west of the Appalachians, in what would become Kentucky, West Virginia, and Ohio. King George's War brought the era to a close in 1744, sputtering along without much coherence until it flickered out 4 years later. Basically, it comprised little more than the preliminaries to the real death struggle, which took place mostly along the heavily contested Ohio River. By 1749, George II was prepared to follow up on this multilayered pattern of aggression by issuing a royal patent to the Ohio Company of Virginia in exchange for its pledge to finance construction of military installations. For almost a decade, the English suffered badly from almost continuous raiding and a series of defeats at the hands of France's array of indigenous allies. First, an entire army commanded by General Edward Braddock was destroyed in the Battle of the Wilderness by a combined force of Shawnees, Lenni Lenapes, and Mingos in July 1755. Registered. Then, in September of the same year, a second army, commanded by Sir William Johnson and containing a sizable component of Mohawks, was routed. This was followed by the fall of Fort Bull, the furthest outpost along the Ohio, and, August 1757, a mixed group of French and Indians captured Fort William Flenry, at the lower end of Lake George. Beginning in 1757, the English tried a different tack. William Pitt, the new colonial administrator, offered promissories to a number of indigenous peoples in exchange for their withdrawal from the conflict, or, in some cases, their active realignment with England. Worn down by sustained combat, several key French allies, notably, the 3 council fires, accepted the former proposition, while the Lenni Lenape switched sides altogether. The Cherokees and Catawbas, who had been neutral, were also coaxed into committing fighting forces to England for the first time. Registered. Meanwhile, Pitt landed an army of 2,000 regular troops in Nova Scotia to carry the war into 204. Canada, while a ranger unit led by Colonel Robert Rogers managed to surprise and virtually annihilate the principal Abenaki village at St. Francois Mission in October 1759. By 1760, the English had taken the French bastions at Niagara, Quebec, Detroit, and Michilimackinac. The following year, a fraudulent treaty was concluded which neutralized the Micmacs, the last major indigenous ally of the French in the Northeast, and New France began to disintegrate rapidly. Registered. Although the fighting continued fitfully for another year, the end was plainly in sight. With the Treaty of Paris, signed on February 10, 1763, France capitulated, transferring its vast Louisiana territory, west of the Mississippi River, to Spain. The rights to remaining French holdings in North America were ceded to England. This was not the end of the war against the native populations, however. As early as 1759, the English, feeling confident as the French began to crumble, had turned on their Cherokee allies in the south, seeking to drive them from the more easterly portions of their territory. For 3 consecutive summers, large forces of English regulars and colonial militia ravaged the Cherokees' well-established towns, burning them along with adjoining fields, and clear-cutting the Indians' substantial orchards. While native casualties from direct killing were relatively light, not more than 500 in total, the campaign aimed at destroying the basis of the Cherokee economy resulted in about 2,000 collateral fatalities, about a quarter of all Cherokees in the impacted region. The peace, which was finally declared in December 1761, involved a forced Cherokee cession of huge strip of land along the western frontiers of the Carolinas. The motives underlying England's pursuit of the Cherokee War were also evident in the Ohio River country. Following the advice of a Lenni Lenape known as the Delaware Prophet, the Ottawa leader Pontiac assembled a strong force of these two peoples, as well as Potawatomis, Wyandots, and Ojibways. In a determined effort to drive the encroaching colonists out of their mutual territories in only the resort to bacteriological extermination by the English commander, Lord Geoffrey Amherst, prevented their success. Their decimation by smallpox effectively eliminated the Ottawas, Potawatomis, Wyandots, and Lenni Lenapes as significant military factors in the events which would shortly follow, placing each of them QC well along the road to virtual extinction. The Warjoy Independence. Although Pontiac did not consent to a formal peace until July 1766, he was then assassinated. George III had already undertaken to assuage native grievances in order to relieve the British Empire from the crushing expense of further Indian fighting. On October 7, 1763, he signed a proclamation repudiating English claims to direct ownership over lands west of the Allegheny and Appalachian mountain chains. In exchange, Crown emissary John Bradstreet was able to negotiate treaties with a number of indigenous nations in which they pledged loyalty to Britain and renounced ties to any other European power. The colonists, many of whom had considerable speculative interests in the legally proscribed area, reacted with barely restrained hostility, a sentiment compounded by the imposition of substantial tax levies meant to retire debts incurred during England's defeat of France. While these dynamics would eventually spark open revolt against the Crown itself, the initial response was a marked escalation of violence against Indians, especially those who were weakest, most proximate, and friendliest to whites. In December 1763, for example, a mob of Scotch-Irish immigrants called the Paxton Boys vented their rage over the proclamation by slaughtering remaining members of the tiny and thoroughly Christianized Conestoga people in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. At about the same time, their neighbors in the Delaware Valley began killing a breakaway group of Lenni Lenapes who had converted to the Moravian faith. So extreme was the violence directed against these Moravian Indians, that the government of Pennsylvania removed them for their own protection to Province Island, in Philadelphia. There, more than 50 of them quickly died of disease, so they were allowed to return to their original settlement, only to find their homes had been burned in their absence. Registered. The killing then resumed, and continued sporadically until the survivors were finally exterminated altogether by a militia company commanded by Colonel David Williamson on March 8, 1782. By 1773, things were coming to a head. Lord Dunmore, Governor of Virginia, defied the Crown by announcing he would begin issuing land patents on both sides of the Ohio River, in areas to which his colony had long laid claim. He then took to the field at the head of 3,000 troops, intent upon clearing the Shawnees from their homeland by extirpating them, root and branch. When the Shawnee leader Cornstalk attempted to avert war through negotiations, Dunmore used the opportunity to try and murder him. Cornstalk then led a force of his own people, as well as smaller contingents of Mingos, Wyandots, and Lenni Lenapes, in defeating the Virginians on October 10. Registered. A truce was effected 2 weeks later, but the colonists' exterminationist intentions had once again been made abundantly clear. Registered. Lord Dunmore's War served as a warm-up for the heavier fighting which occurred 3 years later, during the American War of Independence. At first, the British were fairly successful in replicating the French strategy of mobilizing indigenous nations along the frontier to join it in fighting the rebellious colonists. The latter, after all, had not only continued swarming into Indian territory after 1763, but were obviously fighting the Crown in large part to enable themselves to take even more. For the Indians, it was as always a choice of the lesser evil, and they availed themselves of the opportunity to try and rid themselves of the more imminent threat to their survival. In short order, 5 of the 6 Haudenosaunee nations and allied Munsees were raiding illegal settlements along the Mohawk River in New York, and in the Wyoming and Cherry valleys of Pennsylvania. The Shawnees, together with the Mingos, Ojibways, and what was left of the Lenni Lenapes, Ottawas, Wyandots, Potawatomis, Miamis, and Tawas were pushing hard throughout the Ohio/Kentucky region. To the south, the Cherokees, Muskogees, and Gickasaws performed much the same function against Georgia and the Carolina. In addition to inflicting severe damage in outlying areas, thus tying up thousands of militia troops which might otherwise have been deployed against the British, the Indians were decisive in winning 2 major battles: Oriskany, New York, 1777, and Sandusky, Ohio, 1782, against rebel armies. The response of the colonies was extraordinarily brutal, even by Euro-American standards. In the South, 3 columns totaling more than 6,000 men were sent against the Cherokees in 1776, leveling more than 24 towns, destroying crops, inflicting serious casualties on non-combatants, and sweeping much of the population into Florida. Only the cession of about a third of what remained of Cherokee territory and agreement to the rebel occupation of the Cherokee capital of Echota brought the annihilatory campaign to a halt. A similar offensive was conducted against the Muskogees and Chickamaugas in 1780, resulting in comparable damage to the former and almost total extermination of the Chickamaugas. In 1779, rebel commander George Washington ordered 4,000 troops under Major General John Sullivan, assisted by future New York Governor James Clinton, to undertake an invasion into the heart of Haudenosaunee territory. Simultaneously, a force of 600 under Colonel Daniel Brodhead was sent against the Mingos, Munsees, and more southerly Seneca towns. Washington's orders were that not only was the Indians' military capacity to be utterly obliterated, but the very basis of their socio-economic existence. By the time Brodhead was finished with the Munsees, they were virtually extinct. Sullivan also complied enthusiastically with his instructions, implementing what has been called the most ruthless application of scorched earth policy in American history. By October 15, Sullivan considered his work completed and wrote home to John Jay, then President of Congress, that he had destroyed 40 towns, 160,000 bushels of corn, and an unknown but vast quantity of vegetables. In all the country of the 6 nations, he reported, 1 town remained standing. The only part of his assignment he had failed to carry out was the collection of prisoners as hostages. There were some he might have taken, but their mutilated bodies lay in the dead villages. In Ohio, things were more difficult for the exterminators. Although regular troops under Colonel John Bowman were able to burn the Shawnee Cap. 208. Itoll of Chillicothe in 1779, and George Rogers Clark managed the same feat a year later at Piqua, another principal town. The Indians simply rebuilt their communities and, if anything, escalated their own offensive against rebel settlements. Still, the Conquerors fighting wore the Shawnees and their allies down to the point that, when Britain signed the preliminary Articles of Peace in November 1782, Clark was in the process of successfully conducting a Sullivan-style campaign against them. Ultimately, it would take the freshly minted United States another generation to finish the Shawnees off altogether. Nits make lies. At the point of its inception, the United States institutionalized the illegitimacy and duplicity which had always marked its leaders' attitudes towards native people. In late 1782, future President George Washington, who had been feathering his own personal nest with Indian lands ever since his family first became involved with the Ohio Land Company in 1748 and who had reputedly become the wealthiest man in America in the process, submitted a plan to Congress which he felt might solve certain immediate problems and also serve as a basis for federal policy over the longer term. In many ways, it replicated the pre-evolutionary dynamics evident since the proclamation of 1763. Washington's plan was in reality no less than a monumental conspiracy, by which the western lands belonging to the Indians could now most easily, and least expensively be wrested from them. Registered. Since the expense of a major war could not be shouldered by the young and newly shaping United States government, he recommended that all efforts be made to implant as many new settlers as possible on Indian lands. In order to do this, his plan went on, grants of land should be made to veterans of the Revolutionary War from such parcels in Indian Territory as the Virginia Meadery lands and the Western Reserve lands. He went on to make mention of the fact that these settlers, being largely veterans of the war and experienced soldiers, might tend to awe the Indians. Even if they did not, his plan continued, and the Indians rose up in arms, these settlers would make excellent militia to protect United States claims in the Ohio country. In order to cut the costs, both human and financial, which might otherwise attend this wholesale takeover of what was unquestionably native territory, Washington borrowed liberally from another English tradition which had been evolving since Jamestown, advising that a series of treaties be negotiated with indigenous nations. The purpose these was to convince the Indians, people by people, to cede strategic localities to the United States in exchange for solemn guarantees of their remaining land bases. Thus outpositioned as well as outnumbered and outgunned, they could be eliminated one after another, either by voluntary relocation to areas beyond the claimed boundaries of the United States or through liquidation by force. Apart from the fact that it was immoral, unethical, and actually criminal, this plan placed before Congress by George Washington was so logical and well laid out that it was immediately accepted practically without opposition and immediately put into action. There might be certainly would be further strife with the Indians, new battles and new wars, but the end result was, with the adoption of Washington's plan, inevitable, without even realizing it had occurred. The fate of all the Indians in the country was sealed. They had lost virtually everything. Such a characterization of Washington's stance is neither moralistic nor rhetorical. Rather, given that Article 6 of the U.S. Constitution establishes treaties, once ratified, as the supreme law of the land, to describe their deliberate and systematic violation as criminal is, to be precise, within the parameters of American legal vernacular. The situation was compounded at the statutory level when, in 1787, Congress passed the Northwest Ordinance, legally binding itself to conduct its relations with Indians on the basis of utmost good faith ever as it was engaging and has continued to engage through the present moment in an exactly contrary course of action. The legal posture of U.S. Indian policy during the country's formative years was so at odds with itself that it took Chief Supreme Court Justice John Marshall, one of America's brightest legal minds, and recipient of 10,000 acres of Indian land for services rendered during the Revolution, until 1832 to finish contriving the pretense of a reconciling doctrine. Problematically, even this concoction was rejected in practice by the federal executive as being overly restrictive upon the implementation of Indian policy. Hence, the United States has remained, by the standards of its own domestic laws concerning the rights of indigenous peoples, as well as the relevant international legal canons, an outlaw state in the truest sense of the term. Clearing and extirpation. In his 1782 plan, Washington advanced the unequivocal belief that, after all was said and done, the objective of federal policy should be to force the entire indigenous population east of the Mississippi River into the illimitable regions of the West to which the United States was not yet pressing claims. Those who physically resisted such a fate in any way would have to be broken by force, or, as Thomas Jefferson bluntly put it, exterminated. Registered this removal policy was in keeping with a sense of manifest destiny and outlook founded in precisely the same matrix of virulent Anglo-Saxon supremacism that would later give rise to Nazi Aryanist ideology already pronounced among American leaders and citizens alike. Probably the first to suffer it were the once powerful Haudenosaunee. Although their rights to about half the present state of New York were recognized in the superficially honorable Treaty of Fort Stanwix in 1784, they were quickly defrauded of the entire area by James Clinton, newly elected governor of the state. Thoroughly exhausted by nearly 2 centuries of continuous warfare, and facing what they recognized as the most ruthless foe they'd yet encountered, the Six Nations declined to fight. Instead, they resigned themselves to destitution on postage stamp sized reservations within their former homeland, or fled as refugees to Canada, where the British made land available to them. The Shawnees were another matter entirely. While the much battered Wyandots and Lenni Lenapes agreed to cede the remainder of their territory east of the Ohio in exchange for assurances that tracts to the west would remain free from encroachment, the Shawnees declined even to meet with U.S. negotiators until January 1786. Then, it was only to inform the American commissioner, William Butler, that they had no interest in giving up any land at all. A force of 800 militia under Colonel Benjamin Logan therefore sallied forth in 1787, burning more than a dozen communities and an estimated 15,000 bushels of corn, in an effort to convince them to reconsider. Instead, the Shawnees, led by Blue Jacket and Tecumseh, joined briefly with the Cherokees and the remaining handful of Chickamaugas, replying in kind along the Cumberland River in Kentucky during much of 1788. Meanwhile, the Miamis, under Little Turtle, Michiquiniqua, were equally adamant in refusing to relinquish their homeland in Ohio. By early 1789, they and the Shawnees had forged a firm alliance to fight a new war of resistance against the Americans, and had attracted small but noticeable contingents of Wyandots, Lenni Lenapes, Ottawas, Mingos, Ojibways, and Kickapoos to their cause. In 1790, over the protests of Secretary of War Henry Knox, who felt it would be unnecessarily expensive, an army of more than 1,100 militia and 350 regular troops commanded by General Josiah Harmar was dispatched to put down the insurrection. The column was routed with heavy casualties by Blue Jackets fighters on October 21 and sent scurrying for safety. The following spring, General Arthur St. Clair, governor of the Northwest Territory, was sent forth at the head of 2,300 troops by President Washington to punish the Indians for the insolence of defending their homes. On November 4, 1791, St. Clair was handed a defeat along the banks of the Wabash River which, in proportion to the number of men fielded that day, stands as the worst loss the United States Army has ever suffered. At that point, the United States effectively sued for peace. At the peace talks, which were held on July 31, 1793, American arrogance was conspicuously lacking. The commissioners recanted the previous position of the United States, that the Western Indians were a conquered people by virtue of their alliance with the defeated British. They also announced that the government would relinquish all claim to lands north of the Ohio except in the immediate vicinity of Cincinnati and the Scioto and Muskingum rivers. For these lands, the government would pay the Indians. The Shawnees rejected the latter proposition, suggesting that the government should take the money it was proposing to pay for their land and divide it among the illegal settlers located there, to compensate them for whatever loss they'd incur by leaving Indian country altogether. Thus, thwarted in his effort to gain even a toehold in Shawnee territory through diplomacy, an enraged George Washington spent the next year putting together still another army, this one composed of nearly 4,000 men and commanded by one of the best American generals, Mad Anthony Wayne. On August 20, 1794, at a place called Fallen Timbers, along the Maumee River in what is now Toledo, Ohio, Wayne was finally able to bring a much larger 438 force to bear against the Shawnees and Miamis. In the aftermath of its victory, the United States contented itself with taking only the territory lying east of the present Ohio-Indiana line, then called the Greenville boundary. The rest, U.S. representatives claimed, would remain permanent Indian territory. The he embedded in this promise was already apparent, albeit unknown to the Shawnees at the time, in that William Henry Harrison, governor of the Indiana Territory and another future president, had been assigned as a condition of his appointment to secure Vamerichan title to the very land in question. Between 1803 and 1806, Harrison acquired 70 million acres west of the permanent Greenville Treaty boundary, trading or negotiating for it with the Sac and Fox and various smaller peoples, most of which had been broken and impoverished by years of Indian white warfare. Predictably, many of these instruments of cession were misrepresented by U.S. negotiators, and were therefore fraudulent. Concerning the largest single purported transfer of property rights, that of 50 million acres in what is now Illinois signed by the Sac leader Black Hawk, Mokataim-Shikiakiak, in 1804, the Indians had been led by Harrison to believe that it conveyed nothing more than hunting rights. By 1807, the pattern of expropriation had become so blatant that when the Shawnee leader Tecumseh and his brother Tenskwatawa, the Prophet, established a resistance center at Tippecanoe, Prophet's Town, not only their own people, but Potawatomis, Wyandots, Ottawas, Winnebagos, Lenni Lenapes, Miamis, Menominees, and Ojibways began to assemble there to plan a joint response. The Sac and Fox also sent delegates, with the result that, from 1808 to 1811, Black Hawk mounted a sustained effort to contain the settlers moving into the area of Fort Madison, near St. Louis. In 1808, as the United States and Britain began to drift toward war, Tecumseh, who was attempting to put together an indigenous politico-military confederation extending from Canada to Florida, entered into a new alliance with the English. Although there was no raiding outside the reserved Indian territories, the U.S. rejoinder to this dangerous develop. 214 meant was to send Harrison at the head of 1,000 militia and 350 regulars to invade Shawnee country while Tecumseh was away seeking to bring the Muskogees, Cherokees, and Chickasaws into his allegiance. Using the pretext of a demand that Tenskwatawa surrender any warriors at Prophet's Town who had participated in raids, Harrison planned to wipe out the Brotherhood's capital once and for all. This, he accomplished on November 7, 1811, after a brief battle with about 600 native defenders. The War of 1812 officially began at this point, with the U.S. invasion of Canada from Detroit. Although the political aspects of the alliance Tecumseh had forged offered the potential of a far more coherent native military strategy than had ever been achieved, the fighting strength of the northern nations had been severely depleted. With the exception of the Red Sticks faction of the Muskogees, the powerful peoples of the South declined to become involved in the fighting, and the British by and large failed to deliver promised weapons, munitions, and other supplies. Hence, despite a few bright spots as when a combined force of Indians roundly whipped the army of General James Winchester at Frenchtown, Michigan, in 1813, U.S. forces were able to engage in miniature Suevian-style expeditions almost at will. The damages suffered by the Indians, houses burned, crops destroyed, and populations displaced, were terrible. By the time Tecumseh was killed and his fighters decisively defeated at the Battle of the Thames in 1813, the remaining indigenous societies of the North had suffered their final devastation. Fewer than 1,000 of the once populous Miamis remained alive, while entire subgroups like the Wees had disappeared altogether. The Lenni Lenape were equally decimated, as were the Wyandots, Ottawas, Kickapoos, and Potawatomis. Although the Shawnees remained somewhat stronger numerically, their capacity for resistance had finally been broken. By 1820, The remnants of all these peoples had been cleared from their homelands and deported en masse to locales west of the Mississippi. In the South, the Red Sticks, struggling to repel invaders from their homeland in Georgia, Tennessee, and the Mississippi Territory, had a moment of triumph, destroying Fort Mims, on the lower Alabama River, on August 30, 1813. It was the last major win by native people east of the Mississippi. In the aftermath, the Tennessee legislature appropriated the relatively vast sum of $300,000 for purposes of exterminating the hostiles. General Andrew Jackson then took to the field at the head of an army of 5,000 militiamen and more than 1,000 Indian auxiliaries, by far the largest such force mustered before, 1,850 marching through the heart of Red Stick country, destroying everything in his path. An untold number of non-combatant Muskogees were killed directly, many more died of collateral causes, and native fighting strength was reduced by about half. Then, reinforced by another 800 militia and 600 regular troops, Jackson moved in for the coup. Striking with overwhelming strength against the principal Red Stick bastion at Horseshoe Bend in March 1814, his troops slaughtered but 150 of the remaining Muskogee combatants, plus a substantial number of women, children, and old men. Virtually obliterated by the offensive, the surviving Red Sticks had no alternative but to surrender, although some escaped to join the Seminoles in Florida. The price of peace was their immediate cession of some 23 million acres of land. Instructively, this included most of the territory of the White Stick faction of Muskogees, who had fought with the Americans. Registered and deportation as a people to points west of the Mississippi after Jackson became president in 1830. By 1840, other U.S. native allies against the Red Sticks, the Cherokees, for instance, had committed 19 companies of fighters to assist. Jackson had also been cleared from their southeastern homelands. Force marched with catastrophic results to the new permanent Indian Territory of Oklahoma. While most of the eastern Indians were by now too decimated and demoralized to physically resist, the Seminoles were an exception. Consequently, two campaigns were mounted in 1816-17 and 1835-42 to either compel their removal or extinguish them altogether. The second of these proved to be the most proportionately expensive conflict in American history, and it ended inconclusively. While the Seminoles suffered extensive casualties and a number of them eventually submitted to removal, a sizable segment withdrew into the Everglades swamp country, from whence they were never dislodged. One other war of removal was fought in 1832 and 33, this one against the Sac and Fox in Illinois. By 1830, these peoples had in large part followed the almost extinct Peorias and Kaskaskias, withdrawing, along with the Winnebagos and Kickapoos, into adjoining areas of what are now the states of Iowa and Wisconsin. The reasons are illuminating. As settlers flooded in with the end of the war against Tecumseh, they pillaged Sac and Fox villages, fenced cornfields, and even plowed up cemeteries. Black Hawk protested to the U.S. Indian agents at Rock Island, who told him to move west, across the Mississippi. In 1829, Black Hawk returned from a hunt to find that a white family had settled in his lodge. Through an interpreter, he told them to leave, explaining that there was plenty of unsettled land available. They ignored his demand. Soon, more whites were settling in Black Hawk's village. Next came an announcement from the General Land Office that the area would be offered for public sale. In 1832, appalled at their displaced circumstances, Black Hawk attempted to take his people back into a small portion of their home territory, along the Rock River. The response of Illinois Governor John Reynolds was to muster 1,700 militia. Future President Zachary Taylor served as an officer on this expedition, and Abraham Lincoln, another one-day White House occupant, as a common soldier to repel the invasion by exterminating the 2,000-odd Indians. Confronted by this force, the Sac and Fox retreated, leading the troops on a grueling chase which finally ended on August 3, 1833, when subsisting on bark and roots, utterly exhausted and reduced by that point to barely 500 survivors. They were trapped by a force of more than 1,300 near the juncture of the Mississippi and Bad Axe rivers. The Indians who had remained on the east bank of the Mississippi attempted to surrender, but the troops, frustrated by weeks of fruitless pursuit, stormed their position in an 8-hour frenzy of clubbing, stabbing, shooting, and scalping. Although about 200 of Black Hawk's followers did escape to the west bank, most were later tracked down and killed, completing the fox extermination initiated by the French a century earlier. The Sac leader was imprisoned for a year, then shipped about as a traveling exhibit illustrating the ability of the government to humble and humiliate even the most arrogant of savages. After his death, Black Hawk's bones were disinterred by local whites and displayed as trophies in a museum in Lauaville, Laua. Registered. As for the pitifully few remnants of the Sacs and Foxes who survived the Black Hawk War, they were given a tiny piece of land in central Iowa, but only in exchange for their legitimation by treaty of the seizure of their last 6 million acres. Manifest Destiny. By 1840, with the exception of a handful of tiny Iroquois reservations in upstate New York and the remaining Seminoles in the Florida Everglades, the eastern third of what would become the continental United States had been cleared of its indigenous population. The idea that America west of the Mississippi was ever seriously intended to be the exclusive domain of the continent's native peoples was belied even before their removal was achieved by the creation of the territories of Missouri, 1816, Arkansas, 1819, and Iowa, 1838. In 1837, Anglo invaders in Texas fought a war of secession from Mexico, creating a temporary republic which became a state. December 1845. 5 months later, on June 15, 1846, the United States acquired the Oregon Territory, present-day Oregon, Washington, and Idaho, from Great Britain. 2 years after that, in 1848, the northern half of Mexico, California, Arizona, Nevada, Utah, New Mexico, and southern Colorado was taken by force. Native North Americans were now caught in a vice from which there was truly no escape. As Maine Senator Lot Morrill would put it to Congress in 1867, as population has approached the Indian, we have removed him beyond population. But population now encounters him from both sides of the continent, and there is no place on the continent to which he can be removed beyond the progress of population. As pronouncements of Anglo-America's manifest destiny to enjoy limitless expansion intensified, so too did calls for the outright eradication of Indians, or at least large numbers of them, wherever they might be encountered. Aside from the Mandans and other Missouri Valley peoples exterminated by smallpox in 1837, the first victims of this change were the natives, especially Apaches of western Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona. By the 1880s, not only a number of Apachean bands but other peoples, the Tonkawas, for instance, and the Karankaras, had been totally liquidated, the various Anglo governments involved having depended largely on free enterprise rather than troops to accomplish their exterminatory policies. In this, they drew upon their own heritage as well as the example offered by the Mexican regime they displaced. They offered generous bounties for Apache scalps. Backyard barbering became a gruesome industry, which became so lucrative that its practitioners did not limit themselves to Apache warrior scalps. Scalp hunters would storm whole villages and kill every man, woman, and child. A special examination committee had to be established to certify the authenticity of the scalps, but it soon became evident to the bounty hunters that there was no way to distinguish between the scalps of friendly Indians and those of hostiles. So the harvest of death widened. The examination committee was incapable not only of distinguishing friendly scalps from hostile, but could not tell the difference between Indian hair and Mexican. Remote Mexican villages now fell victim to bounty hunters. A Colorado militia unit mounted a campaign against the guerrillas in 1854, and the Army fought actual wars against the Mescaleros, Chiricahuas, and other western Apache peoples in 1872-73, 1877-80, the Victorio Campaign, and 1881-86, the Carrot Geronimo Campaign, each of them extraordinarily brutal. But it was the excess of private citizen actions, occurring under state sanction over a sustained period, which ultimately did the job. By 1890, the Apaches had been reduced to less than 10% of their original number. More or less the same was true of the other peoples of southern Arizona, the Pimas, Maricopas, and Tejano O'odhams, Papagos. Registered carrot. In California and Oregon things got underway a bit later but followed much the same course. Consider a May 1852 incident, when a peaceful rancheria of 148 Indians, including women and children, was attacked, and nearly the whole number destroyed, by a mob of whites led by the sheriff of Weaverville, California. Registered carrot. Of the 150 Indians that constituted the rancheria, only 2 or 3 escaped, and those were supposed to be dangerously wounded, so that probably not one now remains alive. Men, women, and children all shared the same fate. None were spared except 1 woman and 2 children, who were brought back as prisoners. Registered carrot. Or, to take another example, there was a horrible massacre of 200 Indians in Humboldt County, California, in January 1860. The attack was made at night, when the Indians were in their little settlements or villages at some sort of merrymaking. The men were known to be absent. Under these circumstances, bands of white men, armed with hatchets, small bands, but sufficiently numerous for the purpose, fell on the women and children, and deliberately slaughtered them, one and all. Simultaneous attacks were made on different rancherias or encampments. Regularly organized bodies of armed men attacked the settlements of friendly Indians and murdered them in like manner. Registered. That the genocidal implications of these slaughters, just 2 of several hundred comparable atrocities perpetrated during the period, were well understood is readily evident in editorial commentary. The perpetrators seem to have acted with a deliberate design to exterminate the Indian race. Such butchery was not official policy only in the most technical sense. The massacres were well reported in the local press, and the vigilantes who carried them out were paid bounties by the government for the scalps of their victims. Registered carrot. Although the military was quite aware of what was being done, as its commander's own dispatches make clear, no effort was 220 made to intervene or punish the offenders. Indeed, the process of extermination was often carried out under color of, if not direct participation, high martial authority. When the army did take to the field, it was to eliminate whatever capacity the peoples of California had to defend themselves. Thus, in the so-called Mariposa War in Northern California, troops were used in 1851 to subdue and disarm the Miwoks, Tularenas, and Yokuts, who, consequently defenseless, were quickly annihilated by local whites. Much the same pattern prevailed in Southern California, where separate campaigns were mounted against the Yumas, Mojaves, Cacopas, and Cahuillas. The final mop-up operation in California was in the north, where in 1872 the army engaged in an especially ugly campaign against the last 50 or so Modocs, a peaceful people whose main offense was to refuse removal to Oregon. Small wonder the bulk of all indigenous peoples in California were declared extinct before the end of the 19th century. More followed in the 20th, while the remainder were pushed into the rocks. In the Oregon Territory, where settlers loudly demanded that the army annihilate the region's native peoples, several campaigns for such purposes were undertaken. The first of these, a short 1848 offensive against the Cayusas, set the stage. In 1855, the Rogue River War left the Takelama and Tutuni so decimated that the handful of survivors were lumped together under the heading Siletz Indians and confined to a tiny parcel of land near the present-day city of Newport. The same year, an arbitrary declaration by Governor Isaac Stevens that opened the entire territory to white settlement resulted in the so-called Yakima War, waged not only against the Yakimas, but the Walla Wallas, Umatillas, Palusas, and the remains of the Cayusas as well. This was followed, in 1857, by the Coeur d'Alene War, which pitted that people and allied spoken, along with a combination of Yakima, Palouse, Umatilla, and Cayuse recalcitrants, against a superior force. Each man having been issued brand new long-range rifles. In the aftermath, the leaders of the Indians were executed for the crime of having resisted dispossession of their homelands. Thoroughly dispirited, the tribes of the Columbia Basin waged no more war, but resignedly marched to the reservations prescribed by Governor Stevens' treaties, which the Senate hurriedly ratified on March 8, 1859. For the next 2 decades, the Army conducted a series of mop-up operations throughout eastern Oregon and most of what is now Idaho, beginning with the Snake War of 1866–68, in which the Yadiskin and Walpapai bands of northern Paiutes were all but obliterated. In 1877, there was the famous and devastating pursuit of the Nez Perce, about a third of whom were killed driven from their ancestral territory and frantically trying to reach sanctuary in Canada. The Bannocks, as well as remnants of the Cayuses and northern Paiutes, were mauled in an 1878 campaign. Finally, in 1879, regional warfare died out after troops were dispatched to pacify the Sheep-Eaters, a small group of Bannock and Shoshone holdouts whose name derived from their willingness to subsist almost entirely on mountain sheep rather than surrender their way of life. The way west. For a time it appeared that the indigenous population might actually be left with a vast expanse of the continental interior, the great American desert consisting of the Plains region as well as most of the present states of Utah and Nevada, in which to maintain themselves. Since the land at issue was deemed to be without value to whites, it was considered an ideal dumping ground for peoples displaced from more useful locales. At the outset, all that was required of those native to the region was that they admit such transplants along the fringes of their territories, engage in some limited amount of trade with whites, and allow safe passage to columns of Euro-American migrants making their way from the east to California and Oregon. In theory, the overall framework for this was constructed in 1851 through a series of treaties negotiated at Fort Laramie just west of the Black Hills, in present-day Wyoming, with a number of nations, including the Lakotas, Cheyennes, Arapahoes, Crows, Shoshones, Comanches, Kiowas, and Kiowa Apaches. In the Fort Laramie treaties, the United States formally acknowledged every square inch of the Great Plains as being the sovereign territory of one or another of these counterpart nations and pledged itself to prevent the establishment of permanent communities of its citizens within their domains. Early encounters with these peoples, whom Colonel George Armstrong Custer would later describe as being the best light cavalry in the world, had convinced the United States that to do otherwise would not be worth the cost of taking a more bellicose stance. Things more or less worked out for a time, although there were ominous precursors of what would follow. By the late 1850s, however, gold had been discovered in the Rocky Mountains, leading large numbers of white prospectors and other speculators to establish illegal mining camps in the western reaches of Cheyenne/Arapaho territory, at places like Denver. Not only did the government not attempt to uphold its treaty commitments to the Cheyennes and Arapahoes by preventing this, it engineered a completely fraudulent supplanting treaty in 1861, by which the unknowing Indians supposedly ceded more than 90% of their Central Plains homelands. When the Cheyennes refused to acknowledge the validity of this travesty, they were declared to be aggressors, and military preparations for their outright extermination commenced. Gold, silver, and other minerals were also discovered in the mountains of western Montana at about the same time. One result was that a new wagon route, the Bozeman Trail, was cut diagonally through the heart of prime Lakota hunting territory in Wyoming, another direct violation of the 1851 treaty. Since the influx of traffic greatly disrupted the buffalo herds upon which they depended for subsistence, the Indians had little alternative but to respond militarily to this invasion, and the army quickly began building a string of forts along the route in order to secure it. Although eradication was not at that time considered a viable option with regard to the Lakotas, who were much more populous than the Cheyennes, it was believed they might be chastised into acquiescence. Meanwhile, on the southern plains, Texas cattle interests had begun what was to become a concerted effort to breach the Comanche Wall, which had prevented all but the most transient white penetration of the Llano Estacado, the Staked Plains or Texa Panhandle region for generations. A special unit, the Texas Rangers, had been assembled to deal with the menace presented by Comanche, Kiowa, and Kiowa Apache defense of their treaty-guaranteed homelands. However, the Comanches and their allies proved more than a match for such adversaries. By the late 1850s, Texans were demanding with increasing shrillness that regular troops be used to clear these indigenous nations from their homelands, preferably by annihilation. In all probability the federal government would have accommodated local exterminationist sentiments on at least one of these three fronts during the early 1860s, had its ability to do so not been dissolved by the start of the Civil War in 1861. From then until the war between the states ended in 1865, both the regular army and most militia units, both North and South, were completely tied up in fighting one another. Indian fighting in the West was thus consigned mainly to happenstance or to ad hoc units formed by the territories after official troop levies had been met. This slowed but by no means halted the process of obliterating the peoples of the plains. Indeed, it is fair to say that the pattern by which it would proceed was well established by 1864, catalyzed not by events in the region itself, but by examples set elsewhere, in Minnesota and Utah, by regiments of volunteers. In 1862, the final Woodlands conflict with the Santee Dakotas in Minnesota was provoked by the United States through the simple expedient of cutting off the Indians' food supply while white settlers illegally overran their remaining land base. When the starving Santees erupted in a desperate revolt, they were immediately targeted for total elimination under the premise, voiced by Governor Alexander Ramsey, that the Sioux Indians must be exterminated or driven from the state. General Henry H. Sibley, called the Long Trader by the Santees because of his practice of cheating them in commercial relations, then led several thousand militia troops against the Indians, quickly killing more than a quarter of their fighting men and as many as 1,000 non-combatants. When the bedraggled survivors surrendered, a scalp bounty was proclaimed against all who did not. They were herded into cattle pens at Mankato. The roughly 600 men among the 2,000 captives were chained together, subjected to summary court-martial, without benefit of defense counsel, and 303 of them condemned to death. On December 26, 39 of them were hanged in the largest mass execution in U.S. history, and the remainder imprisoned, all for the crime of having tried to feed their starving families. Sibley also decided to keep the remaining 1,700 Santees, mostly women and children, as prisoners, although they were accused of no crime other than having been born Indian. He ordered them transferred overland to Fort Snelling, and along the way they too were assaulted by angry white citizens. Many were stoned and clubbed, a child was snatched from its mother's arms and beaten to death. The killing continued. On July 3 to the power of 1863, when Little Crow, the principal Santee leader, attempted to return to his people from asylum in Canada, he was ambushed and shot to death. His murderers were paid a $25 bounty for his scalp, plus a $500 bonus, given the identity of their prize. Little Crow's scalp and skull were then placed on public display for the edification of the gentle souls of St. Paul. 6 months later, Minnesota violated Canadian neutrality in order to bring two other Santee leaders, Shakopee and Medicine Bottle, back into U.S. jurisdiction, where they were promptly hanged. Those Santees who escaped the scalping knives were deported en masse, and their remaining lands in Minnesota were impounded as a reparation for expenses incurred by the state in annihilating them. Registered. Crow Creek on the Missouri River was the site chosen for the Santee Reservation. The soil was barren, rainfall scanty, wild game scarce, and the Ulcahon water unfit for drinking. Soon the surrounding hills were covered with graves, Of the 1,300 Santees brought there in 1863, less than 1,000 survived their first winter registered carried. Meanwhile, far to the west, in Utah, Colonel Patrick E. Connor took to the field at the head of about 1,000 California volunteer cavalrymen. His target was the Shoshones, who had grown increasingly restive over Salt Lake City and other Mormon communities recently and quite illegally established on their lands. On January 27, 1863, about a third of this force slammed into a sizable village in southern Idaho, along the Bear River. Of the approximately 700 Indians living there, as many as 500 were slaughtered with all the savagery customary to such assaults. Soldiers reported that Indians who were so incapacitated they could not move were killed by being hit in the head with an axe. A soldier found a dead woman clutching a little infant still alive. The soldier, in mercy to the babe, killed it. Numerous women were killed because they would not submit quietly to being ravaged, and other squaws were ravaged in the agony of death. After systematically mutilating the dead, Connor's men loaded their own 14 casualties of the battle aboard sleds and returned to their base camp. Many of them then returned to civilian life in Northern California, where they immediately resumed the relentless slaughter of the indigenous population in that region. For their part, the Mormons celebrated the colonel's frankly genocidal victory. Connor was soon promoted in recognition of his achievement via as an intervention of the Almighty, a sentiment the Puritan fathers of Plymouth Plony would have expressed neither differently nor better. Nates make lies. In 1864, inspired by the success of Sibley's and Connor's butchery, the government of Colorado Territory, whose 2 regiments of volunteer troops were fully committed to fighting Confederates further east, mustered in a whole new unit, the 3rd Colorado Volunteer Cavalry Regiment, exclusively for the purpose of killing Cheyennes, Arapahoes, and any other native people they might encounter over a 100-day period. This was done in a climate which was exterminationist in the extreme. Of 27 stories concerned directly or indirectly with Indians published in the Denver press during 1863, 10 overtly favored extermination of Indians. By mid-1864, the paper's rhetorical advocacy of genocide, mostly written by its publisher, William N. Byers, had, if anything, escalated. Eastern humanitarians who believe in the superiority of the Indian race will raise a terrible howl over this policy of extermination, but it is no time to split hairs nor stand upon delicate compunctions of conscience. Self-preservation demands decisive action, and the only way to secure it is through a few months of active extermination against the Red Devils. On the day this was written, the publisher was joined by Colorado Governor John Evans, who, after announcing on the basis of no discernible evidence that the Cheyennes had declared war on the United States, pronounced his judgment that any man who kills a hostile Indian is a patriot. A day later, the governor clarified his stance, publishing a proclamation in the News in which he claimed the evidence was now conclusive that most Indians on the plains were hostile, calling upon area whites to organize themselves to pursue, kill and destroy Cheyennes and Arapahoes wherever they might be found. As the Colorado Third was being formed, Byers chimed in again, inquiring of his readers, "Shall we not go for them, their lodges, squaws no?" The answer was shortly announced by Colonel John Milton Chivington, a former Methodist minister with political ambitions, who commanded the unit. "My intention is to kill Indians I may come across," he explained. The colonel elsewhere elaborated that this included everyone from the most elderly and infirm to newborn infants, the latter for no reason other than that they would one day grow up to become adult Cheyennes. "Nates make lies," Chivington asserted, echoing H.L. Hall, a rather notorious mass murderer of Indians in Northern California. "I long to be wading in gore," Chivington put it on another occasion. Such statement quickly became rallying cries for his troops and were enthusiastically embraced by the Colorado citizenry at large. The problem for Chivington was that his men came across almost no Indians to kill. Aside from an incident on October 10, when 40 men led by Captain David Nichols managed to surprise a small Cheyenne hunting camp near Buffalo Springs and slaughter everyone in it, 6 men, 3 women, and a 14-year-old boy. Registered the only savages The colonel and his volunteers had seen by the time the troops' 100-day enlistments had begun to run out were a group of peace chiefs, notably the Cheyennes Black Kettle and White Antelope, and Left Hand, Niwot, an Arapaho escorted by Major Edward Wynkoop of the 1st Colorado into Camp Weld, near Denver, in mid-September under Wynkoop's watchful eye. These Indians had been allowed to place themselves and their people, about 750 in all, under the protection of the military. In exchange for official recognition of their non-combatant status, they were required to surrender their weapons and accept de facto internment under Wynkoop's supervision at a specified site along Sand Creek, near Fort Leon in the 1861 reservation area. By early November, Chivington's fearless Indian fighters had become a laughingstock, derisively referred to by Coloradans as the bloodless third degree. At some point mid-MPNTH, prompted by a visit by Connor, both the embarrassed officers and their men agreed to serve beyond the expiration of their terms of service in order to make a full-scale assault upon the peace chiefs' immobilized and defenseless village. Moving under cover of a blizzard, the regiment suddenly appeared at Fort Leon on November 27. And to preserve the secrecy of their arrival, Chivington was determined to preserve the element of surprise against his unarmed and woefully outnumbered opponents through a cordon of pickets around the post with orders that no one would be allowed to leave, under penalty of death. At 8 p.m. that night, the colonel led about 900 soldiers out of the fort and headed for the village, about 30 miles away. He instructed his troops to use any means under God's heaven to kill the Indians, and to be sure to kill and scalp all, little and big. The volunteers struck at dawn, despite the fact that both American and white flags were flown over the sleeping encampment. When 75-year-old White Antelope, hands open to show he bore no weapons, attempted to halt the attacking cavalrymen, he was unceremoniously shot to death. A soldier who was visiting the village at the time also tried to head off the attackers. Although waving another white flag of surrender, he too was fired upon. The Indians fled in all directions, but the main body of them moved up the creek bed, which alone offered some protection from the soldiers' bullets. They fled headlong until they came to a place above the camp where the banks of the river were cut back by breaks. Here, the Indians frantically began digging in the loose sand with their hands to make holes in which to hide. The larger percent of these were women and children. As the scene was later described by Robert Bent, the mixed-blood son of a local trader and a Cheyenne woman who had guided the attackers from Fort Leon to the village. I saw 5 squaws under a bank for shelter. When the troops came up to them, they ran out and showed their persons, to let the soldiers know they were squaws, and begged for mercy, but the soldiers shot them all. There were some 30 or 40 squaws collected in a hole for protection. They sent out a little girl about 6 years old with a white flag on a stick. She had not proceeded but a few steps when she was shot and killed. All the squaws in the hole were afterwards killed. The squaws offered no resistance. Every one I saw dead was scalped. I saw one squaw cut open with an unborn child, as I thought, lying by her side. I saw quite a number of infants in arms killed with their mothers. Other soldiers were running down Indians who had fled in different directions, killing some as far as 5 or 6 miles from the village. By then, mutilation of the dead and dying had begun in earnest, and the few prisoners taken were being summarily executed. As a lieutenant in the New Mexico Volunteers who'd ridden along to gain experience, would later testify. Of from 500 to 600 souls who were killed, the majority of which were women and children. One did not see a body of man, woman, or child but was scalped, and in many instances their bodies were mutilated in a most horrible manner. Men, women, and children's privates cut out, and I heard one man say that he had cut out a woman's private parts and had them for exhibition on a stick. I heard another man say he had cut off the fingers of an Indian to get the rings on the hand. I also heard of numerous instances in which men had cut out the private parts of females and stretched them over the saddle bows and wore them over hats while riding in the ranks. I heard one man say that he had cut a squaw's heart out, and he had it stuck up on a stick. Or, to quote from the testimony of John Smith, a frontiersman who served as a scout. All manner of depredations were inflicted on their persons. They were scalped, their brains knocked out, the men used their knives, ripped open women, clubbed little children, knocked them in the head with their gups, beat their brains out, mutilated their bodies in every sense of the word. Worse mutilated than any I ever saw before. See children 2 or 3 months old, all lying there, from sucking infants up to warriors registered ****. In the aftermath of the massacre, the Cheyenne Dog soldiers, joined by several hundred Lakotas, finally gave Colorado a genuine dose of the war its officials had been prattling on about. Denver was virtually sealed off from the east for some months. Registered, and it soon became apparent that, however proficient they might be in slaughtering the helpless, outfits like Chivington's Bloody Third, as the news now proudly dubbed the Bold Soldier Boys ***, couldn't begin to cope with the response they'd provoked. Infuriated that regular army troops would be required to resolve the situation, the federal government convened 3 separate investigations of Sand Creek, one each by the House, Senate, and War Department, all of them concluding that a hideous crime had been committed, and that Chivington, Evans, and other whites were entirely responsible. Armed with these conclusions, and promising reparations, which were never paid, federal negotiators attempted unsuccessfully to effect an accommodation with the Dog soldiers through the Treaty of the Little Arkansas during the fall of 1865. Another effort was made via the 1867 Treaty of Medicine Lodge following a spectacularly unsuccessful military campaign headed up by General Winfield Scott Hancock. This was followed, a year later, with an offensive commanded by General Phil Sheridan, a leading proponent of total war. Pursuing a strategy which combined winter campaigning to catch the Indians in camp, during the period of their least mobility, with wholesale massacre, Sheridan was at last able to drive the Cheyennes virtually out of existence. If a winter campaign results in the utter annihilation of these Indians, I will say nothing and do nothing to restrain our troops from doing what they may deem proper on the spot, and will allow no vague general charges of cruelty and inhumanity to tie their hands. Degree. The primary instrument of the general's campaign was the newly formed 7th Cavalry Regiment, commanded by Lt. Colonel George Armstrong Custer. On November 27, 1868, almost 4 years to the day after Sand Creek, Custer's men attacked an unsuspecting winter encampment on the Big Bend of the Washita River, in western Oklahoma. The village was again that of Black Kettle, who'd survived Sand Creek and was still vainly seeking to avoid conflict while securing some kind of sanctuary for native noncombatants. Of the 103 people killed in Custer's dawn assault, 93 were women, old men, and children, as well as Black Kettle, who had been cut down with his wife as they were riding double on a pony in a desperate attempt to forestall the attack. The Washita massacre took the heart out of most of the remaining Cheyennes in the South. Although a group of Dog soldiers made their way to the Powder River country of Montana to merge with their northern Cheyenne cousins, the bulk of the survivors surrendered to the Army at Fort Sill during the spring and summer of 1869. Thus confined, and with many of their remaining leaders sent to prison at Fort Marion, Florida, a few years later, a policy which led to the Sapa Creek Massacre m. 1875 *, they had declined to near extinction by the early 20th century. The conquest of the southern plains was not yet complete, however. Sheridan's campaign in particular had embroiled the Comanches, Kiowas, and Kiowa Apaches. Although these peoples accepted an uneasy peace for about 3 years after the Cheyenne decimation, the Army's unofficial policy of fostering the extermination of their traditional commissary, the buffalo, forced an all-out counter-offensive against white hunters operating in their territory in 1874. Although early victories were won at places like Adobe Walls, none was decisive, and a campaign headed by General Nelson A. Miles was soon mounted to subdue them once and for all. Miles brought in the 4th Cavalry, under Colonel Ranald Mackenzie, fresh from a limited invasion of Mexico, to punish a group of long-suffering Kickapoos who had found sanctuary there. Another practitioner of total war, Mackenzie conducted a brutal winter campaign inaugurated by a September 28, 1874, surprise attack on the main body of Comanches and Kiowas, who had withdrawn to what had always been an inaccessible joint refuge in the Palo Duro Canyon, far out on the Llano Estacado. Although few Indians were killed, the various bands quickly scattered when the assault began. The soldiers were able to capture and kill almost all their horses, and to destroy virtually everything else they possessed. Starving, freezing, and harried relentlessly by Mackenzie's patrols during the coldest months, the fragments of each people shortly began to surrender. By May 25, 1875, the hardcore, a small group of Kiowas led by Satank and Quanah Parker's Quahati Comanches, had laid down their arms. With that, all military resistance by the Plains nations south of the Dakota Territory finally ceased. Thereafter, like the Arapahoes and Cheyennes, a small number of whom, led by Graybeard, had joined in the Buffalo War, both the Kiowas and Comanches, as well as their Kiowa Apache allies, were stripped of what little land remained to them, rendered absolutely dependent upon Tikir conquerors for subsistence, and rapidly declined to native population. By 1900 the Kiowas, for example, who numbered more than 6,000 in 1800, had fewer than 1,300 survivors. There were less than 500 Kiowa Apaches by that point, and the Comanches were reduced by about 90%, overall. Death Song. The Northern Plains proved a more difficult proposition for the United States. In the summer of 1866, Red Cloud, Mapi Yaluta, a preeminent Oglala political leader, was able to bring all 7 bands of his people together, along with the Northern Cheyennes and Arapahoes, as well as some refugee Santees, and lay siege to Fort Phil Kearny, redost northerly of the posts thus far completed along the Bozeman Trail. With more than 3,000 warriors, the Indians constituted a formidable opponent for the army, especially since the bulk of its available resources were tied up in Kansas and Colorado. 553. Trying to contain the indigenous response to Sand Creek. The situation was greatly exacerbated on December 21, when a unit under Captain William J. Fetterman was annihilated near Fort Kearny. As the months dragged on, it became apparent that the Indians were becoming steadily stronger. Unable to muster anything approaching the number of troops needed to defeat Red Cloud's alliance, and in constant danger of suffering even more catastrophic losses in its undermanned Wyoming garrisons, the Army began sending out peace feelers during the late summer of 1867. Red Cloud's response was that he would not be interested in negotiating until all U.S. forces had been withdrawn from Lakota Territory and the Bozeman Trail posts destroyed. After procrastinating for several months, the Army complied with these terms, and Red Cloud finally agreed to a treaty, signed at Fort Laramie in November 1868. This new instrument reaffirmed much of what had been established by its 1851 predecessor with respect to the Lakotas and allied Cheyennes and Arapahoes. It defined their territory as extending from the east bank of the Missouri River westward to the Big Horn Mountains, and southward from the upper Missouri to the North Platte River, an area, centering on the Black Hills, totaling about 5% of the 48 states. Under the 1868 Treaty. 238. The Army could not build forts in Indiary country and was required to patrol the borders to prevent U.S. nationals from trespassing therein. No portion of the treaty territory could be sold or otherwise alienated without the express written consent of at least 3/4 of all adult male Lakotas. The treaty was actually honored to a large extent for several years while the Army concentrated on winning its Buffalo War on the Southern Plains. With the end of that conflict in sight by 1874, however, things began to change in the North. During the summer of that year, Custer's 7th Cavalry was ordered to make a reconnaissance in force into the Black Hills for purposes of assessing potential mineral wealth there. Although it is dubious whether anything was actually found, Custer, writing under a pseudonym, reported in the Eastern press that he'd discovered gold at the grassroots. In short order, whites were pouring into Pahasepa, as the Lakotas called this, their most sacred area, and the Army was doing nothing to fulfill its treaty obligation to prevent their coming. Indeed, After a follow-up expedition in 1875, during which gold was found, the United States demanded that the Lakotas sell the entire region. When the Indians refused, it was announced in Washington that they declared war on America, and a huge three-pronged invasion of their territory, the so-called Centennial Campaign, was set in motion during the spring of 1876. Although the offensive itself fared rather poorly, some 1,200 Lakotas and Cheyennes led by Crazy Horse, Tisinki-Whitco, defeated a 1,500-man column under General George Crook at the Rosebud Creek on June 17. And Custer's regiment, overconfident and expecting to perpetrate another Washita-style massacre, was shredded in the valley of the Little Big Horn on the 25th. The writing was on the wall. As early as 1867, General of the Army William Tecumseh Sherman had opined that, "We must act with vindictive earnestness against the Lakotas, even to their extermination, men, women, and children." During the winter of 1876–77, Ranald Mackenzie was brought to Wyoming to duplicate his success against the Comanches and Kiowas a year earlier. Beginning in mid-October, the colonel's command, as well as forces under Generals Crook and Miles, scoured the Powder River country, attacking each village they came across. Mackenzie's November 25 assault on the camp of Dew Knife, a noted Cheyenne leader, was indicative. It was the month of the deer-rutting moon, and very cold, with deep snow in the shaded places and ice-crusted snow in the open places. Mackenzie had brought his troops up to attacking positions during the night, and struck the Cheyennes at first daylight. They caught the Cheyennes in their lodges, killing many of them as they came awake. Others ran out naked into the biting cold, the warriors trying to fight off the onrushing soldiers long enough for their women and children to escape. Some of the best warriors of the Northern Cheyennes sacrificed their lives in those first furious moments of fighting. One of that was Dull Knife's oldest son. Dull Knife and Little Wolf, another prominent leader, finally managed to form a rear guard along the upper ledges of a canyon, but their scanty supply of ammunition was soon exhausted. Little Wolf was shot 7 times before he and Dull Knife broke away to join their women and children in full flight toward the Bighorns. Behind them Mackenzie was burning their lodges, and after that was done he herded their captured ponies against the canyon wall and ordered his men to shoot them down. Registered. More than 100 Cheyennes, 2/3 of them women, children, and elders, had been killed before the survivors managed to get away. Their ordeal, however, was just beginning. During the first night of flight, 12 infants and several old people froze to death. The next night, the men killed some of the ponies, disemboweled them, and thrust small children inside to keep them from freezing. For 3 days they tramped across the frozen snow, their bare feet leaving a trail of blood, before reaching Crazy Horse's Oglala encampment on the Box Elder Creek. On January 8, Miles's troops located and attacked this village as well, and so the whole process was repeated. And so it went, month after month. By the end of April 1877, even Crazy Horse's people had surrendered, and the last Sioux recalcitrants, a handful of Hunkpapas led by Sitting Bull, Tatanka Yatnaksa, and Gall, Pitsy, had fled to sanctuary in Canada. In short order, disarmed, dismounted, and dispirited, the Northern Cheyennes were deported to the reservation of their southern cousins in Oklahoma. In the fall, Crazy Horse was assassinated and rations to the captive Lakotas were suspended until a scattering of leaders finally agreed to sign a document allegedly transferring ownership of the Black Hills to the United States. In September 1878, about half the remaining Northern Cheyennes, horrified at the attrition they were suffering under the conditions imposed upon them in Oklahoma, broke out of their confinement and attempted to return to their Powder-Stiver homeland. Led by Dull Knife and Little Wolf, they were stalked by more than 15,000 troops as they struggled northward, and the initial body of renegades was again ground down to about half its size. Finally, in utter exhaustion, Dull Knife's group of some 150 people, composed, as usual, almost exclusively of women, children, and old men, gave themselves up at Camp Robinson, Nebraska. Confined to an unheated guardhouse in the dead of winter, without rations, the prisoners were informed they would be shipped back to the south. At that point, more desperate than ever, they tried to escape again on the night of January 9, 1879. The soldiers began overtaking scattered bands of women and children, killing many of them before they could surrender. When the morning came, the soldiers herded 65 Cheyenne prisoners, 23 of them wounded, back into Camp Robinson. Only 38 of those who had escaped were still alive and free, 32 were together, moving north through the hills and pursued by 4 companies of cavalry and a battery of mountain artillery. For several days the cavalrymen followed the 32 Cheyennes, until at last they were trapped in a deep buffalo wallow. Charging to the edge of the wallow, the cavalrymen emptied their carbines into it. Only 9 Cheyennes survived. By this point, fewer than 500 Northern Cheyennes, less than 10% of their original number, remained alive. Although the Lakotas never came this close to outright extermination, they experienced considerable population losses during the early reservation years. By the late 1880s, nearly 90% of their treaty territory had been taken from them, their socio-political and spiritual life had been abolished under penalty of law, and they were being deliberately starved. One response to these circumstances was an increasingly widespread adoption of the ghost dance, a belief that if certain rituals were performed with sufficient devotion, the whites would disappear, while the buffalo and other dead relatives would be reborn, making life as it had once been. While it is obvious that this forlorn practice presented absolutely no threat to the United States or its citizens, the Army seized upon it as an 243 opportunity to simultaneously break the last traces of native resistance, and to extract another measure of revenge for the humiliations it had experienced at the hands of the Lakotas in 1868 and 1876. More than 3,000 troops were fielded to put down the Ghost Dance insurrection. Sitting Bull, who had returned from Canada in 1881, was murdered on December 15, 1890. And the reconstituted 7th Cavalry captured a terrified group of about 350 Minneconjous, led by Bigfoot, on the Wounded Knee Creek on December 28. On the morning of the 29th, the troops proceeded to massacre their unarmed prisoners, using both rifles and Hotchkiss guns carefully placed on surrounding hills for the purpose. All witnesses agree that from the moment it opened fire, the 7th ceased to be a military unit and became a mass of infuriated men intent on butchery. Women and children attempted to escape by running up a dry ravine, but were pursued and slaughtered, there is no other word, by hundreds of maddened soldiers, while shells from the Hotchkiss guns, which had been moved to allow them to sweep the ravine, continued to burst among them. The line of bodies afterward was found to extend more than 2 miles from the camp, and they were all women and children. A few survivors eventually found shelter in brushy gullies here and there, and their pursuers had scouts call out that women and children could come out of hiding because they had nothing to fear. Some small boys crept out and were surrounded by soldiers who then butchered them. Nothing Indian that lived was safe. Registered. The dead, more than 300 in all, were buried in a mass grave on New Year's Day 1891. Registered. While editorialists like L. Frank Baum of the Aberdeen Saturday Pioneer, who would later attain fame as the gentle author of The Wizard of Oz, called for the Army to finish the job by exterminating all remaining Indians. The nobility of the redskin is extinguished. The whites, by law of conquest, by justice of civilization, are masters of the American continent, and the best safety of the frontier settlements will be secured by the total annihilation of the few remaining Indians. Why not annihilation? Their glory has fled.